U kojoj smo samo sali? U 1, 2 ili 3?
Broj 1.
Da, nema ništa još uvijek.
Ne, tek sad postavlja se.
Važi. Yes, sir. Alexandra has sent you a couple of minutes ago. No. Okay, let me see. Doesn't matter. People are just slowly joining.
Good morning.
Good morning, Harold. We're here just slowly starting. So
Perfect.
relax for a couple of more minutes. We're streaming or realigning people here in this room. Yeah, they're slowly coming because they're on stream and we would like them to be on Zoom link. So
yeah.
Let's relax for a couple of minutes.
That's a tough one to people, actually move people, huh?
Yeah, it is. It is. Well, it's much easier when it's physical space. Then you can see people and know where they are.
I definitely like the name, the circular economy beacons.
Yeah, right. It is.
How did you come up with this name?
Well, we saw that we had to shed the light of knowledge and basically navigate through the night of lack of knowledge. So that's why. Actually, we wanted to say lighthouses, but lighthouse is kind of an old-fashioned. Beacon is a bit more modern. So.
And you are speaking from Belgrade, right?
Mm-hmm.
Amazing.
Yeah.
And the audience is mostly from different countries on the Balkan?
Yeah, so the audience is from Serbia, Bulgaria, Romania, Greece, a little bit from Montenegro, a little bit maybe from Germany, but usually these actually, mostly from these couple of countries.
Amazing. I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna wait for you.
Okay, see you in a bit. I'll just open my camera and slowly start in a few minutes. Should we start then? Slowly people are coming, so we're good to go. And officially, dear partners, friends, we are very happy to welcome you on the second day of the first 24 hours called The Balkans Go Circular. Yesterday, we had a pleasure to talk with many important actors and important speakers. We were covering topics for circular cities, circular business models, discovering how several countries are approaching to the national, but also to the local level of urban circularity. Today, we're going to discover even more about business models, and I'm proud to say even some startups that are completely dedicated to circular either products or materials. We're going to talk with some important people. And first of all, good morning. I would like to also welcome one of the great impact leaders, action leaders that was pushing for global circularity, and he has managed in several years to voice key topics on circular economy. He has basically focused on societal perspectives and the need for new financial and also business models. He has been working in the Netherlands, but also across Europe and across world. He has focused on building practical and scalable solutions actually on the ground, not on the clouds, and a movement based on multi-stakeholder models, collaboration, transparency, and community. All these words are very important, are easy to say, but very important if we approach circularity from systemic perspective. He is the one that is responsible for creating a global circularity gap report. So if you know, or if you hear that currently the world is circular 9.1 or 8.6%, he is the one that has managed to lead the team to get this tremendous analysis and assessment around the world. He is Harald Friedel, and I'm very happy that I can welcome him to our conference. Please welcome Harald, and Harald, welcome. Thank you very much for joining us.
Hello, Milan. Good morning. Good morning, dear friends everywhere. It's intimidating what you're all saying, Milan. And many things that you're saying resonate very much. So to talk about community, about team, about radical collaboration. I think are themes that are indeed very important for me. And I think they're important for all of us to achieve the change we want to see. And that doesn't come easy. And that's why these themes that you just mentioned, Milan, are really key, because they are like the underground for everything that has to happen. I really congratulate you and your team on making that happen. I definitely would rather be with you rather than here in Amsterdam, where I'm right now, with you in Serbia. As an Austrian, the Balkan and the region are very dear to my heart, obviously. And I hope in the next year, we definitely, hopefully have a conference also on the ground. And it's so interesting, in the last week, I didn't tell you that, Milan, I was speaking on 3 different conferences that were all somewhere around the region. There was a big one in Turkey happening last week. There was one in Slovenia, also with startups and green growth. And now today we're in Serbia, and it's kind of very positive that we don't have to fly there. Obviously also from a circular perspective, but the human connectiveness and connection, I definitely miss a lot. I'm also intimidated because I see in front of me a screen that says world leading expert. And I just want to say, I'm truly not an expert. I'm a student of this matter. And I say this very often because it changes the relationship also with you, the audience. I'm really fascinated by the circular economy. It has given me a kind of a very clear framework how to think of the world. And it has helped me to also focus on achieving action. I have a background in government and business, and also the NGO world. So like a mix of all different worlds, which makes me kind of a strange mix, as my former chairman said to me. But I think it gives me also a very good understanding of what a system needs, because you have to be able to put yourself into the shoe of other people to actually understand what we can change. It's not only a mind issue, it's really a heart issue, my dear friends. And I love with Milan, I said, it's early in the morning, at least here in Holland. It's fairly dark outside still. But you know, wherever you're dialing in from, I hope there are also international guests, maybe even from the US or from Asia, who knows. So a very much good morning and good afternoon and good evening, wherever you are. Get your coffees and teas and wines ready. And let's have a conversation. Please participate as much as you can. I truly, truly appreciate this, to get a little bit of feedback and a chat going so we can discuss. And I thought about covering 4 topics. After saying thank you to Milan and his team and everybody who is online and listening now and sharing thoughts and challenging and discussing, I would like to answer you a couple of questions. After these questions, to see where we all are, how positive, negative are we feeling of the current situation? What are signs we are seeing emerging? I'm saying this because it feels very weird here in Holland. Tomorrow we're going into the second big lockdown, and we're not at the questions yet, Milan, in a second. No problem. Then after these questions, I would love to turn to the topic of systems thinking and make it very approachable to you. Often we hear this is a systems thinker or a systems analysis, and a little bit sounds very complicated. And I believe it's not. I just want to give you a good example of what that could mean, and then talk about circular economy again. And I think maybe also double dipping on what you guys have been discussing yesterday. Unfortunately, I haven't been dialing in yesterday, and hopefully I have a chance to hear more of the fantastic speakers you have been brought together, and then discuss with you again, see if there are any questions that are coming out. So that would be my goal. And I'm standing here partly amazed by the last year, the things that have changed so fast, that we didn't think were possible, which give me obviously hope that the right changes can be done also fast if we are under pressure, if we see the importance. And I think 3 things I want to share with you are truly for me the words of 2020. One is it's not about words, but about action. So action is absolutely has to be the word of this year. The second thing is there's something around radical collaboration and transparency that I believe we have to own and live to be able to make the change. Because when we look deeply into ourselves, dear friends, it's often we are held back by our own beliefs, right? We are held back by our mental barriers, and this has to stop, and we can stop it. We are strong enough for this when we believe and have a very clear goal on the way forward. And the third thing that is I want to throw out there at the beginning was what the Japanese environment minister said a couple of months ago to me, that this transition also has to be sexy. And I sometimes mention that because it is, it's in a sustainability world often not talked about. It's a very serious world. It's an impact world. And I had to also myself this year get myself back into the business of having fun with it. I think we need to be having fun with systems thinking, and that's sometimes not an easy one, but we have to focus on it because we want to inspire people. It's not about convincing the bubble. It's about going out there and really making things possible with other people. And that's why I think this making it interesting, sexy, appealing, whatever you call it, that is appropriate for you, is another one that I often have in my mind when I'm talking to you today, for example. What is interesting you truly? Why would you be interested in going through slides with me? I think when I speak from my heart, then hopefully I reach you better. And therefore, please keep in mind, it's about not what I believe, it's about what the others, also where the others are in their life journeys. And therefore we have to really make it interesting and appealing. And that's not always easy. But at the end of the day, we want to, I think, all do good in this world. And that always brings me a lot of hope. So Milan, this was my introduction, a little bit what's on my mind this morning. And I'd love to try. Please connect, dear friends. It's always wonderful to hear and be connected on social media. I really like that, because there's a chance also when you have a project, when you have an alliance, when you need support. I'm trying to be fairly active on LinkedIn, but also on Instagram, to make sure we're weaving this global community together, because we can help each other so much. There are a lot of lessons learned from the Balkans to the Nordics, from Central Europe to America, from Africa back to Europe. All these opportunities we have to start to weave together and harvest. So please therefore stay connected. That would be really, really important. And I think with Milan, we agreed we even have until 10 or 10:30 for this conversation. So please stay with us. Milan, I'd love to, if it's possible, go to the conversation about the questions. And now, guys, please be active as active as possible. I don't see this in front of me yet. Yes, perfect.
Let's see now. Yeah, better.
Thank you very much. We have prepared Mentimeter questions. Please go on www.menti.com. And maybe it's also good to put it in the chat. And the code is 4784796.
Yes.
4784796. Milan, please.
Yes, and I will just put this in the chat so everyone can just copy paste this if they needed to.
Thank you. And that's a wonderful picture, truly. I hope this is in your country. Don't really can.
Almost.
Yeah.
It's a little
Nice.
It's a little bit more green.
Amazing. And we wanted to ask you, please dial into menti.com. Is the COVID crisis slowing down progress towards the circular economy? I think a very interesting question, as we have been in lockdown partly. The focus has been on health, on also making, repairing the disrupted businesses that we have seen. And I'd love to hear from anybody out there what they are thinking. The question is not open for voting, Sasha said.
No. Oh, perfect. Let's see now.
So we have to open it.
Yeah,
Amazing.
that's something
Yes.
happens with Menti. It plays with us.
Yes, the digital technology is COVID crisis. Is the COVID crisis we're all experiencing globally.
As you said, it's amazing how fast we adapt on the new circumstances, isn't it? And that's the real adaptive systems, you know.
Yeah, interesting. We see here a kind of a fight between yes and no. Is the COVID crisis slowing down? Yes, it's slowing down, or no, it's not slowing down. We have a slight majority even for it's not slowing down, which is fantastic. So people are a little bit more positive, and I really like that. So a slightly positive feeling. We had the same when I polled recently with our friends in Turkey. They were even a bit more positive than the audience this morning, but people believe in the opportunity to progress right now, and that's amazing. If you can go to the next question, again, keep it open. Let's see if we get there. Thanks everybody online for playing with us here. The voting closed again. Okay.
Yeah, let's see. All right, now we have a winner fights. So the question is, what negative examples do you see concretely from the COVID crisis? And you have 45 seconds to answer.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that's an interesting one. I mean, we have seen obviously in the last month in the building back better ways of going out of this crisis. Some countries have tried to also implement certain measures. I personally think we should have seen more. I was hoping for a bit more. We have seen some opportunities. For example, in Austria, there was one where the rescue for the airline carrier by the state was linked to certain climate targets. So this was a good example. And some countries have come up with interesting commitments. So what are we seeing? Milan, do you want to go through them or should?
Yeah, let's see why. All right. So the thing is that people don't go out anymore. We say slowing down development of poor countries. Okay, that's an interesting one. It's really a systemic wide impact. We have more virtual conferences. Is it a good or bad? And we have general activities slowed down due to lockdowns.
Yeah, it's an interesting reflection. Slowing down is something that is sometimes considered, and we'll get back to this a bit later, as maybe something even positive. You know, it gives us a chance to reflect. But the development of poor countries definitely has not been so much in the focus. I would see that as well. And virtual conferences are obviously a big change maker. Not only virtual conferences, virtual schooling, all of this. The world has gotten back together. We have, I think, accepted the digital way of working much more, which I think in a mix is really an amazing thing. So it's really, really, really positive. Also this morning, you know, we can focus on getting together here online, and hopefully on next year can focus on even more action together when we see each other. Okay, next question. Hopefully we also ask for the positive then, huh? Yeah. Please, is this a little bit similar than the first question, but seeing one more time, is the COVID crisis an opportunity for change? So does slowing down give us a chance to reevaluate? And here everybody is over. Wow. That's a unanimous vote. Thank you very much. The Balkans goes virtual circularly, has voted that this is a big opportunity for change. And I agree with you. It doesn't make it any easier, but absolutely that's a fantastic opportunity. Okay, let us do the next one.
Okay, let's see, we have question 2 that says, what positive examples do you see in this kind of development? Again, let's see in next 45 minutes.
45 seconds?
Sorry, yeah, that will be really long answer for 45 minutes.
You guys have 45 seconds. What positive examples do you see? I have mentioned one before, tying really the rescue packages, trying to financing that we are seeing coming up to new targets. I think the circular economy plan and the package by the European Union is giving a very positive signal. I think that also a positive signal was that the new Biden administration in the US is going to recommit to the Paris Agreement. So that is an important one. And I truly feel if we have more of this positive news, then there is also going to unleash a positive spiral of change.
So,
over to you.
What we have here is less pollution, digital transformation, being able to rethink existing activities, time to re-evaluate and take actions, cleaner planet, decrease raw material, I would say, consumption, cooperation is enhanced, and finally, resources stay in the country, much more time for ourselves. All right, wow, that's a very complex one, the last one.
Rethink existing activities and cooperation enhanced. Yes, I think this year, according to the big Paris Agreement of 2015, there was a necessity to this year for the first time go down with the trend with climate emissions, so with greenhouse gas emissions. And actually, it's happening this year. It's interesting, and definitely, according to all experts, has to do less pollution is here. The first answer has to do with the with less air travel, with us moving less. And I think while maybe this is not yet here, the optimal situation has shown again what is positive. So I also think fantastic positive examples. Also cooperation enhanced. That's maybe even bigger one. I think that's hopefully there to stay, and not only a short-term measure. So let's go to the next question. And again, thanks for the organizers for the Balkan Circular Economy Conference. Question 3 of 3. Mentimeter, please.
No. What? Okay, this is the one. What we need to do right now to accelerate the progress?
Yes. Is that our last question?
Yes, it is.
Fantastic. So what do we need right now? It's a topic about which I want to talk about a little bit later as well. And I've talked about the need to make that change sexy and to really act and to come from a place of radical transparency. That's I think all key to accelerate progress from our mindset. But I'm really interested of seeing what you guys are putting out there. And then we go into a short presentation from my side. Still 5 seconds. I'm really interested what's going to come here now.
All right. So what we see is, wow. Collaborate, transparency, no selfishness. Educate, learn more, accept that we need to change. Rethink, reuse, revalue. Cooperate and build new initiatives, network with people. All right, these are also well in line. If I would say that if I would say that we didn't talk about aligning between our talks yesterday and today, people would not believe me because you are touching many points actually about transparency, collaboration, etc. And now people here are also showing this similar attitude.
Yeah, that's the amazing thing about this Mentimeter things, right? So if you in the talks yesterday, if what we see now is actually evaluate, reconfirming what you have been talking about yesterday. I mean, has nothing to do with me truly. It just apologies. It just is an opportunity to see what do people out there think, and they're talking about collaborate transparently. That's amazing. To learn more, accept how we need to change, cooperate, educate. It's really wonderful difference to see that. So thanks. That closes our first part to get you all a bit involved, and that's fantastic. Thank you very much for all your answers. And Milan, we can close the screen. And when I was on stage and we could still be in rooms together, I sometimes try to do a little exercise to get us in the same mode. And I don't want to go now into a meditative experience. While I still believe that we should put some music on, and Milan and I were definitely discussing that. I'd love to, and please share if you have any ideas. Would love to integrate music more with this kind of conversations and talks we have. But it's something that I'm exploring with at the moment. So if you have any good idea for that, let me know. But I want to take 3 breaths with you, 3 times a deep breathing. So that maybe you let your shoulders loose, and for one. We're gonna inhale and let everything go that we don't need. So just we inhale a fresh air. And I want to encourage you to let everything out. We absolutely don't need in this moment, you know, the negativity, the obstructiveness, the trying to be eager to convince somebody, but really get into the flow of things. The second thing is to breathe in and then breathe out and take everything in that we actually need right now, like courage, like hope, like the willingness to engage others. So I encourage you one more time to breathe in together with me. And then also out. And the second breath has given us a lot of strength to not only go through this 1 hour now together that we still have, but truly to bring in the best in and out of ourselves. So really to tap into our inner strength. And the third piece is, and I truly feel that despite the fact I haven't met Milan, the team, many of you, the feeling of connectedness, I think, is an important one that gives us hope every single day as we are going through tough times. So I encourage you again for the third time to take a breath with me and breathe out and experience and feel a little bit with closed eyes also maybe into the connectedness that brings us all together here today to the wonderful conference that the Balkans Go Circular. Thank you very much for your trust in that. And I think it's a very bold statement. And I said this to the team because it's not a question mark, it's an exclamation mark. We go circular. There's no doubt that this is necessary. And I think the circular economy is such a strong systems approach. I'd love to talk to you about a little bit what systems thinking actually means this morning. It's sometimes taken as granted. And you have fantastic courses online about systemic change. But there are five things that are important, I think, kind of a pillars or the basics of systems thinking that often come back. And one is, and it goes without saying, that it's about interconnectedness. We're not alone. We are part of a system. And I'm going to talk to you about this later again when we talk about circularity. When we see that things are connected, we can start, and it opens a space that we actually can behave differently. That's one. Things are interconnected. Two, that it's about the synthesis of things. That 1 + 1 actually is 5, not 3. You shouldn't tell this to your kids, but more energy together brings an even bigger, better outcome. And it's about one building on the other. You have to accept interconnectedness to be able to build synthesis. Maybe sometimes also call it flow. So really whatever works for you, interconnectedness, synthesis are very important basic principles. The third one is emergence. So we sometimes, as they say, have to get out of our own way to let things appear. And this is going very deep into our belief system as well. Sure, we are able to create a lot of things, but if we truly understand of how nature is moving, how people around us are moving, and understand these deeper currents, then we can see what kind of movement. MacArthur Foundation, Circular Economy, many different hubs all around the world leading this, and I've been always eager to try to bring them together in kind of an international network of things. The fourth one is that in a system, whenever you do something, it has a reaction and it comes also back. So these are called feedback loops. And these feedback loops can be positive or negative, but they're sometimes not what you think they are. So reinforcing feedback loops are not necessarily better, because more and more of the same can also be too much for a system. Think about algae in a pool, in a swimming pool. When it's too much, when they are reinforcing the production of algae and it's getting too much, a system is eventually stopping and malfunctions, doesn't work anymore. While on the other hand, when you have balancing feedback loops, so think about in nature, the example often is given is the prey and predator relationship. That needs to be a balance everywhere so that the system can continue to thrive. And the last one is causality. So you have to decipher how things are influencing each other. It's one of my favorite themes if I'm sitting in the evening and think about a topic, be it this conference or be it something I'm working on at the moment in the team of the climate change negotiations. How can we influence the system? How things are gonna cause how one thing is gonna cause another one. Who do you have to talk to? How can you approach somebody? What kind of levers you have to pull? I think that's really a fascinating one. And so these are 5 things that you should keep in mind when you talk about system thinking. And I think it's a kind of the basic pillars. So the last one was causality, feedback loops, emergence, synthesis, and interconnectedness. And there are many examples out there, and hopefully you have a chance also to look into this topic a little bit more online. And one example I wanted to talk to you about, which is at the moment, as I work for the global climate change negotiations at the moment. So we are thinking of how do we change big systems? It's the same as in circular economy. How do we change a city to go circular, a business to go circular, a business alliance to change? And I want to give an example because it's going to be very prominent very soon. It's the example of stopping the internal combustion engine and the emergence of electric vehicles. And that's been a very interesting one because only, I think 5 or 8 years ago, the International Energy Agency said that normal cars, as we know them now, the cars from the past that have an internal combustion engine will only be phased out in 2070. 2070, well, this is like in 50 years. But we are running out of time, guys. And it's always easy to say we have commitments for 2050, which is great, by the way. But then we have to really go into action. What are the actions in the next year and the next 5 years? Because that's going to make the difference now. And absolutely, I'm also a proponent. You have to know where you're going long term. So the International Energy Agency said 2070. And suddenly, this company Tesla comes into the market and shows everybody that it's also possible to do it differently. And they're not the only ones. We all know that. But they have been very successful. Whatever you think about Elon Musk, they have to be very successful in disrupting the market and showing how disruption is possible. And on top of this, he has also now a very good market evaluation. We have to also admit that. And then we don't have only the people producing the cars, because yes, it's nice to have the supply signal, but you need somebody to buy it, obviously. And that's up to us consumers. But it's also important that the policies around it are shaped in the right way. What did it mean? It suddenly cities like Copenhagen, Mexico, Quito, LA, Vancouver says, we want to be carbon-free zones. We don't want to have any more polluting industry, cars in our cities, because we have commitment to make this city livable for the citizens. And this I find a fascinating move on the way forward, because suddenly the whole discussion is changing. When a city doesn't want it, means in the eventually they will have to change the public space and allow less cars or different cars. So there's a big move coming from the regulators or from the people who are creating public policy. And then suddenly, there's big movements coming like Extinction Rebellion. Anyway, the consumer is standing up and saying, we definitely don't want to continue like in the past. And then suddenly also the people who invented the internal combustion engine, like Mercedes, the fantastic German car makers, say, we have to change our targets. And now Mercedes committed to a target to go to a net zero by 2039. It still sounds a long time, but given the fundamental change we need to see, they are saying 2039 is the last internal combustion engine being produced by us. I mean, and this would have been possible when all these different pieces of the puzzle, that system thinking, systems analysis, wouldn't have to start moving, because they're coming back to the principles we just talked about. They are interdependent. There are feedback loops between the different, because when a policymaker acts, a business person will adapt to these new opportunities. We need to see things emerging, and absolutely everything is interconnected. So this is kind of systems thinking applied, and we can talk about it also from a circular economy perspective, obviously, what happens in cities, but not now. I just wanted to share this because it happened in the last days, and I was very happy to also see the car maker then also commit to a different goals for the future, because these goals are important. And this was kind of talking about system thinking. And then I wanted to share some things that often annoy me, and I wanted to share it with you also to get some feedback from you. It really annoys me sometimes that it seems that people who want change, like hopefully people on the call, have to argue why we want change. And so I called them the 5 PSs of why we shouldn't change. And please help me to refine them. Because this needs to be crowdsourced, but I want to test them with you, and leave your comments or send me ping me on Instagram or LinkedIn if you totally cannot relate to this. One is, people often say, and when they're talking to me, I am powerless. And then it often shocks me, because yes, we are only one person, that's true. But as we are part of a system, we have actually opportunity to impact a system. And that's how we have to think of ourselves. We're connected in so many different ways, in our families, in our organizations, in businesses, as voters. So our opportunities, especially given the digital power we have now at our fingertips, is enormous. That is one. The second thing is, the current system is good. That's what people sometimes seem to argue when they say, why are you arguing for systems change? And then we say, yeah, but we all know that so many things are happening that actually don't work anymore. You know, the mass extinction of animals, wildfires, the destruction of the environmental space, bigger inequality all over the world, a few benefiting. It just doesn't work at the moment. Climate change on top of everything, obviously, which I didn't want to forget. So let's not get ourselves into the weak position here. Let's be very firm and say the facts all speak a certain language, and we have a new generation that demands this change much faster. So never get onto the back foot, I think, as they say in English, and let yourself be overwhelmed when somebody doesn't understand it. I think we need to definitely be patient and compelling, but it's important to also stand our ground. And then it's unclear what we need to do. That's the third one. Third one, favorite, unclear what to do. Recently, an insurance company said to me, we have a problem because there are 180 definitions of circular economy out there. But truly, it's not about the definition of a circular economy. Yes, they're all slightly different, but I'm going to get back to you at when I was CEO at Circular Economy, we did an analysis of all these 100 plus definitions, and you can boil them down to 7, 8, or 10. I really don't care what you use, which framework, just use a framework. That's really good. You reuse a framework, and we're all smart enough. So I often sense my bullshit smeller says when people hide behind the definition of things, we have to call them out and also say, I believe it's not about the definition, it's about making this into action, which is hard. That's where the hard part starts. It's not about the definition. Then division versus inclusion would be my fourth difficult thing to accept. I think the division is often driven between all of us, to incentivize individual action rather than collective action, something really hard to understand and accept. I've recently become very interested in the commons network. So how do we actually create commons digitally in our public places that we care again together, that we can take care again together of the things that we value most in this world. So that's an important one. And the fifth one, I mean, that's not a bullshit one, but what it definitely needs for systems change, what you cannot forget, and then the last travel I did to Switzerland, a person stood up after I was speaking and said, don't forget one thing, courage. And I definitely believe that. I don't say all these things very lightly that I say to you this morning, but I believe in them very deeply. When we talk about radical collaboration, 1 + 1 is 5, that we really have to go beyond ourselves. This is all not easy. And that's why it's so fantastic that Milan and his team, the Balkans Go Circular, with all the partners I see, Climate Kick, Clean Tech, the Chambers of Commerce, Athena, the Wuppertal Institute, Circular Economy Beacons, what a fantastic word, that this all have to come together to build community. And with this community, we're going to have to support to actually change. I think that's really, 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 really important. It needs a lot of courage to be the one that says, actually, let's do it differently, guys. But I think in the end of the day, this is where we want to go. Okay, these were a couple of thoughts on this morning, and I hope it was a bit useful. Milan, am I okay on time? Can you give me just a thumbs up or thumbs down that I would like to talk about circularity if it's is next? Yeah?
Yeah, perfect timing, and you can freely talk about this. Well, we're going to harvest maybe some questions if we have, but please. Do we have some comments in the meantime in the chat? Anything that came up? Otherwise, we're going to go into the presentation. Yeah, just words of praise. That you're great and that you're highly energetic for this early morning. People are happy actually joining Zoom from YouTube, so which is good.
Yeah, fantastic. That's good. Please leave comment. We're also on Instagram Live. My social media team said we have to do this. I want to share a story that I had with Milan before, because we're going to talk a little bit about, and I don't know what time it is actually. It's 10 o'clock. So maybe 15 minutes about circular economy and the COVID crisis. And I had an interesting experience yesterday when I was going to the shared car service, and I told Milan and the team just before when we were preparing this morning and had a coffee together that I opened the car, and for my surprise, a homeless person has used the shared car in Amsterdam for getting some protection from the cold. And it was a very strange moment, I have to tell you, because I truly believe that this COVID situation will not make it easy economically for all of us. And then crisis, as we have seen before, we all positive about change, but changing economic times when it's going to get harder, looking for the right thing to do is also going to sometimes get harder. And this homeless person in the morning just made me again feel grateful. That was my feeling. Yes, we can share some food and some warm drinks with homeless people. I think that's always a good thing to do. Structurally, we have to try really to keep the economy to change the economy in a good way, but give people a hope and not desperation that we all can go through this together. And therefore, obviously, interesting thoughts are out there, like the whole discussion about the universal basic income is a very interesting one that can also take maybe for the future away a couple of the fears of the future, because fear will not help us to go through this in a healthy way, I believe. I just want to share the story of my morning yesterday with you, because I believe we have to take care of each other. That's what I wanted to say, and I mean this very humbly. Let's take care of each other, the ones that we are more fortunate at this moment, to the ones and with the others that are less fortunate maybe. And this COVID crisis, and thanks for listening and really tuning in. A colleague from South America last time put this wonderful virus. I think it's really a 3D animation of the COVID virus. We had some questions to you at the beginning. Thanks for answering them. And we have seen a couple of things in that time really emerge. And one is that the old system, we've talked about this before, and the question was always, is the circular economy now a good answer? And you can also Google, I think there was maybe 3-4 months ago in the Financial Times, the Ellen MacArthur Foundation with a couple of very famous CEOs, again, put the call out there saying the circular economy remains a good answer. And absolutely, it is a good answer in a crisis or not in a crisis. And hopefully we can use the crisis to advance the progress much faster. We've seen the vulnerability of global supply chains. That was a big one for me. So it was the delivery of my own phone. The phone just didn't arrive for weeks. It maybe took 3 months, something that normally takes a week. And these global supply chains with our highly specialized economy just doesn't fit anymore the needs we're going to have in the future of local economies. When we all panic about lockdowns, we have to be self-sufficient in a way, and I very much believe in this. And I think circular economy has this core. Now I hear the bubble. It was also interesting that through this current crisis, we saw that health, the well-being of people became a real topic that also policymakers put at the center of attention, because it was partly underestimated. I like this very much when we were working with my friend Kate Raworth, the author of Donut Economics. We discussed on how can we bring donut thinking to Amsterdam and mix it with circular economy thinking. And it's very applicable, obviously. The city of Amsterdam said, what is the most important in the future? It is to have thriving citizens, because they make for a thriving city. I think so. Health, well-being, super important reminder. We talked about this morning already. Sorry for the duplicity. That we need a community to hold ourselves, to keep ourselves straight, accountable. And I think myself as well, by just being cut off from traveling a lot, we had a chance to reconnect. And I think in the answers, Milan, was very interesting. People said, let's also connect again. Let's bring this to the communities and create transparency. And I think that's an important one. And something we also learned is obviously economic realities, the policy frameworks we have, and where we want to go still diverges a lot. So we should call that out and make this into action points. It's my favorite, Star Wars, obviously. Where we want to go is not business as usual, guys. We want to do not a little bit less bad. That was good enough for the 2000s or for the 1990s. Let's do a little bit less bad. No, we need to do fundamentally better. And I think for us as humans, this is also the way to go, because fundamentally better will also be for us humans the next step. We are systems, and we have discussed this before. That's the one page explanation of circular economy. I think a fantastic one by circular economy. I really like it. We have the butterfly diagram from the Ellen MacArthur Foundation. And I think, again, it's not, please, about which framework you use a framework all fantastic organizations out there that are busy with that. I like frameworks that make it more human to explain. So the butterfly diagram is one, but this one is such a nice one because normally it's this linear way of doing things where you make something from a resource, and in the end of the day, 90% of the things, and that's crazy, are either incinerated or put into the ground in some kind of dump. And that's stupid. We all know that. You wouldn't do this in your own house. You wouldn't just throw everything away in your garden or incinerate it. But the circular economy is like this addition to Western medicine. It's this Chinese medicine, a holistic way of thinking about things that is regenerative and redistributive. And I think these are very powerful words, also used by Kate Raworth sometimes, that I like to think about. Redistribution is something in society I think we have to think about more, and regeneration. So how we do not less bad, but how actually we regenerate with everything we are doing, the system around us. And some companies like Patagonia really have to start to think about this. And how do you do this? This is on this slide. You are kind of cycling back, closing the loops by maintaining, reusing, and refurbishing, recycling. Don't get caught up in a conversation when somebody says circular economy is recycling.
Yeah.
Answer is yes, it is also, but it's also one small part of it. Really important. We discussed this a little bit this morning when I was giving you my heart speech about where we are today. That's really, let's design systems where the human and the planet is at the center of our thinking. It's not the economy. The economy is us. I think we should be inspired by nature. Often this is mentioned. I think it's a difficult one because we can't always reference to nature because we have evolved so much. But it's amazing how inspiring nature is in its systems that are set up for the long term. I think that's the interesting piece. And for this all, we have to be radically transparent. We have to be inclusive.
Harold,
yeah.
If you would like maybe to answer two questions are here popping up.
Fantastic. Is this in the chat?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
One is from Adriana, which asks, which is the strongest argument to stimulate the change, actually? Because we're talking about radical and disruptive changes, right?
What's the strongest argument to advocate for change?
Exactly.
Milan, what do you think?
Wow, that's a good one. But, well, we don't have any space or time to move back. So we can only move in one direction, that is the regenerative one that you told.
Yeah. I'm trying to think as well. Because it's what's the strongest argument that we have to change?
I mean, also the thing is that people quite often ask me how to sell circular economy. It's not about selling, it's about understanding where you stand and what are your opportunities for the future. So
yeah. No, in this I totally agree with you. I think a good argument is that we can do better together, I believe. That why do we need to accept rules from the past that for many haven't worked? Maybe I would throw it back. What's her name? Sorry, I didn't hear the name.
Adriana.
Maybe I would even reflect it back to people and say, are we satisfied with the current situation? Sometimes I ask myself and also my kids sometimes, is this all we have got? Is this really the best we can give? I think when we give the best, that's so inspiring. Then we are kind of in sync with the flow and the universe. I really like that. And I think we all feel when we are slightly off there and when we are on the linear side, when we think about, maximize profits, all about ourselves. I don't think, and that's my argument, this leads to happiness. Yeah. I think what we discussed this morning, like transparency, collaboration, 1 + 1 is 5, leads to more happiness for me. And I think many people resonate with that. So I would ask maybe people not to make an argument, but what is, where do you think what makes you happy? And what does it mean like and look like to bring this to the world and to the economy? Okay, and if you have this kind of basic principles by the person who asks you, then it's what kind of is circular economy maybe an interesting approach? I would turn it around. Obviously, we can give the hard facts, the 10, I think that I had this at some point in my head, the 10, 100,000 and 10,000. We have 10 more years. This is the hard facts, 10 more years till 2030 with climate change to avoid climate chaos. And to be honest, with system thinking, this might all go faster, with the ice caps melting, etc. It's happening at a speed that we didn't want to see before. I think 100 was the extinction of animals on the planet, species. That 1,000 was still 1,000 times more subsidies for fossil fuel than for the bioeconomy. And 10,000 is 10,000 wildfires were, I think, raging in the middle of this year on the planet at one given point of time. So I think we can also say this would be interesting examples and what has caused this kind of damages and bad reactions. Please, yeah, I hope this answered a little bit. That's how I would. It's always difficult to say yes, no. Answers are a very short one, but this would be my explanation how I would try to convince people, or how I would respond to people. We can't convince. We can just see if we can inspire them to look into the same direction. Milan, what's the second question?
Exactly. The second question comes from Martin, who asks, I wonder if Harald may comment on the relationship, role, and responsibilities of circular economy for climate action and the Paris Agreement. So
a responsibility for circular. Sorry, I had to sneeze.
No problem.
The circular economy responsibility for climate action. Is this what you said?
Yes, relationship, role, and responsibility of circular economy for climate action and the Paris Agreement.
Yeah, fantastic question. Love it. Why? Because it's not happening enough. And it always pissed me off that the circular economy world sometimes seems to be de-linked from the climate change world. And so some of you know I was the last 3 years until February this year, CEO of Circular Economy, which is an impact-based organization in Amsterdam. That was really working hard on this transition. And now I work on the team of the Global Climate Action Champion, who tries to bring businesses, cities, investors, faith-based organization into the race to net zero and towards a world that avoids climate chaos and creates a sustainable future. And I think there is a big responsibility that the circular economy is a means to an end. Let's never forget that, a means to an end to achieve something. Exactly. So what are the main goals? I think thriving cities, thriving people is one. To have a healthy planet and therefore a healthy climate is another one. So, and I recognize the fact it's not always easy, because in the circular economy, we talk about systems change. We have different impact parameters. And one of them, I think, should be the environment and the climate one. Obviously, there are economic ones as well, there are financial ones, and there are also the ones on the government side. But definitely a big responsibility for anybody who is involved in circular economy to think about how this has a positive impact on climate and hopefully net negative emissions, whatever you are doing. And let's really try to have this conversation at the same time. One of our most urgent questions of our time has to be involved from the circular economy world. Sometimes it seems to be absent, but I think a more alignment or a closer collaboration between these two spaces is really important. Yeah. Thanks. Milan, continue to interrupt me. It's such a fantastic morning to see also people voicing their concerns or their input, speaking from their heart. And honestly, I come back to what Milan said, and I said in the morning, I'm only a student of all of this. It just, I also happen to be a student that is interested in many different issues, to my own annoyance sometimes, and to the annoyance of my own mom, who always said that's one of my big strengths, but also big weaknesses, because things are interconnected. That's why it's so hard to leave out one space. And again, when you have any ideas how we can bring music and circular economy more together and the impact field, let me know. So we go back to our little conversation about what needs to happen now. I think we can keep this also very short, because we want to be finished like in 13 minutes, I think. What needs to happen now? As always, we need to make a plan. With Circle, when we're there, we made plans for cities and countries, and we had initial gap reports, or we said, this is a strategy for your city where you want to go. City of Amsterdam saying thriving cities and thriving citizens by 2030. This has to happen. This is what we have to change economically, socially, environmentally. But don't fall for, we know where we're going. No, you have to define truly with the stakeholders that you're working with, where you want to go. Fostering collaboration, therefore, the most interesting piece is where when we, for example, in my own home country, Austria, we did the gap analysis, how circular Austria is, which is also below 10%, then you can see that the discussion at the beginning of where we want to go and what does the analysis show brings the stakeholders together. And we manage that not only policymakers are in the room, but when we invite the businesses, civil society organizations, and have this conversation from the beginning, we're creating kind of a buy-in. And that's the interesting piece. Wherever you work with this buy-in from the beginning, building the multi-stakeholder alliances that we want to see. And from this then go into, this is our goal, and then break it down into action plans and accountability. It's very important, I think. Shaping incentives along this way. Incentives always help. Tax incentives for products from secondary use would always be good and appreciated from any policymaker. Happened in Sweden, was always a positive example that's being given. But definitely give incentives to circular behavior would be a recommendation from me to any policymaker. And therefore, also give the opportunity for circular businesses to thrive. And I think, Milan, you talked to a couple of startups that are also hopefully on the call and part of your conference. That is really important. We have to show it works. And there are fantastic entrepreneurs out there, but they're all working with 3 times the pressure as a normal entrepreneurs, because they don't want to only make money. Hopefully they also want to do societally the right thing, and then also have the right impact parameters. That's really a tough job, and incentives have to be created for this. I want to jump this a little bit. Basically, a systems map, a circular economy map can be done. And this was the one before. This was done by circular economy for a city. It's always a very nice scale in a city. How do the resources flow through a city, and how can this be changed? Because it makes it so clear that there are resources that at the end, that you see on the right side here, are coming out of a process, can obviously be used in a new process. So no, there's no waste to any process. There can be a resource for another one. On a country level, it's not only happening in Austria and Norway, we did analysis, but also with UNDP and Shifting Paradigms, there was a fantastic analysis being done in Asia, here with Laos. It's online, you can see it, an alternative development perspective for Laos, to try to help also emerging economies to steer away from what they call the resource curse. So when you have resources, be it gold, be it cobalt, be it wood, be it oil, don't just sell it. It's just such a short-term focused thing. No, think long-term, and think circularly. Obviously, it would help you to break that pattern as well. Very interesting one to look, and we come back and coming to the end slowly also. It's truly, this year has to be action, action, action. And on my social media, you will find different frameworks. The one that I like very much is the Wheel of Opportunity. So you can just print it. I think it's on my Instagram account, where with Circle, we did this analysis. Fantastic colleague who said, okay, it doesn't matter. We have all these different definitions of circularity. You don't need to reinvent one. But when you boil it down to 7 key pillars, these were the ones that came out. Sure, it can be more complex, but this is just a good starting point. And we also added to these different pillars creative questions. So when we talk about regenerative resources, yes, sure, it's renewable energy, that's one, but also how can you reuse, like the example, bread to beer in Glasgow, how can you use the waste of a certain system as a resource for something else? Renewable energy with the enormous breakthrough in the last years, it's obviously a great example that solar is now so competitive, and hopefully other regenerative energy sources will be as competitive in the future. And preserving and extending what's already made. Again, on the left side here, you see the resource-oriented things. On the right side of this scheme, you see more the things that are underlying.
Harold, sorry for interrupting. Would you are you sharing the presentation so people can maybe?
I thought I'm sharing. No,
I was sharing, but okay. Yeah, let's see.
I'm not sharing. Oh, that's embarrassing. The whole time I'm not sharing.
No, but we had a nice picture of you there on screen.
Oh my God, I apologize.
Never mind. I mean, we will if it's okay, we can maybe.
Yes, I totally.
Okay, great. Okay.
I'm talking into a presentation. I thought you all see that. Big apologies. Oh my God. You're very polite not to interrupt me earlier. So sorry.
Yeah, I just realized that you might have, because you're talking like from the heart.
I hope it was not too boring the last
No, come
hour
on.
that we were talking about the world and why we have to change and what holds us back and bringing this back to circular economy. So dear friends all over where you are now online, these are kind of the 7 pillars that we identified when I was with circular economy and what can drive systems thinking and circular economy forward. You'll find them on my Instagram account. Just look at it, and I really liked the combination. We kind of sorted them, arranged them into the wheel of opportunity. And in the wheel of opportunity, you have questions to can answer yourself. So it can get you today on the journey to circularity, towards the circular economy. You don't have to wait for a consultant or a specialist. You know, we are all specialists. If you have the heart in the right place, I can assure you the circular economy comes as something very naturally, something very natural. And I was talking on the left side, there are these pillars that are coming and looking at change from the resourcing perspective. So use regenerative resources, that's obviously a no-brainer. Preserving and extending what we already have. That's a difficult in our society, obviously, especially around Christmas. Everybody wants the newest thing immediately. And I think therefore we have to rethink. Just fast fashion can't be a thing in the 2021 anymore. The madness that all of us are part of when we are shopping on Black Friday, online shopping is just not a very good thing from a circular perspective to do. Because things are just when they are sent back and not used, they are mostly destroyed by the production companies, because it's just cheaper to do it, and that's the big problem. So we don't need, I want to go here a bit further, don't need only to rethink the business model, but we need to rethink all policy frameworks, because a lot of this is policy as well. Business model, different business models obviously give very interesting ways forward. For example, when you have a leasing of clothes, the famous example, you have the leasing of the jeans, or my friend
Mud jeans.
Art, the mud jeans. But that's not only the only example, you know, several, also Patagonia, I think it's going this direction. Keep things in use, and when you incentivize somebody and say, this is, you pay a rent, you're not buying it, but we take it back and we produce a new product, a new a piece of clothes of it. I think that's a powerful one. This rethinking the business model is a tough one, because it changes all the financial flows, it changes the balance sheet. And we did this case study with Fairphone, and we really had 6 months to solve it together with the producer, the user, the insurance company, and the financier. It's not an easy thing to do. It's possible though. It's really possible. In the center of it, it's the collaboration. And the collaboration, I think a good example that always stuck in my mind is that Ford, the car producer, comes together with a ketchup company to make from the materials that are not used when you make ketchup. So the peel, you can make a material, a biomaterial that you can use in the car instead of plastic. That's an interesting symbiosis. Unlikely allies we haven't thought about could collaborate and can come up with a new value. That's an interesting example. I like the thinking of new value creation, by the way. So it's all about in the circular system. It's another good framework, is how can we keep things at its highest value for a long time. Design for the future. And now I'm going to wrap it really up, because we are far in time. And yes, we can share this presentation. Obviously, again, sorry for talking without the presentation before. I hope you were not bored. Designing for the future. Think about the future when you are making anything. Because when you have designed something, a building, for example, it's kind of locked in for a rather long time, and the flexibility for change changes. There were also here in Holland, for example, the discussion about the Circular Design Center. Fantastic work being done, circular design. You will find that also online. Really, really, really a very important topic, and an important kind of mastery. And digital technology, one of my favorite ones, you know. All the sensors we have are amazing opportunity to do much better. The optimization of truck routes when we talk about the waste system, or new opportunities in reverse technology. When we talk about infrastructure, that's really reverse logistics. That's a very important one. So we make actually possible that all these resource streams are linked. There are fantastic people working on online marketplaces that are connecting used materials and trying to connect them with new users. So digital technology, also the blockchain, it's not the one fits all solution, but blockchain technology can also create much more transparency around the supply chain. I think that's really a very, very strong feature for the future. So try it out. I don't have all the answers for you. We were talking quite a little bit this morning, Milan, from, I think we came from where our heart is at the moment, that we bring ourselves in the same space, and that we need to be really courageous, that this systems, the need for systems change needs us all to connect, that we need to inspire people, make the whole thing really sexy. I tried to give you an example of how systems can change very fast when we talked about the ending of the internal combustion engine, the normal car as we know it, that is polluting very much and is only used by a person or two. So how this can be changing into a world where we think about mobility much more integrally. And now I try to also explain you a little bit, or share my experience, not explain, but share my experience. What are really key takeaways for me, having worked and studied the topic of circular economy now for a while, that really it's important to know where you are starting from, investing in this analysis, and build the stakeholder alliances around it. I think that's really a very powerful one. And therefore I want to leave it. And I hope that we have a couple of more conversations, maybe at the end, Milan. It's 10:30 now.
10:30,
if there are any questions, I would be happy to do so. But we also, as I promised you, try to stop on time. And thanks all of you for the fantastic opportunity to share this morning a little bit.
Harald, thank you very much. 3 words that we are sharing through this conference is enjoy the speakers and high-level conversations. Engage, actually, to get most of the things that are actually here for you as participants. And at the end, excel. But excel is more towards follow up, what comes after this. And Harald and myself had pleasure to discuss about, okay, it's nice to talk about these things, but we really need to sit and produce some activities together already in the next year, so to get things moving from ground zero. So amazing. Amazing.
Do we have more questions?
No. Well, these are mostly comments that were forwarded by other participants. There was one, if we can have the presentation, we will manage to do this, right? As I understood you correctly.
Yes.
And
yeah, wonderful to stay in touch. I'll try to dial in later today. And perfect. Milan, thank you so much for organizing, and thanks for all of you out there for a fantastic time, and hopefully see you next time in person too. Thank you very much.
Harald, thank you very much once again. I would just like to inform all the participants that are currently on the Zoom link that they can follow the following panel discussion that will be held by major stakeholders from Serbia, but it will be translated in English, so you can enjoy that conversation in order to see what is actually happening in Serbia. On the other, in hall 3, we have again the panel discussion in Bulgaria that is being discussed about similar things. So please feel free to just join the Zoom directly through this link, or if you are looking the whole conference over the stream, please just refresh your page, because the Zoom link will be then refreshed together with you, and then you will be able to join the whole discussion. I would dearly like to help Harald and join definitely in his active speech or action-directed speech, that we need to come together, collaborate transparently and honestly as soon as in January 2021. Harald, thanks once more. Thank you,
fantastic. See you soon.
See you soon.
Talk later. Bye-bye.
Perfect, bye-bye. So for everyone, just one more time, please just join over the Zoom link, which I will do the same right now, because I'll be there also. See you soon then.
The next topic is the economic case for a sustainable recovery.
Today, I will be speaking about sustainable transition, and I will also be focusing my talk on circularity, because the circular economy is an important mobilizer, if not the most important mobilizer for the transition to sustainability. These days, I always start my talks with a reference to the three big tsunamis that we are simultaneously facing. The COVID-19 pandemic, which we are trying to handle through social distancing measures and, of course, biomedical research aiming for the vaccine, which the pandemic is, of course, causing
Можеш ли водиш, молим те, само jedan, samo da mi kažeš da se čuje zvuk daleki.
Human lives. The pandemic, however, is also causing an even bigger tsunami, which refers to economic recession. The economic recession that is produced due to the pandemic is really unprecedented, and it will be quite difficult to avoid to make the pandemic turn into a major economic and financial crisis that will outlast the health crisis. We know that in order to contain the economic effects of the pandemic, we need to keep the workforce employed, even if guaranteed. We need governments to channel financial support to public and private institutions that support vulnerable citizen groups. We need SMEs to be safeguarded against bankruptcy, and we need policies to support the financial system as non-performing loans will mount. At the same time, many countries and many multilateral institutions are putting together fiscal packages comparable to the crisis-related loss of GDP in order to stimulate a recovery of the economy. And of course, these packages will be financed by national debt. The third crisis that we are facing is the climate crisis. This is a crisis that we've been facing for a few decades now, and it refers to the urgency of limiting global warming to not more than 1.5 degrees Celsius increase. Beyond this increase, the risk of extreme weather events and poverty for hundreds of millions of people will significantly increase. At the moment, there is no country that is not experiencing the drastic effects of climate change. These effects translate into annual average economic losses for climate-related disasters that are in the hundreds of billions of dollars, and they also translate into millions of deaths and billions of people injured. The 2019 United Nations Environmental Programme Emissions Gap Report indicates that in order to meet this target of 1.5 degrees Celsius maximum increase, we need to cut down emissions by 68% by 2030. What we need to do is try to get on a sustainable growth path. What does it mean being on a sustainable pathway? Well, it means that we are following an organizing principle for meeting human development goals while sustaining the ability of natural systems to provide the natural resources and economic services upon which the economy and society depends. It means that we are on a pathway that is both environmentally sustainable and economically and socially sustainable. Sustainability means development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to do the same. What do we have in place that will allow us to move forward? Well, quite a lot. In 2015, 193 countries have signed the United Nations Agenda 2030 with the 17 SDGs and the 169 targets within these 17 SDGs. And these 17 SDGs relate to all that has to do with people, the planet, and their prosperity. An interaction between people and the planet that is prosperous for the people, but also for the sustainability of nature. In a few months later, we, again in 2015, we have the Paris Climate Agreement, where 197 countries have agreed to limit global temperature increase to well below 2 degrees Celsius, which means that the countries will need to limit their emissions of greenhouse gases. Since 2015, the United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network issues a report annually that maps and measures the progress of each and every country in the world with regards to each of the 17 goals. In 2018, the IPCC report, that is the report that is produced by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, warns that 2 degrees increase in global temperature might be too much. We need to limit global temperature increase to 1.5, which effectively means that we have to become zero carbon emissions globally by 2050. In 2019, the United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network, and I'm very happy to be part of it and direct the European hub of the whole network, has announced the 6 transformations to achieve the SDGs. 17 SDGs are a bit too many for government policy prioritization. So what we did is to identify the 6 major areas where transformations need to happen and identify the mixture of SDGs that support these transformations. The 6 areas are education, health, energy decarbonization, sustainable food, land, water, and oceans, sustainable cities and communities, and digital revolution for sustainable development. December 2019, we have the European Green Deal. This is the new growth strategy of the European Union, and it has 4 major axes. Climate neutrality by 2050, protection of biodiversity and human health, climate and clean tech leadership for European companies, and an inclusive and just transition that will leave no one behind. The European Green Deal has 9 explicit policies protecting biodiversity, healthy farm to fork value chain, sustainable agriculture, clean energy, sustainable industry, building and renovating, sustainable mobility, eliminating pollution, and climate action. And it has a climate law to support it and a European climate pact to engage the citizens and the whole community of stakeholders, politicians, policymakers, business, the civil society, the NGOs, the researchers, and technology developers into the transition towards sustainability. The European Green Deal comes with a budget of 1 trillion, half of it coming from EU budget and the income from the European Emissions Trading Scheme, and the other half to be mobilized by public-private partnerships. 2020, we have the coronavirus. We know that flattening the infection curve steepens the macroeconomic recession curve, and this leads to fiscal package measures around the world, and one in Europe called EU Next Generation, amounting to 750 billion, in addition to the 21-27 multi-annual financial framework. And the good news is that this EU Next Generation, the 750 billion are climate and digital mainstream. Any investments that will be financed need to be climate and digital mainstream. And as I said before, it's not just Europe. Europe is an obvious leader in the transition towards sustainability, but we have Canada. In Canada, the Pact for Green New Deal. We have in South Korea a Green New Deal. We have Israel announcing a Green Recovery Plan. The US has a Green New Deal, and the new president-elect is supporting it explicitly. And lastly, and importantly, China announces becoming carbon neutral before 2060. So we have top-down mobilization around the world, and if India was on board, we would have China, the US, and Europe, the 4 bigger emitters around the world, on board towards a sustainability transition. It is important that this sustainability transition engages all stakeholders and also focuses not on stimulus spending, but on transformative spending. This is an important point that I try to make explicit, and it is also important for the emphasis I give to the mobilizing role of circular economy. We had stimulus spending around the world since the great financial crisis of 2008, 2009. We did not manage much. We did not achieve the economic growth that we expected. What is needed now is a fundamental transformation of economic, social, and financial systems that will trigger exponential change in decarbonization rates, strengthen climate resilience, and engage all relevant stakeholders in an inclusive, human-centered growth. And in order to do that, my team, the Cluster on Sustainability Transition, that at the moment numbers more than 100 researchers, we are using systems innovation approach, which is an approach that fosters integrated and coordinated interventions in the economic, financial, political, and social systems and along whole value chain. In systems, by means of the relations, elements are arranged in such a fashion that give rise to a new structure functioning, a structure that will not just produce incremental change. Incremental change is not enough. It would be a new system, a new structure of the system that will produce the transformative and exponential change that we need. And this transformation will happen with all stakeholders engaged in the role of co-designers of the future vision, but also the co-developers of the pathways towards the future vision. We have agreed on our future vision is Agenda 2030, is the European Green Deal. Now we need to co-develop the pathways towards this vision, the technological, policy pathways, and support these pathways with the financial portfolios that will make it happen, will make the transition from today to the future vision possible. It is known that aggressive decarbonization will be needed beyond 2030 to keep temperature increases below 1.5 Celsius. We know that the demand for energy will continue to grow by 62% till 2050. That is from today till 2050, we expect a 62% increase in global power demand. The good news, however, is that renewables are becoming consistently cheaper than fossil fuels. Energy storage installations are increasing exponentially. We have strong energy efficiency improvements potential, and we also have a huge potential for mobilizing the sustainability transition through circular economy. Circular economy is indeed a major driver for sustainability transition. It's an umbrella concept which includes reuse, remanufacturing, repair, recycling, upcycling, eco-design, restorations, industrial symbiosis, composting, and so on. Although we will never reach 100% circularity, circular economy is a transformative production and consumption process. It has the scope to address structural waste in the current systems, and it sets a direction for travel towards sustainability transition. Circular economy focuses on three principles: preserve and enhance natural capital by controlling finite stocks and balancing renewable resources. Second, optimize the resource yields by circulating products, components, and materials in use at higher utility at all times in both technical and biological circles. And principle three, foster system effectiveness by revealing and designing out negative externalities. Circular economy can be instrumental in reducing climate change because it allows design out of waste and pollution, which reduces greenhouse gas emissions across the value chain. It keeps products and materials in use to retain the embodied energy in products and materials, and it allows regeneration of natural systems to sequester carbon in soil and products. Circular economy, as I said before, is a new way of producing and consuming. It is not an economic model, but it has a huge positive economic footprint. It can produce savings of up to 600 billion euro for EU businesses, which translate to 8% of their annual turnover. It is relevant for small, medium enterprises, which are the backbone of the European economy. It has the potential to create 580,000 jobs in innovative design and business models, research, recycling, remanufacturing, and product development. It has the potential to reduce EU carbon emissions by 450 million tons by 2030. It has the potential to reduce the environmental footprint of our consumption and production and optimize waste management, which will boost recycling and reduce landfill. And of course, it has the potential of creating many public-private partnerships, which is, of course, the best model for financing circular economy. A circular economy produces both private benefits in terms of company profits, but also many social benefits in terms of reduced environmental footprint, reduced carbon emissions, which are of course included in the environmental footprint, and social benefits in terms of creating jobs and creating a healthy environment to live in. Circular economy, as I said before, is based on principles of designing out waste and pollution, keeping products and materials in use, and regenerating natural systems. By 2050, we estimate that circular economy will achieve a 56% cut in EU emissions from heavy industry and 45% cut global emissions from steel, cement, plastic, and aluminium. Steel, cement, plastic, and aluminium are industries where we don't have a carbon neutral technology solution to implement. So even if we wanted to implement carbon neutrality in these sectors, technology is not yet available. So circular economy is crucial, especially for these sectors, because it will reduce their emissions to almost half. So circular economy produces economic benefits, jobs, and benefits for companies, profits by restructuring the production process, the distribution process, but also opportunities for new companies. It benefits the individual because it produces a cleaner environment for them to live in, and it benefits the environment because it reduces the environmental footprint of production and consumption activities. And we can measure that. We can measure through life cycle analysis the change in the footprint of a production or consumption process, comparing the status quo with the reduced footprint after one introduces a circular economy model. And then this reduced footprint we can translate into social benefits and monetize these social benefits. This is important because it will allow the benefits of circular economy, both the private and the public, to be included in cost-benefit analysis. Cost-benefit analysis are, again, very important instruments, and we should try to do our best to introduce in cost-benefit analysis not just the obvious private financial benefits, but also the public benefits, which are very important, because cost-benefit analysis will be the instruments that the policymakers will be consulting. So if budget allocation at the European level and the national level are following EU guidelines, European Commission guidelines, they have to produce a cost-benefit analysis for any big project that is co-financed by the European Commission. And it is crucial for us economists to be able to translate both private and public benefits into monetized terms and include them in cost-benefit analysis, so that the important net social value of a transition to circular economy becomes obvious in monetary terms and can influence policymakers. The European Commission has adopted a new circular economy action plan, And this is one of the building blocks of the European Green Deal. And the new action plan announces initiatives along the entire life cycle of products, targeting, for example, their design, promoting circular economy processes, fostering sustainable consumption, and aiming to ensure that the resources are used in the economy for as long as possible. This action plan introduces legislative and non-legislative measures targeting areas where action at the EU level brings real added value. Together with circular economy, of course, we have other mobilizers of the sustainability transition. One obvious mobilizer is, of course, the decarbonization. EU member states have a requirement to produce energy and climate plans. At the moment, we have the national energy and climate plans, which show the decarbonization process and the respective reductions in CO2 emissions in each country. In the EU, we have countries that are carbon neutral, countries that have a phase-out plan to become carbon neutral, countries that are discussing such plans, and a few countries, not many, that do not have an agreement on phasing out fuel yet. What is important to note is that on the 17th of September, the President of the European Commission has announced an increased ambition for decarbonization from 41% to 55%, at least 55% compared to 90s levels. This means an increase in needed investment of 350 billion per year until 2030. This is a huge challenge, but this is something that is required if we want to keep the hope that we are going to meet the climate targets for climate neutrality by 2050. National plans should also cover the period to at least 2050. At the moment, they only cover 2030. So we have decarbonization plans up to 2030. And I strongly believe that this is inconsistent with our planetary commitments for 2050. We need to have a plan for 2050 because climate neutrality is only possible by then. Crucial in this decarbonization era is the technological pathways. What kind of technologies do we have to help us drive these pathways? Well, on the 17th of September 2020, the European Commission has announced its annual sustainable growth strategy, and which numbers the reforms and investments to create European flagships. These flagships are Power Up, laid the foundation for hydrogen lit markets in Europe and related investments, Renovate, improve the energy and resource efficiency of buildings, Recharge and Refuel, promote future-proof clean technologies, Connect, provide universal access to rapid broadband services, modernize EUID and key digital public services, Scale Up, increase cloud capacities and develop powerful cutting-edge and sustainable processors, and Reskill and Upskill. That is, focus investments and reforms on digital skills and educational and vocational training for all ages. This will be crucially important because we are in the era of the fourth industrial revolution. The technological advancements have a very rapid pace, and in order to keep up with this pace, we need a major investment in the continuous upskilling and reskilling of the labor force. The other important mobilizer for the transition to sustainability is, of course, through decarbonization, the energy sector. The energy sector should set an ambitious agenda, setting for job creation and climate change goals. The energy sector is important not just for decarbonization reasons, but also for due to the huge potential for job creation and climate change contributions of the energy efficiency industry. If we modernize energy systems, this creates jobs, it brings economic growth, and it also protects the climate. Public sector leadership on investing in clean energy is important because governments directly or indirectly drive more than 70% of global energy investments. And at this moment of crisis, the actions of the governments matter more than ever. In addition, making energy efficiency, renewables, and battery storage central to economic recovery can create a transformative stimulus that will give a big push with regards to jobs creation and will drive reductions in emissions. It is of interest to mention the work of my colleague Robert Pauling, who identifies that 160 million jobs will be created globally from a sustainable transition, while only 4 million will be lost in the fossil fuel industry. When you downscale that to Europe, you have a net increase of approximately 17 million jobs in Europe. This is important. Of course, it will not happen immediately. There are sectors which are able to bring increase in jobs, green sectors that are able to bring immediate increases in jobs. Others can bring this effect, but in the medium or long run. Also, it is important to know that if a country is already on a green pathway, then it is easier for that country to benefit in the short run from increased jobs due to a green recovery. If a country is not yet on a green path, then the jobs effect is more in the medium or long run if the country decides for a green recovery. And of course, in order for all these mobilizers to work, we need the financial sector to respond with sustainable finance. The European Investment Bank has announced that it will end financing fossil fuel energy projects from the end of 2021. So future financing will focus on accelerating clean energy innovation, energy efficiency, renewables, and all investments that will be financed by the European Investment Bank will need to align with the Paris Agreement and the SDGs. And this will need to happen by 2020 now. This sustainable finance endorsement has been followed by the European Central Bank, the European Bank of Reconstruction and Development, many national banks around the world, And now the era of sustainable development is reaching the commercial banks. The era of sustainable finance is reaching commercial banks. This will mean that investments will have to follow EU taxonomy. The EU taxonomy has been published in 2019, and it is an explicit classification system for sustainable economic activities, which creates a common language for investors and lenders. It allows scale-up private and public investments to finance the transition to climate neutral and green economy. And the big challenge here is to connect green taxonomy with financial instruments in order to achieve a financial ecosystem that really mobilizes the transition to sustainability. At the same time, we know, of course, that we also have some additional economic instruments that are functioning for quite some time now, trying to change behavior at citizen level, but also our country level with regards to emissions. Change behavior and also incentivize clean tech innovation and adoption of these innovations. So we have CO2 taxes, emissions trading schemes, sustainable insurance, transition bonds, and so on. A very quick look at carbon taxes and ETS, emissions trading schemes. Over the last decade, we have 51 carbon pricing schemes, and 25 of them are in the form of ETS, predominantly introduced at subnational level, and 26 of them in the form of carbon taxes, mostly implemented at national level. Among the countries that have already submitted their nationally determined contributions to Paris Agreement, 88 countries have stated their intent to implement carbon pricing as part of their national climate policies. With regards to the EU ETS, the emissions trading system, this is the largest multinational greenhouse gas emission trading scheme in the world. It was created in conjunction with the Kyoto Protocol, and now it's at its fourth phase, covering the period that we are entering now, 2021-2030. Basically, what we have today is a revised framework for EU ETS to enable the achievement of EU's 2030 emission reduction targets. And this framework also focuses on strengthening the EU ETS and as an investment driver by increasing the pace of annual reductions in allowances to 2.2% as of 2021 and reinforce the market stability reserve. That is the mechanism established to reduce the surplus of emission allowances in the carbon market and improve the ETS resilience to future shocks. Because we've seen with the COVID, we had an over supply of ETS exactly because we had the lockdowns and the stop of the economic activity. The ETS for me is important because it's an instrument that focuses on helping industry and the power sector to meet the innovation and investment challenges for the low carbon transition via several low carbon funding mechanisms. So what is important here is to construct and refine the ETS in a way that allows this particular incentivization towards innovation and investments of low carbon. Economic instruments should never punish, should be efficiently designed in order to incentivize the transition towards sustainability. And in order to be efficient incentivizers, you need to make sure that the alternative technology is there and the alternative technology is available at an affordable price. If you have these two conditions functioning, and at the same time you earmark the receipts of taxes or emission trading systems to climate neutral investments or lump sums back to the people that are paying these taxes, then you have acceptance, you have transparency, and you have efficient implementations of measures. I'm saying all this just to indicate why we have yellow vest phenomena. It's not that people are against protecting their climate, is that people feel trapped in high taxation and no alternatives. And this brings me to the need to be able to see the total picture holistically and be quite aware of the fact that whatever you introduce to people should be efficient and equitable. And you should also always have in mind measures to counterbalance the regressive effects of decarbonization policies. Lump sum transfers, reduction in income tax, VAT tax, or electricity tax, targeted energy efficiency measures, job retraining programs, compensation funds for low-income groups. One very efficient instrument for mobilizing the sustainability transition is the green or so-called transition bonds that can help leverage private funds for the European Green Deal budget, and it can help the implementation of the European Green Deal and also the identification and financing of additional recovery investments. A green bond has the same financial characteristics of a conventional bond, with the specific commitment that the proceeds for the bond will be used to finance green projects and deliver environmental benefits. There is no globally agreed methodology for establishing which projects are green, but EU taxonomy is instrumental with regards to that because it allows explicit identification of a sustainable economy. So now we have the framework in which green bonds can work efficiently. An example of a very successful green bond is a green bond that Enel has issued. It has placed 3 green bonds on the European markets, and all of them were oversubscribed, and they produce very promising results, which were earmarked to specific sustainable development goals. So in closing, what I had to say, I would say never waste a good crisis. The current economic crisis produced by the pandemic will be more severe than the 2008 financial crisis. We already see that. And at the same time, the decarbonization challenge is even more urgent. At the moment, my suggestion, my recommendation should be to invest in projects to control the pandemic, to create jobs, and embrace the green taxonomy that will allow us to explicitly identify the investments that support the implementation of Agenda 2030 and the European Green Deal. Important investments should be in renewable energy, wind, solar, kickstart the clean hydrogen economy, and also climate adaptation investments. Climate adaptation is important because it produces a triple dividends, it produces economic benefits from the investment, it safeguards people from extreme weather conditions, and it protects the environment. As I said before, clean transport and logistics is important and part of the European Green Deal and part of the SDGs. Food security and smart agriculture will be important. Secure ICT networks are important. And finally, the circular economy and a massive renovation wave for buildings and infrastructure will be important. For all this to happen, we need to reskill and upskill our labor force and create new opportunities. The transition should leave no one behind. We should finance everybody who is already sustainable, but also all those that are willing to commit to becoming sustainable and be monitored henceforth to learning how to become sustainable. I want to close this presentation by a short presentation of the Cluster for Sustainability Transition that I direct, which is a cluster that focuses on transforming research and innovation into climate action. We work around the world, mostly in Europe, but also in all other continents. As I said in the introduction of my speech, it is the cluster of the research laboratory on socioeconomic and environmental sustainability at the Athens University of Economics and Business, the UNSDSN Hub of Greece and Europe, and EIT Climate HIC Hub of Greece. We work in three areas: research and innovation, mostly financed by the Horizon 2020 instrument of the European Commission and also the European Research Council. The results from our research projects we introduce into the second area that we work, which is innovation, acceleration, and deep demonstration. So results that are producing patentable innovations are accelerated through our EIT Climate HIC Accelerator, and our solutions are implemented in deep demonstration projects. Finally, the third area that we work in is education and training and awareness, with many undergraduate, postgraduate courses. Look at the SDG Academy, where you can find free educational resources from the world's leading experts on sustainable development. We also run additional professional courses. We run a virtual reality hub for educating investors and entrepreneurs in the sustainability transition. And of course, we organize many events, national and international conferences, workshops, and webinars on issues that are relevant for the sustainability transition. In terms of thematic areas, we have many projects on circular economy, green digital, just recovery, climate change mitigation, and adaptation. We also work, I lead together with Professor Jeff Sachs, the Senior Working Group on the implementation of the European Green Deal under the auspices of the United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network, which is in turn under the auspices of the UN General Secretary. And I also co-lead the task force on green recovery of the Lancet Commission on COVID-19. This is the Commission for Promoting Solutions to Improve Public Health and Support Economic Recovery. There again, we explicitly say in our first statement, which happened on the occasion of the 75th General Assembly of the UN, the economic recovery should support the transition towards sustainable and inclusive societies and economies based on the SDGs and the Paris Agreement. Public investment should mobilize this sustainability transition to green and digital, and help spur private investment in the same areas. And of course, we emphasize that for this to happen, we need an unprecedented commitment to reskilling and upskilling the people. The second thematic area that we work in is Blue Growth. We have a global initiative on sustainable shipping and ports, and we have a 4Cs initiative for Blue Growth, focusing on the Mediterranean, the Black Sea, the Caspian Sea, and the Arab Sea. And at the same time, we run many projects on sustainable marine resource management, coastal protection, marine protected areas, sustainable ports, and so on. The third area that we work in is sustainable water, food, energy nexus, smart agriculture, and smart urban water systems. I would like to emphasize the new European Research Council award on smart urban water systems that we received. I'm one of the principal investigators, and it amounts to 10 million for 6 years. This is the biggest project on water systems in the world at the moment, the biggest research project. Our fourth area is EIT Climate KIC. The EIT Climate KIC is the European Institute of Innovation and Technology, knowledge and information community that supports acceleration of innovation for climate resilience, climate mitigation, and adaptation. We run an accelerator. This year we accelerate 11 different startups in many areas of climate mitigation and adaptation, from e-mobility to waste management to hydrogen energy to production of proteins and so on. At the same time, we run professional training courses like the Pioneers into Practice course, which allows international exchange of professionals between companies and other institutions in order to increase sustainability capacity. And of course, we run major events under Climate KIC. One of the biggest ones is the Climathon that takes place simultaneously in more than 145 cities around the globe. Our final action is that we work with venture capital, and after we mentor and accelerate our EIT Climate KIC startups, we then introduce them to bigger funds in order to get funded, and in this way empower them to meet and exceed their ambition with regards to contributing to climate neutrality and resilience. At this point, I would like to thank you, and I would like to introduce 3 of my colleagues that are going to be giving you examples of just very few of the projects that we are currently running that are explicitly relevant to circular economy. At the moment, we are running more than 30 pan-European and international projects. As I told you, we are a group of more than 100 researchers. I'm very honored to lead this group, and I truly hope that this effort will have a positive economic, social footprint and a positive footprint on the interaction between humans and the environment that we live in. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Alice Guittard, and I'm here to introduce you to our Coastal project. Funded by the European Union's Horizon 2020 program, Coastal is a research and innovation project with a strong consortium of 29 partners across Europe and a unique multi-actor collaboration of coastal and rural stakeholders to formulate and evaluate business solutions and policy recommendations aimed at improving land-sea synergies and coastal-rural collaborations in strategic business and policy decision-making. The Coastal Project combines quantitative and qualitative approaches, local knowledge and scientific expertise in a co-creation process with the local stakeholders at all levels are engaged in a participative approach in 6 multi-actor labs representing the diversity of European coastal rural region. The multi-actor approach applied a system dynamics model for analyzing the social, environmental, and economic land-sea interactions, highlight potential cross-sectoral interactions and innovations that could emerge from greater cooperation between sea-based and land-based business and organizations, while also considering short, mid, and long-term impact of decision-making and feedback mechanism on coastal and rural development. By developing future scenarios, transition pathways towards local stakeholders' desirable future, cross-sectoral business roadmaps, and policy recommendations, the Coastal Project will contribute to the long-term improvement of seawater quality, while creating added values and in coastal areas and their hinterland. In line with the European Green Deal, integrated water management and integrated farming, sustainable coastal rural tourism are some of the key focus of the project. Thank you. The Medfield Sub-Project, funded by the EIT Climate Kick, is a European project tackling marine plastic litter in the Eastern Mediterranean Sea, aiming at reducing the consumption of single-use plastic items in the food and beverage sector. The project focuses on co-designing protocols with key stakeholders at city level to incentivize businesses and citizens in reducing and replacing single-use plastic products by alternative solutions with a proven and monitorable environmental impact. The project activities are implemented in cities of Emilia-Romagna region, located along the Adriatic coast of Italy, in the islands of Kres and Zlarin and the county of Šibenik in Croatia, and in the islands of Corfu, Ikaria, and Syros in Greece, with a strong involvement of municipalities, businesses, and local associations. The project is also developing an online awareness platform to support the protocol and foster behavioral change using a gamification approach to incentivize consumers in choosing non-single-use plastic items. The final scope of the voluntary protocol is to enhance systemic behavioral change in local communities toward plastic waste consumptions and to be replicable at European or international scale. With the Med3 sub-project, the EIT Climate Kick Hub Greece is reaffirming its commitment to achieving SDG 14 Life Below Water.
Hello everyone, my name is Maria Papadaki. I'm the manager of EIT Climate Kick Hub Greece and UNSDS in Greece, and today we'll present you the case of Port of Piraeus under the project Deep Demonstration on Net Zero Emissions and Resilient Maritime Hubs. First things first, EIT Climate Kick is a knowledge innovation community working to accelerate the transition to a zero-carbon climate resilient society. It is supported by the European Institute of Innovation and Technology and seeks to identify and support innovation that helps society mitigate and adapt to climate change. Here you can see the 10-year track in climate innovation Climate Kick. More than 1 billion investments have been attracted to startups, while 44,000 participants have been part of our education activities. The Greek Hub is established in 2019, is led by Athena Research Center and Professor Phoebe Kountouri, while supported by Unifund, Academy of Athens, CRFC, STSN Greece, EOB, Unis Energy Group. Our activities have been growing a lot since the last 2 years, with projects such as the Med3 SAP and Deep Demonstration being funded by EIT, while we offer programs such as Accelerator, Climate, and Pioneers for all members of the society. Today we'll focus on the deep demonstration. Deep demonstrations are place-based, are collaborative tools and a vehicle for fair transformation, while they seek to address problems across the levels of change. We focused on the Port of Piraeus because this is the second maritime cluster, the second biggest maritime cluster globally, and is a particular hotspot of waste and shipping industry emissions. We seek to identify cause and effect relationships, dependencies and opportunities, and look through the breakthrough possibilities. What we want to do is to create innovation clusters. Our approach is the systems innovation approach, which is, as it shows in this diagram, we start by mapping the current system, identifying a vision, pathways on how to get there. We look and gather the needs of the port, and we co-create a portfolio of principles in order then in the portfolio session to open calls for innovation that will meet the needs of the port. Firstly, we did a stakeholder mapping where we identified the most important stakeholders that needed to be part of these discussions and create an engagement plan. Then we co-created a working vision on the Port of Piraeus, which is the following: a green and innovative port delivering high quality services to the global value chain, driving economic prosperity, maintaining a healthy environment, and enabling thriving communities through a shared aspirations and collective accountability. As you can see, it has all the three parameters of sustainability, economy, environment, and society, and is very inspiring for the whole transformation of the Port of Piraeus. Nothing could be done without the levers of change. Some of them are the policy, technology, skills, finance, business models, productions, and everything else we need to include into our vision in order to make it a reality. Our focus areas are identified as the energy, mobility, waste management, and community engagement, while our actions will be focused on how to align innovation projects and other activities towards these four directions and making them a reality. Thank you a lot for your attention, and we're looking forward to see more. Thank you. My name is Lydia Papadaki. I'm the manager of the EIT Climate Kick Hub Greece and UNSDSN Greece, and today we'll present you two circular economy projects that we have under the Greek Hub. Firstly, the Circular Learning Hub is a learning hub for the engagement and ecosystem transition towards circular thinking, with participating countries being Italy, Greece, and Bulgaria. Despite the alarms on the need to unlock financial capitals to reverse the trend on the climate change have been rising for years, human cognitive biases have prevailed. This project works on an awareness intention action path, fostering problem owners in the ecosystem to a deeper understanding of circular thinking. On the basis of a deep-basing experiment, the co-creation of innovative learning and nudging initiatives on circular thinking and investing were carried out in 2020. Based on empirical behavioral economics, firstly, we tested on a defined group of investors and entrepreneurs, some devising videos specifically designed to overcome the hyperbolic discount bias on one of the priorities for the counters to the climate change, which is the implementation of circular thinking in the industry production to reduce waste and gas emissions come from the materials, processes, and the reorientation of capitals towards circular models. Then a 3-day circular economy training was delivered in each country, seeking to train local entrepreneurs and investors on the values of circular economy. In day 1, we mapped the resource flows and identified structural waste using a fictional case. In day 2, we used the eco-design strategies, stakeholder risk factors and opportunities, and started working on a business model. While in day 3, we identified the systemic factors which were integrated in the business model, scenarios on a larger timescale, and we prepared for experimentation. The other project I would like to present you is the Circular Economy Beacons, which is delivered in 5 countries: Serbia, Romania, Greece, Bulgaria, and Germany. The goal of this project is to build an ecosystem for circular climate-related innovation that catalyzes systems to transition in sequences from experiment through collaboration to implementation. Such a cross-national ecosystem currently doesn't exist in the Balkan region, but is highly demanded by chambers of commerce, ministries, and the business sector. The project tackles the following objectives. Firstly, it establishes and powers a network of actors in the Balkans and other countries for developing and implementing circular innovation in the business policy. It connects countries through shared circular vision, information, resources, and experiences on both strategic and operational level. It nurtures shared learning amongst beacons to raise capacity of places for systems, circular change, and climate action. It convenes and works with partnerships that promote place-based hotspots, and finally, it reduces total negative impacts from current market design through establishing circular markets.
Next lecture is a pre-recording topic, Innovative Solutions for Cities, Eco-Living Project, and Movatel Project.
Dimineața și bine ați venit la o nouă întâlnire Soluții Inovatoare pentru Orașe. Este o inițiativă promovată de Climate Kick România în parteneriat cu Urbanize Hub, în care vrem să promovăm startup-uri și idei originale care vor să schimbe felul în care noi interacționăm cu mediul și în viața noastră de zi cu zi să găsim soluții mult mai sustenabile pentru orașe, dar și pentru cetățeni în viața lor de zi cu zi, să-și reducă impactul asupra mediului și, de ce nu, să aibă și o viață mult mai ușoară. Astăzi am doi invitați foarte faini, fiecare își reprezintă ideea de business care sper să devină o normă peste câțiva ani, pentru că aici nu o să vorbim despre ideile super mari, o să vorbim despre lucrurile tangibile care ne afectează pe fiecare dintre noi. Și o să las pe fiecare să vă povestească un pic de ce au ei în minte, pentru că nu vreau să stric surpriza de dinainte. Numele meu este Alex Glod, sunt gazda voastră ca de obicei în fiecare podcast și avem în felul următor pe Larisa Gardean de la Movatel Project și pe Vlad Stanciu de la Eco-Living Project. Și astăzi discutăm ca o tematică generală, pentru că, deși fiecare are abordarea lor, cumva e o misiune care îi leagă și anume că vor să inoveze felul în care facem construcțiile și nu doar la nivelul mega mare industrial, cât și în viața noastră de zi cu zi. Și așa că dacă unii dintre voi vă gândiți să vă retencuiți casa sau să vă schimbați faianța din baie, vă rog, fiți atenți la ce avem de discutat astăzi, că s-ar putea să vă placă enorm de mult ideile lor. Bun, hai să începem cu Larisa și apoi cu Vlad. Și primul lucru, aș vrea să ne povestiți un picuț care a fost ideea din spatele proiectelor la care lucrați și ulterior o să intrăm în specific și o să vedem după aia și în întrebările celor care ne urmăresc. Chiar vă încurajăm să ne scrieți în comentarii dacă vă plac ideile și vreți să aflați mai multe, vrem să vă oferim ocazia să aveți o interacțiune directă cu invitații noștri. Așadar, Larisa, spune-ne un pic mai mult despre Movatel Project și care a fost ideea, cum de ați ajuns spre acest proiect?
Da, bună! Da, dacă e să mă uit înapoi, cred că așa bazele ideii pot fi trasate prin 2016. Atunci am participat la Bienala de Arhitectură de la Rotterdam, care se numea The Next Economy și gravita în jurul ideii de economie circulară. Și am rămas cumva foarte impresionată de conceptul ăsta și mi-am dat seama cât de important e el în proiectarea de arhitectură. Și de acolo, în următorii 4 ani aproape, s-a conturat și ideea din spatele proiectului Movatel.
Și ne poți spune așa cam ce faci, care e ideea așa mai specific? Și după aia intrăm în detalii ulterior?
Sigur, da. Noi, de fapt, dezvoltăm un sistem de prindere detașabil pentru plăcile ceramice, gresie faianță, care să fie folosit la interior. Deci e vorba de un sistem mecanic, alternativă la sistemul clasic, care e bazat pe adeziv.
Deci, într-un fel de, hai să facem faianța și gresia ca un Lego. Poți să-l scoți, să-l pui cum vrei tu și să te joci cu el după bunul plac. Foarte tare.
Seamănă foarte tare, de fapt, cu Lego în sine și cu Ikea, așa o combinație, cumva.
Un mix între cele două. Super. O să vreau să aflu mai multe imediat. Hai să vedem și Vlad. Vlad, spune-ne un pic despre Eco-Living Project și cum a izvorât și ideea voastră.
Salutare! Cred că ar trebui prima oară să începem cu ce facem. Suntem aici pentru că am dezvoltat produsul Caminota. Caminota este o tencuială naturală pe bază de argilă, așa, și se poate vedea aici pe o probă, vrea să vede. Așa, deci se aplică pe diverse feluri de zidărie și asigură planetatea pereților. Și este făcută doar din materiale naturale și care se pot exploata sustenabil. Eco-Living Project se ocupă din 2015 de diverse tehnologii, dezvoltarea diverselor tehnologii pentru case sustenabile și am dezvoltat pe atunci conceptul de Eco-Bordei. Sunt mai multe case locuite și în care desfășurăm tot felul de analize de sustenabilitate. Și am ajuns la concluzia că avem nevoie de un material care să fie accesibil și să fie în linie cu filozofia noastră de sustenabilitate pentru, efectiv, asigurarea planeității pereților. El vine la pachet cu o tencuială decorativă, tot naturală pe bază de argilă, și atunci avem un pachet pentru pentru îndreptarea și finisarea pereților împreună. Așa. Deci nevoia noastră a apărut efectiv de pe șantier, când ne-am dat seama că există soluții în lume, dar fie sunt prohibitive ca preț, fie nu se găsesc, fie nu găsești pe cineva care să-ți explice efectiv la ce se folosește, cum se folosește, grosimi, straturi, rezistențe și așa mai departe. Deci, până la urmă, a trebuit să vedem pe cont propriu cum putem face cu ceea ce știm deja, adică lucrând cu materiale naturale pe bază de argilă din 2015, ne-am dat seama că există potențialul să intervenim aici și să zicem ok, acum poți să-ți îndrepți pereții la case din diverse zidării cu un material absolut natural și cu impact minimal asupra mediului și sănătos pentru casă și pentru locuitori.
Super! Acum, fiecare din ideile voastre sunt construite în jurul unei experiențe a clientului și cu siguranță cu toții v-ați gândit la asta. Dați-ne așa un pic de perspectivă. De exemplu, pentru Move a Tile Project, dacă o persoană decide, ok, vreau să merg în direcția asta, cam care sunt principalele beneficii pe care le are dacă renunță la adezivul clasic și merge pe varianta acesta sistemului modular de folosire a plăcilor ceramice și mecanic de montare pe perete?
Da, clar. Sunt mai multe avantaje. În primul rând vorbim de un proces mult mai simplificat. Cu toții știm că acum este așa o teroare de șantier și mulți amână, evită să își schimbe gresia, faianța tocmai din cauza asta. Și noi vrem să simplificăm procesul, atât pentru constructor cât și pentru beneficiar, și am și gândit lucrurile în așa fel încât aproape că nu mai ai nevoie de meșter să instalezi plăcuțele astea. E în același timp și un sistem curat, e uscat, deci reducem praful și toată mizeria care e implicată de un șantier. Vorbim și de o eficiență a timpului, în sensul că nu trebuie să mai aștepți să se usuce, ci dintr-un click sperăm noi să-ți instalezi ușor plăcuțele. Și avantajul de a monetiza ulterior, în momentul în care nu mai dorești să ai aceleași plăcuțe în casă, le poți vinde mai departe dacă vrei, sau înlocui local dacă se strică ceva.
Deci, practic, ideea de montat gresie și faianță devine un fel de do-it-yourself project. Nu mai ai nevoie să apelezi la experți și, într-adevăr, îmi place ideea asta că, sincer, eu empatizez foarte mult că și eu mi-aș dori să redecorăm baia, dar când mă gândesc numai la datul jos, asta deja mă chinui, și apoi la ideea de a-l pune un sistem nou în loc, nebunesc. Deci foarte, foarte interesantă ideea, chiar o să am mai multe curiozități pe parcurs. Vlad, pentru voi, care e principalul beneficiu pentru cine alege să folosească materialul vostru în locul opțiunilor clasice?
Pentru noi, cred că cel mai important client este cel care are o casă tradițională sau vrea să se mute la țară și vrea să renoveze o casă tradițională, dar fără a demola și a construi ceva complet nou și ieși din peisaj, ci prin valorificarea soluțiilor tradiționale existente. Și atunci, poți să arăt niște poze cu o casă?
Da, te rog, chiar mi-ar plăcea.
Așa. Bun. Ok. Application. Bun. Așa a fost și unul dintre, sau primul nostru client adevărat. avea o casă cu mai multe camere, cu mai multe încăperi, cu cărămidă de pământ, da, cu văiugă, așa, bine, și cărămidă arsă și așa mai departe. Casa, cred că are, nu știu, aproape 100 de ani, așa. Și se vede că după ce a fost înlăturată tencuiala veche, au rămas niște pereți cu mare deficit în ceea ce privește planeitatea. Am și niște poze mai de aproape, unde se vede că e practic haos. Da? Deci ca să te pui să te încuiești o casă din asta, e un proiect în sine. Ei bine, se vede și aici că sunt urmări foarte, foarte mari ale pereților. Bun. După care am intervenit noi și după aia casa arăta așa. Deci, efectiv, lucrarea s-a referit la asigurarea planeității pereților cu ceva care să fie nu pe bază de ciment, da? Deci se feresc de materiale pe bază de ciment pentru că poți să strici casa cu ele. Și dacă intervii asupra transferului de vapori, știm cu toții că aceste case respiră, dacă intervii la transferul de vapor din stratificație, s-ar putea să ai surprize neplăcute, fie pe interior, fie în mijlocul peretelui, fie pe exterior. Îți pică sau mai știu eu ce, de pe exterior. Da? Așa. Și atunci, inspirația noastră a venit dintr-un material. Așa, tencuiala s-a aplicat mecanizat și ar trebui să avem aici niște poze și cu un echipament. Deci, practic, am făcut un produs industrial. Da? Noi am furnizat-o la sac, am încercat să fie cât de profesional se poate. Adică am furnizat aplicatorului o fișă tehnică și așa mai departe. Da? Și, sigur, un agrement tehnic obținut cu ajutorul Institutului Național de Materiale de Construcții și astfel încât să se poată oferi garanție, să se poată aplica în condiții optime și profesionale și așa mai departe. Așa. Bun. Imediat, mă puțin, am dat stop sharing. Da? Și am despre mine. Așa, ce aș vrea să vă arăt? Aș vrea să vă arăt de ce considerăm noi că soluția noastră este potrivită pentru astfel de case. Păi, una dintre sursele noastre de inspirație este o bucată de tencuială chiar dintr-o astfel de casă, da? O casă tradițională din Banat și putem vedea că are o structură, tot cu pământ și cu fibră vegetală. Da? Ei bine, ceea ce facem noi, practic, are această structură ca inspirație, atât numai că este normat. Da? Deci este un produs mult mai omogen și mai controlat, cu certificat de conformitate și calitate și așa mai departe. Adică nu trebuie să vină cineva să-ți facă, dacă vrei ceva tradițional și natural și sănătos și cu impact foarte mic asupra mediului, cred că e foarte greu să găsești pe cineva care să mai știe să-ți facă în fața casei sau în curte, să-ți facă să-ți prepare o tencuială din asta tradițională. Acum poți să iei la sac, practic, de la noi și poți să fii sigur că are proprietăți foarte, foarte asemănătoare cu ce era înainte. Adică dacă înainte tencuiala anterioară a rezistat, știu eu, 50, 70, 100 de ani, sigur și a noastră va funcționa la fel, da? Și va rezista la fel de mult. Așa. Deci, cam asta este avantajul principal. Sigur, pentru cei care vor să facă să simtă că au un impact pozitiv asupra mediului în ceea ce privește locuirea, pot folosi această tencuială și sistemul de decorativă pe bază de argilă și la clădiri din cărămidă arsă, cărămidă cu goluri și la structuri din BCA. În sensul că am făcut toate testele și avem agrement tehnic și pentru aceste straturi suport. Deci se poate folosi și pentru construcții noi. Impactul cel mai mare, aș vrea să intervin asupra comparației cu produsele pe bază de ciment. Să faci o tonă de ciment presupune un consum de 110 kWh minim. Pentru noi, ca să facem o tonă de tencuială de caminotă în sac, consumăm undeva la 2 kWh de energie.
Deci, practic, o reducere de 98% aproape.
Da. Da. Deci impactul pe care îl avem asupra mediului, inclusiv în procesul de producție, este absolut minimal. Ne propunem să dobândim această energie din surse regenerabile, astfel încât cel puțin noi pe activitatea noastră să avem impact zero asupra mediului și sigur va trebui și în amonte și în aval, pe parcursul lanțului de furnizori, să ne asigurăm că colaborăm cu oameni care au aceleași convingeri ca noi, dar cel puțin noi ne facem treaba.
Super, foarte tare. Chiar, sincer, acum vă zic, îmi pare rău că vara asta chiar au pornit ai mei un proces așa de retencuială în casa de la țară și uite, nu știam de voi. Ar fi fost super tare dacă ne-am fi cunoscut, deja puteam acum să zicem, uite, clientul, aș fi fost bias, ce-i drept, aș fi fost poate prea laudăresc și zic, domnule, stați să vă zic, dar acum, sincer, mă bucur că vă cunosc ideea. Chiar interacționasem cu mai multe concepte de genul acesta când am fost în Amsterdam, am cunoscut mai mulți prieteni care testaseră variante diferite, tot așa, cu argilă, cu pereți care se respire și așa mai departe și îmi dădeam seama că niciodată nu mi-am pus problema, cum ai spus tu, că pereții respiră și că de fapt trebuie să iei în calcul acest aspect pentru calitatea vieții și cred că o să revin un pic mai târziu pe partea de impact asupra mediului, pentru că e un subiect foarte, foarte important și de fapt e un subiect care vă leagă pe amândoi, pentru că pe parte voi vreți să renunțăm la partea asta de ciment și produsul vostru să fie 100% impact zero, cel puțin din ceea ce faceți voi, iar la Move a Tile Project ce mi se pare iarăși foarte bine că nu mai trebuie să irosim atât de multe resurse în adeziv, care și ele produc destul de multe emisii, pe lângă disconfortul de instalare pe care îl avem noi atunci, că trebuie să avem și meșteri, trebuie să ținem șantier vreo 2-3 zile acolo. Marea durere este și când asta și deja eliminăm foarte multe procese repetitive care ne dau de bătăi de cap și asta mi se pare un atu foarte, foarte mare. Aș vrea să profit de ocazie să le spun celor care ne urmăresc. Deja ați primit câteva comentarii de susținere și chiar aș vrea să invit să vă pună întrebări dacă au curiozități legate de voi, de ideea voastră, să profite de ocazie. Altfel o să profit eu cel mai mult cu întrebările în discuția de azi. De exemplu, mă gândeam în felul următor. Pentru Larisa, pentru Move a Tile Project, într-un mod realist, dacă ai să vă gândiți, dacă ar fi să vă propuneți să duceți ideea asta spre o zonă scalabilă, în cât de mult timp credeți că, de exemplu, într-un oraș ca Timișoara sau Bucureștiu, soluția voastră ar putea deveni așa commonplace? Cât timp crezi că ar lua ca oamenii să integreze această idee?
Nu foarte mult, aș zice, că e vorba de un produs pe care îl poți achiziționa ușor de la un magazin de materiale de construcție.
Deci, în esență, e doar o chestiune de timp. Odată ce vor avea acces la produs, n-ar avea motive să nu vrea să meargă în direcția asta.
Pot spune că va fi puțin mai scump produsul decât ce există pe piață la nivel de adezivi, însă, pe de altă parte, poți recupera din costurile astea printr-un timp redus și manoperă cumva redusă.
Da, clar. Asta dacă e primul cost care îți face oarecum bătaie de cap. Și, de exemplu, pentru voi, că am înțeles că acum sunteți în procesul de patentare a ideii înainte de a o pune pe piață. Care e planul pentru următorii câțiva ani? La câți oameni vă propuneți să ajungeți în primii ani, zicem 2021, 2022?
Sperăm să ajungem pe piață în 2021. Mai devreme, sigur, nu e posibil. Nu avem așa un target foarte exact, dar vrem să începem cu România, după care, clar, Europa ar fi următoarea piață.
Ok, atunci recomand celor care ne urmăresc, dacă vă place ideea Move a Tile Project. Apropo, cum v-ar putea găsi pe Instagram, pe online? Cum v-ar putea găsi?
Da, avem și un site, movetile.com. Însă acolo, într-adevăr, nu am prezentat foarte tare produsul, tocmai în ideea în care încercăm să-l patentăm în avans. Avem deja un studiu de piață pe zona asta, am aflat că este patentabil, urmează să facem următorii pași și apoi va apărea și produsul.
Ok, super, super. Deci dacă vreți să aflați mai multe, intrați acolo pe site și fiți în legătură cu ei. Eu, unul sincer, abia aștept să vă văd ideea pe piață, pentru că am și un interes personal. Deci I have skin in the game, cum s-ar zice. Vlad, la voi, deci ați avut deja primul client. Acum 2020 a fost un an aparte pentru cam toate industriile, dacă e să punem așa. Ce vă propuneți pentru următorii ani? Cam care e viziunea pentru a duce proiectul mai departe și a-l face cu atât mai accesibil?
Noi avem momentan capacitate de producție pentru caminotă de aproximativ 2 tone pe zi. Ca să vă faceți o idee, la casa pe care am prezentat-o, cu 5 camere hol lung și, avea 250 de metri pătrați de pereți, au intrat cam 7 tone jumate de material. Deci am putea să facem pentru o casă în 3 zile, dar sperăm că în 2-3 luni să fie gata noua linie de producție, ca să putem să mergem la 10-12 tone pe zi și să optimizăm procesul pe de-a întregul. Așa. Deci, din, februarie, cred că vom avea noua linie de producție funcțională și o să putem să fim mai eficienți și mai prezenți pe piață.
Și în momentul de față, unde operați? În Timișoara sau puteți deja să serviți mai mulți clienți din țară?
Putem să servim mai mulți clienți din țară prin intermediul bursei mărfurilor, trimitem marfa pe palet și oamenii pot să-și aplice. Există și instrucțiuni de aplicare, se poate aplica manual, semi-mecanizat sau mecanizat. Avem instrucțiuni de folosire pentru mai multe tipuri de suport și mai multe tipuri de situații. Și aș adăuga că un avantaj foarte mare al acestui material este că în contact cu apa, intenționat, el se poate remodela. Deci este foarte interesant pentru aplicarea personală. Dacă sunt oameni pasionați să facă ceva cu mâna lor, poți să aplici acest material, amesteci cu apă și îl pui pe pereți și îl modelezi. Dacă nu-ți place, dacă nu ai și ceva bine, dacă s-a pus prea gros sau a fost prea ud sau așa mai departe și au apărut crăpături, îl uzi după o lună, după un an, după cât timp vrei tu, îl uzi ca lumea cu apă, deci mult și atunci el devine din nou lucrabil. Deci este reversibil la apă. De asta se aplică în principal în părțile uscate ale casei, adică nu recomandăm în băi și în bucătărie, acolo unde este riscul să se stropească foarte mult și foarte des. Da, chiar acolo se poate pune altceva, plăci ceramice de la muvătare, da? Exact. Dar pentru restul casei este potrivit. Adică, ok, absorbe foarte multă umiditate, dar dacă trece de nivelul de saturație, devine din nou lucrabil și se poate remodela. Și atunci este ușor de folosit de către oricine.
Foarte tare. Un lucru pe care îl văd ca un mare potențial și aici cred că e genul acela de idee de business care împuternicește de o parte și consumatorul și producătorul, e faptul că sunteți în un fel o soluție la diminuarea emisiilor pe care le emitem prin faptul că tencuim, prin faptul că vrem să ne punem gresie, faianță și așa mai departe și deșeurile care vin la pachet. Cel puțin când mă gândesc la ideea de a schimba gresia și faianța din baie sau din bucătărie, Doamne ferește, ai o grămadă de deșeuri care ulterior nu sunt gestionate cum trebuie, deseori ajung așa niște gropi de gunoi prost administrate. Și mai avem și exemple de parcuri care se pun peste teancuri de moloz și atunci, într-adevăr, e o problemă care ne vom tot confrunta și cel puțin asta e un lucru pe care îl apreciez la ideile voastre, că reușiți să împuterniciți acei oameni care țin la relația lor cu mediul să facă niște decizii mult mai inspirate, care ulterior să le și ofere acel viitor mult visat, în care nu mai avem climate change ca fiind o problemă, ci o chestie din care am învățat și ne-a inspirat să trăim o viață mai bună. Dacă ar fi, de exemplu, să vă gândiți pentru cel puțin domeniul în care voi v-ați propus să intrați, care ar fi niște trenduri pe care vi le doriți ca să putem merge cu toții în aceeași direcție, pentru că fiecare dintre voi v-ați găsit nișa. Da, ați găsit această mică problemă și ați zis, uite, da, aici se irosește prea mult adeziv, se irosesc aceste plăci, ele pot trăi mult mai mult. Vlad, tu ai zis foarte bine, hei, cimentul, toată chestia asta se produce la un cost energetic super mare, noi venim cu această soluție. Ce alte domenii care vin oarecum tot să zicem așa, în umbrela largă a construcțiilor, ar trebui să inoveze și poate chiar aveți exemple pe care le știți deja, pe care noi ar trebui să le încurajăm ca să fim 100% sustenabili și să nu fiți doar voi singura soluție în piață, ca să zic așa, pe nișele voastre?
Da, pot spune eu. De fapt, mie partea asta îmi și place cel mai tare la proiectul nostru, că e gândit din faza de design în așa fel încât să nu producă deșeuri. Adică, cred că nu ar trebui să ajungem în etapa în care suntem nevoiți să reciclăm, ci mai degrabă să gândim în avans lucrurile și probabil că reutilizarea e mult mai bună pe direcția asta. Și asta, ca și concept, de fapt, se poate aplica la multe alte materiale de construcții. De fapt, să ai o casă complet detașabilă, nu e un concept nou, dar încă nu e funcțional, deci e mult de lucru pe zona asta, cred eu.
Chiar săptămâna trecută, bine, am avut pe colegii de la echipa de proiectare care ne și-au prezentat conceptul lor de casă modulară și ușor sperăm că și asta va deveni oarecum mainstream. Am înțeles că, Vlad, cu ei chiar lucrați împreună pentru partea asta de tencuială, corect?
Da. Deci pentru ei folosim tencuiala decorativă pe bază de argilă și poate că în spate acolo se văd niște panouri de culori diferite.
Poți să ne arăți chiar mai de aproape, dacă vrei.
Ok. Ia să vedem cum e cu lumina. Deci sunt texturi diferite și materiale diferite și culori diferite, scuze. Așa, sunt niște mostre. Toate au capilaritate deschisă. Pe niciuna dintre suprafețele astea nu o să se facă niciodată mucegai. Așa. Dimpotrivă, dacă aterizează un spor sau un microb pe această suprafață, se va usca imediat. Deci argila are o capacitate fantastică de a absorbi apa. Așa. Și am putea spune că într-o anumită măsură sunt și biocide aceste finisaje. Iar eu, out of box, sau echipa de proiectare au ales să folosească acest material pentru a finisa interiorul structurilor modulare out of box.
Asta cred că e și ideea, că e foarte fain că deși fiecare ați venit cu nișa voastră, ați început să colaborați și cred că asta e și ideea pe viitor, de cum fiecare din aceste elemente se unesc într-un proces și un proiect finit și chiar sper și din tot sufletul să vedem asta ca pe o practică mult mai bine răspândită. Adică eu când mă gândesc că mulți dintre noi, dacă e să ne gândim cei din afara generațiilor noastre, când apelăm la meseriași, s-ar putea să le zicem de ideile astea fantastice și să se uite la noi și să zică, poftim? Ce? Care e asta? Habar n-am. Cum credeți că va fi procesul ăsta de educare tocmai al meseriașilor? Că bun, consumatorii, s-ar putea să aveți unii consumatori care vor spune, știu că vreau asta, sunt dispus să depun acest efort. Cum credeți că ați putea să convingeți acești intermediari care câteodată ei sunt cei care vor face în numele clientului partea de implementare? Larisa, dacă vrei tu, prima?
Da. Ok, bine. Da, voiam să zic că ca să ajungem cumva și în zona pe care ne dorim, la reducere de deșeuri, etapa de negociere cumva cu intermediarii, cred că trebuie să le prezentăm și avantajele pe care ei le au. Și la noi ar fi faptul că le oferim șansa să realizeze un proces mult mai simplificat și mai rapid. Și astea sunt avantaje directe pentru ei, care ne îndeplinesc și nouă, de fapt, scopul.
Deci, practic, mai mulți clienți poți servi mai mulți clienți în același timp și therefore mai venituri mai mari. Foarte fain. Vlad, pentru voi?
Noi, chiar de la prima lucrare, am colaborat cu o firmă care face tencuieli mecanizate. Din 95, cred că e prima firmă din Timișoara, și care au multe echipe și multe echipamente și sunt pe multe șantiere, nu știu, au lucrări de 10.000 de metri pătrați. Și li s-a părut interesantă soluția noastră și au fost deschiși să colaborăm la o primă lucrare, noi pe furnizarea de materialului și a tehnologiei și pe execuție, și a fost destul de interesant. Au fost unele diferențe de aplicare între ce folosesc ei în mod tradițional, tencuielile pe bază de ciment sau var ciment sau gips, dar nu au fost așa de mari diferențele, adică efectiv au fost minore. Deci cu niște instrucțiuni minimale la început de cum abordezi lucrarea, după aia poți să faci la fel. Ce a fost mai interesant pentru ei a fost că la rezultatul final, după tencuire, a fost, știu eu, o suprafață aproape gata finisată, da? Ceea ce nu se așteptau să obțină dintr-o singură lucrare. Deci, practic, am înlocuit și tencuiala și tinciul prin acest material. Și le-a plăcut foarte mult lucrabilitatea, plus că nu te irită, adică sunt numai materiale naturale, nu te irită, dacă ți intră în ochi sau, mă rog, în plămâni, nu ai probleme, nu trebuie să te ferești de praf cu orice, știu eu, cu toată energia, pentru că nu-i dăunător, nu-i nimic toxic în acest material. Și plus că miroase foarte frumos a pădure, așa că după ce... Da. Un alt aspect care, nu știu, iară mi s-a părut de finețe, sacii sunt mai ușori, da? Asta în ceea ce privește echipa de aplicare, de execuție. Așa, sacii sunt un pic mai ușori în raport cu volumul pe care îl au, deci densitatea materialului e mai mică decât celelalte soluții de pe piață și s-a lucrat mai ușor și mai repede cu el. Și v-am arătat mai devreme o poză cu mașina de tencuit. Da. Ea are o cuvă, o șire a spinării și se ia sacul, deci un operator ia sacul și îl trântește pe acea șire a spinării ca să îl crape și să încarce mașina. Ei, la final, sacul gol îl ia și îl pune deoparte, că n-are timp să facă ceva cu el. Ei bine, și la asta ne-am gândit, și la forma sacului, și la materialul din care e făcut sacul. Și sacul este 100% celuloză și 100% biodegradabil. Și de obicei, nu știu dacă ați văzut șantiere, dar nu sunt cele mai curate locuri de pe lume și de obicei sunt
cu siguranță.
Așa, mormane, munți de deșeuri, de ambalaje pentru materialele care au ajuns pe șantier. Da. Da. Ne așteptăm că nu se va schimba comportamentul foarte curând, așa că cel puțin ce rămâne după folosirea materialelor noastre este 100% biodegradabil și poate fi folosit ca îngrășământ la urma urmei. Și tencuiala, bineînțeles, la sfârșitul vieții poate fi folosită ca substrat pentru flori.
Ah, wow, super tare. M-aș bucura să fie aceeași opțiune și cu tencuiala actuală, dar asta mi se pare o soluție foarte, foarte tare.
Da. Sigur că se poate și recicla, adică dacă pui suficientă apă, o amesteci cu apă bine, devine din nou lucrabilă, chiar și după perioade foarte, foarte lungi, după 10 de ani, așa, o amesteci din nou cu apă și o aplici pe alt perete, un alt proiect. Deci asta ar fi iară un alt aspect pozitiv pentru impactul asupra mediului.
Super. Poți să ne spui, te rog, dacă aveți deja un site, cum vă putem găsi online?
Avem un site, dar nu e sus, e caminota.ro.
Așa.
Câteva zile, sigur o să fie sus. Și foarte interesant sunt toate aceste poze pe care le-am arătat, sunt fișe tehnice, agrementul tehnic și tot felul de informații.
Super, super. Dragilor, eu vă doresc foarte mult succes. A fost o bucurie să vă cunosc și, cum am spus, Vlad, îmi pare rău că n-am știut de voi mai devreme, iar Larisa, pe voi o să fiu cu ochii pe voi. La anul chiar am de gând să fac o schimbare, așa că m-aș bucura enorm de mult să pot apela la soluția voastră. Îmi place foarte mult. Am lăsat pentru cei care ne urmăresc link către site-urile voastre. Sperăm că o să aibă ocazia să interacționeze cu voi, să vă pună mai multe întrebări și să sperăm să vă devină clienți și să fim cu toții parte din acest proces
O să facem noi un outro de vreme, încă nu te auzim. Mulțumim și noi foarte mult pentru invitație. Cred că e important să fie cineva care mai scoate la iveală diverse soluții de prin institute de cercetare și mai știu eu de pe unde, sau din ateliere. Și da, cu ajutorul vostru cred că o să avem mai multe opțiuni în a ne trăi viața și a ne găsi soluții pentru diverse activități pe care le facem. Așa că mulțumim încă o dată pentru că ne-ați introdus în arhivă, ca să zic așa.
Cu mare drag, cu mare drag. Mă auziți mai bine acum?
Da.
Acum, da.
Perfect. Da, cum am spus, a fost o plăcere să vă avem ca invitați. Vă dorim mult succes și sperăm să, odată ce vom reveni ușor la posibilitatea interacțiunii face-to-face, să vă avem ca exemple în următoarele evenimente Urban Talks, pentru că vrem, pe lângă soluțiile pe care le aducem din afară, vrem să dezvoltăm și să încurajăm cât mai mult ideile autohtone și proiectele voastre chiar merită să fie cunoscute în țară și mai ales dincolo de granițe, pentru că avem nevoie de soluții globale la problemele cu care ne confruntăm. Vă doresc o zi foarte bună, mulțumim celor care ne-au urmărit. Cum am zis, puteți să-i urmăriți în link-urile pe care le-am lăsat în comentarii și ne vedem zilele următoare cu ceilalți colegi din proiectul Climate Kick România, unde o să prezentăm și mai multe soluții inovatoare pentru oraș. Toate cele bune, o zi bună! Pa, pa!
O zi bună!
The next topic is Sensix Solution, a complete IoT setup that provides ambient and energy insights into your building activity.
Bună dimineața tuturor! Bine ați venit la o nouă ediție Soluții inovatoare pentru orașe. Numele meu e Alex Glod și o să fiu iarăși gazda voastră astăzi. Aceasta este o campanie pe care o ducem în colaborare cu Climate Kick România și această campanie are scopul de a promova și prezenta mai multe startup-uri cu soluții smart și sustenabile pentru orașe, mai ales pentru că suntem în această perioadă de reinventare a vieții noastre de zi cu zi și orașele noastre au o mare nevoie de idei și ne dorim să promovăm și ideile autohtone și oamenii care reușesc să vină cu idei simple, dar care, odată scalabile, odată duse la o scală mult mai largă, pot face schimbări masive. Invitatul meu de astăzi este Lucian Corduneanu de la Sensix.io și aici vom discuta, cum până acum am avut discuții foarte mult despre partea asta mai hard a construcțiilor, am discutat despre case modulare, despre material de tencuială care respiră și făcut pe materiale sustenabile și, desigur, proiectul Move a Tile Project cu ceramică și gresie faianță care se poate monta fără adeziv. Acum mergem în zona mai tehnică și de măsurarea datelor. Mai exact, de cum putem folosi tehnologia Internet of Things ca să vedem cât de sustenabil este o clădire și care sunt parametrii de locuire în acel spațiu. Lucian, mulțumesc foarte mult că ai acceptat invitația noastră și abia aștept să aflu mai multe despre ce face Sensix și care e viziunea voastră. Dar înainte de a începe, sunt curios ce anume ți-a pornit interesul spre îmbinarea acestor două lumi, Internet of Things, sensori și partea de sustenabilitate. Cum s-au întâlnit aceste două lumi în viața ta?
Mulțumesc pentru invitație, Alex, și vreau să spun că ideea practic nu mi-aparține. A venit cumva ca un fel de pariu, mai bine zis, pentru că am avut impresia că la un moment dat datele, împreună cu cofondatorii noștri, datele ar putea să fie semnificative pentru ca să putem trage concluzii referitoare la ce se întâmplă cu clădirea din punct de vedere sustenabil, dar și economic, evident. Și atunci am zis, bă, trebuie să începem chestia asta. Lucrurile se întâmplau acum 3 ani, erau încă să zicem, la început. Acum 5 ani erau și mai la început. Deci cumva noi am simțit trendul ăsta și l-am luat de picior și am făcut un pariu. După aia am zis, hai că vedem noi ce problemă rezolvăm. Știu că nu-i corect, nu așa se face, între timp am învățat să facem business, dar atunci așa a fost și se pare că pariul a fost unul potrivit la momentul respectiv.
Și în cele din urmă, ce probleme ați identificat? Pe măsură ce ați reușit să luați date și să obțineți informații, ce probleme ați început să identificați?
Deci, primul lucru, evident, nu am încercat să facem noi, adică n-am implementat lucruri fără ca să fie chiar nevoie de ele. Deci am început cu un proiect pilot, am făcut 10 dispozitive care arătau foarte urât, cu antenă din aia, ca un walkie-talkie, negre, oribile, se montau pe perete și am încercat să rezolvăm și am și rezolvat o problemă la un complex sportiv din Timișoara. Acolo ei se plângeau de tot felul la recepție că e prea frig, e prea umed, că nu se simte bine aerul. Și atunci, în loc să se plângă oamenii la recepție, mai bine administratorii primeau o notificare pe telefonul mobil și se plângea sistemul mai repede decât cei care foloseau serviciul lor. Și atunci au reușit să îmbunătățească acel customer satisfaction. Și el a fost primul proiect pilot. Încă mai continuă, bineînțeles, acum fiind pandemie, s-a cam oprit treaba, nu se mai noată în perioada asta, dar posibil că o să revină în curând, peste 3 ani, mă gândesc, nu glumesc acum.
Să sperăm că nu, să sperăm că nu.
Deci cam așa am pornit cu asta. Deci a fost o nevoie clară și am încercat să rezolvăm o problemă cu pariul nostru. Deci, practic, asta a fost. Noi am căutat problema pe care noi putem să o rezolvăm cu măsurarea datelor, mai specific parametrii ambientali pe vremea.
Deci, practic, a fost un fel de reverse engineering în business. Ai zis, uite, am soluția, încă nu știu care e problema, dar soluția o am și vreau să văd care e problema care se potrivește.
Așa ceva nu se face și recomand ca nimeni să nu facă așa ceva, dar de acum încolo, adică cumva poate că am avut noroc. Că era un trend potrivit, de IoT se știa încă de pe atunci, se știa că poate să rezolve multe din probleme și am mers pe valul ăsta, dar încă o dată, află mai întâi problema pe care trebuie să doară foarte tare ca să merite să fie rezolvată.
Și după acest proiect, cum au evoluat lucrurile? Au început alte colaborări și cum s-a dezvoltat ideea mai departe?
Am început să o luăm ca un business și am încercat să vedem, ok, hai dacă am văzut cum merge cu complexul ăsta sportiv, hai să putem replica și la alți clienți. Și am avut mari dificultăți. În schimb, ce am făcut, am mers cu clientul ăla în continuare și am mai găsit încă un client pilot care iar încerca soluția, chiar dacă era un prototip, arăta oribil dispozitivele, soluția era la început de drum, era aproape de un MVP, nici măcar un MVP, să zic așa. Și aia am avut noroc să avem doi clienți pilot și am început să dezvoltăm infrastructura, practic, soluția de platforma, mai bine zis. Și am zis, ok, noi trebuie să construim dispozitivele astea pentru că pe piață atunci nu erau dispozitive cu tehnologia pe care o foloseam noi. Și am început să și construim dispozitive. Deci nu doar soluția, platforma software, ba și dispozitivele. Cu partenerii noștri, bineînțeles, nu le facem noi pe toate. Și încet s-a materializat și nevoia de a măsura consumul de energie electrică granular pe fiecare consumator. Deci bine, băi, noi știm acum care e treaba cu ambientul, ok, umiditate bună, temperatura e ok, CO2-ul ok în limite, dar cât costă pentru mine să întrețin ambientul ăsta? Se întreba, să zicem, cel cu complexul sportiv, administratorul, și atunci am zis, ok, hai să încercăm să facem și să acoperim și partea asta. Ce am făcut? Am măsurat și măsurăm în continuare și consumul de energie electrică, ba chiar mai mult și calorică acum. recent am montat soluția asta în 6 școli și măsurăm cam tot ce se poate măsura, adică tot ce putem noi măsura, măsurăm.
Am înțeles.
Cam asta e, pe scurt.
Și uite, chiar aș fi curios să văd cum funcționează asta. Practic, sigur avem și câteva poze din proiectul cu școlile. Cum a început colaborarea cu ei? Cam care a fost procesul și sunt curios ulterior ce impact a avut sau ce au descoperit și ei ulterior după ce au implementat sistemul.
Da, drept e un proiect mult mai mare. Noi suntem doar furnizorii de tehnologie aici. Proiectul e amplu, proiect mare pe fonduri europene, care are ca scop să educe studenții și profesorii cu privire la consumul responsabil de energie electrică și la ce înseamnă indoor air quality sau ce mai precis să vadă, să se asigure că elevii și studenții au cumva un mediu potrivit pentru a învăța, pentru a studia, pentru a merge mai departe. Și există și componenta asta de educare și componenta de audit de energie și ambient, care se face la sfârșitul programului. Acum doar 4 sau 5 luni cred că au trecut din proiect, mai sunt încă până la sfârșitul, deci un an întreg trebuie ca să colectăm datele, pe urmă să le putem analiza împreună cu acești auditori și să tragem concluzii. Deci, momentan nu avem concluzii, doar știm că scopul proiectului este să venim cu niște rapoarte în urma cărora să faciliteze primăriile investiții în cunoștință de cauză. Spre exemplu, e ineficientă partea asta din școală, termic, mă refer, hai să vedem ce putem face, ce putem îmbunătăți, de ce nu merge căldura, e problemă de clădire, nu e bine izolată sau care e problema. Și toate lucrurile astea o să le putem trage concluzii din datele pe care le-am colectat.
Mi se pare iarăși o idee foarte importantă în contextul în care știu că recent s-a vorbit despre faptul că în context COVID specific, spațiile închise care au umiditate crescută sunt mult mai predispuse la a transmite virusul și în schimb spațiile care au umiditatea cât mai scăzută cumva scade posibilitatea de transmitere a virusului și mi se pare un lucru foarte interesant pentru că și genul acesta de informație, dacă e să ne gândim că avem nevoie ca școlile să funcționeze și sunt multe spații publice care vor trebui să funcționeze așa cum sunt, indiferent de care e situația cu pandemia sau alt caz pe viitor, mi se pare că e o soluție care poate veni foarte mult în ajutor pentru a menține într-un oarecare control un astfel de fenomen.
Da, desigur. Și nu doar umiditatea, drept asta poate indoors, dar s-a corelat cu poluarea din outdoors, din afară, unde orașe unde se știe că poluarea e ridicată, au avut mult mai multe cazuri în raport cu alte orașe de aceeași dimensiune unde poluarea a fost mai scăzută.
Într-adevăr, și sunt multe orașe care, din păcate, nu au, adică au câțiva senzori, mă gândesc la București, că sunt câțiva senzori, dar așa împrăștiați prin oraș. Și e așa o idee că, da, pe acolo am mai avut discuții cu prieteni care spuneau, da, pe acolo sunt multe mașini, e normal. Dar dacă am avea genul ăsta de informație venind din școli, chiar din zona spitalelor sau mai multe zone de interes public, cumva deja s-ar schimba complet perspectiva când știi, păi, chiar dacă școala ta e departe de intersecția nu știu care, aerul este la fel de poluat aici și cu atât mai mult expune copiii la pericol. Foarte interesant. Și aici, de exemplu, ca să explicăm un pic și să dăm context pozelor, aici, practic, începeați să creați spațiul de unde să adunați informațiile sau ce anume?
Aici este un laborator dintr-o școală din Serbia, unde am montat un dispozitiv în capăt, acolo în dreapta. Și am făcut poze, era interesant laboratorul, nu știu exact despre ce era vorba aici, ce se făcea, dar da, au tot felul de lucruri aici.
Și asta e cumva interfața pe care o văd sau felul în care se colectează datele în timp real, nu?
Da, asta era la test la noi la birou, testam 2 monitoare și încercam să vedem că totul merge bine, le pregăteam.
Așa, și în esență cam așa arată platforma. Deci, practic, odată ce sistemele sunt în funcțiune, asta e genul de informație pe care o pot obține administratorii.
Da, e practic un spațiu de lucru care arată modern ca interfață, unde se poate, unde poți efectiv să-ți pui un fel de favorites, sau ca la Pinterest, dacă vrei mai simplu, cum zice în română, îți alegi efectiv ce te interesează și ți le pui frumos într-un board și boardul ăla ce l-ai văzut acolo poate fi prezentat, practic. Poate fi prezentat pe un display mare, pe o tabletă, poate chiar pe un monitor. Și dacă vrei să dau un exemplu așa cum ar funcționa în economia asta, deci practic soluția asta se adresează mai mult domeniului industrial. Și, spre exemplu, o fabrică care are mai multe linii de producție, una dintre linii de producție unde am putea măsura consumul de energie a unor echipamente de acolo, pentru ca să-și dea seama operatorii că totul funcționează bine, ar putea să aibă un monitor din ăsta chiar acolo la linia de producție, unde observi în timp real parametrii relevanți specific pentru linia respectivă de producție. Ba chiar mai mult primești și notificări tu și supervizorul de linie dacă cumva ceva nu funcționează bine, astfel încât să nu mai trebuiască să stea cu ochii în linia de producție. Dacă nu-i prezență, dacă ar trebui să fie să se miște cineva pe acolo și nu se mișcă, mașina funcționează, dar n-ar trebui să funcționeze sau nu funcționează și ar trebui să funcționeze, toate lucrurile astea le primești și ești notificat să poți să te asiguri că producția funcționează la parametrii optim, full.
Bun, aș vrea să readuc aminte celor care ne urmăresc că dacă au întrebări și vor să află mai multe despre această soluție, chiar vă rog să ne scrieți în comentarii și noi ulterior să vă punem întrebarea aici în discuție. Deci până acum ați lucrat cu aceste școli, ați lucrat cu acest spațiu, cu acest centru sportiv. Ați mai avut alte colaborări între timp sau mai aveți altele pe care le vedeți în următoarea perioadă?
Da, asta a fost ultimul pe care noi ne-am ocupat și de instalare. De obicei nu ne ocupăm noi de instalare, delegăm partea asta de instalare, dar ăsta a fost un caz special. O să fie mai intimă treaba și să ne asigurăm că totul merge bine. În schimb, alte proiecte la care ne gândim acum, evident va trebui să facem un pic de efort de sales, practic. Ne gândim că cea mai mare valoare adăugată pe soluția asta noastră care oferim e în domeniul industrial, sunt fabricile, spații de stocare, cei care chiar când primesc factura la sfârșitul lunii de 10.000 plus de euro pe consum de energie electrică, acolo se simte o durere. Iar dacă te asiguri că toate echipamentele funcționează la parametri corecți și dacă adică dacă observi și reușești, ca într-un Google Analytics, care de fac eu comparație tot timpul, e ca un Google Analytics, dar pentru clădiri sau pentru fabrici SenseX, pentru că îți oferă abilitatea să înțelegi ce se întâmplă la cel mai mic nivel, granular și din punct de vedere al energiei consumate, dar și calitatea aerului. Deci îți dă posibilitatea să optimizezi costurile, să reduci costurile operaționale și să oferi un spațiu de lucru optim pentru ce se întâmplă acolo. De exemplu, dacă e un spațiu de stocare pentru picturi, acolo ai nevoie probabil de o anumită umiditate, level de umiditate, că dacă se ridică prea mult, atunci nu e bine. În long term se distrug ramele, se distrug picturile și așa mai departe. Asta e un exemplu.
Într-adevăr, aici într-adevăr și foarte multă posibilitate pe sectorul acesta de depozitare, pentru că într-adevăr ai diferite obiecte care au nevoie de anumite condiții și în același timp mă gândesc la foarte mult mă gândesc și la faptul că, uite, avem spațiile publice ale autorităților la care noi trebuie să mergem, unde sunt ghișee, unde sunt oameni care trebuie să lucreze așa intens și, într-adevăr, și acolo contează foarte mult, pe lângă partea de consum, exact care e ambientul, cum e acolo și, într-adevăr, văd și potențial pentru spațiile de birouri, unde vorba ta, la finalul lunii, e mult mai mare facturat decât ce avem noi în viața de zi cu zi, ori la noi să spunem că ar fi niște schimbări incrementale pe care le-am putea face, dar acolo scala este mult mai largă și, într-adevăr, vorbim de un alt fel de potențial de schimbare. Pentru tine personal, sunt curios, pe măsură ce ați văzut și proiectul ăsta în acțiune și cumva ați văzut cum se strâng datele și deciziile care se iau, ce te-a surprins sau ce v-a surprins pe voi cel mai mult? Pe măsură ce voi știați că asta e soluția, era clar că e o soluție bună, ce v-a surprins în felul în care, odată ce au venit informațiile, poate vi s-a schimbat vouă perspectiva sau a clienților?
Da, cumva perspectiva clienților s-a schimbat. Am fost surprins să aflăm, spre exemplu, chiar la început, când lucrasem destul de mult pentru aplicația aceea mobilă, și mi-a zis clientul așa franc, băi, pe mine nu mă prea interesează să mă tot uit pe aplicație. Pe mine ce mă interesează e că dacă ceva îi nasol, să primesc notificare. Deci e ca un fel de plasă din asta de siguranță. Ok, datele pe istoric și așa poate contează la sfârșit, poate când facem un audit sau așa, dar ce mă doare pe mine short term, îi că vreau să știu exact când se întâmplă. Deci dacă se întâmplă ceva, umiditatea e prea ridicată sau temperatura la copii în vestiar e mai mică, de 20 și ceva de grade, 21 de grade, atunci e o problemă și vreau să știu. Da, chestia asta, și atunci ne-am dat seama și am insistat pe partea asta de notificări, pentru că se pare că asta e cel mai important feature. Și cumva asta am descoperit along the way.
Acum, când ne gândim la conceptul de sustenabilitate și faptul că până în 2030, conform Climate Paris Agreement, e dorința asta de a înjumătăți emisiile, soluția ta vine foarte mult în a vedea cum putem găsi acele zone de waste, practic de deșeu care nu și are sensul, adică sunt resurse pe care le irosim dacă am face un design mai deștept. Din punctul tău de vedere, dacă ar fi să ne gândim la tot sectorul industrial, care știm că produce foarte multe emisii, cu o soluție de genul ăsta, cam cu cât crezi că ar putea să-și reducă impactul? Dacă, să zicem, toți, așa ca sector, și-ar lua în serios impactul asupra mediului și ar folosi genul ăsta de tehnologie, cu cât crezi că și-ar putea reduce amprenta de carbon?
Foarte bună întrebare și evident super specifică și complex de răspuns, dar aș putea spune așa mai mult, de overview mai întâi, dacă toată lumea ar fi responsabilă în sensul că măcar ar vrea să afle cât consumă fiecare, gen granular, fiecare consumator important din fabrică sau din clădirea de birouri, chiar și acolo, în clădiri mari, consumatoare foarte, foarte considerabile, cum ar fi chiller-ul, care consumă pe departe cel mai mult. Deci ca să răcești clădirea, te costă foarte, foarte mult. Și drept e că poate pentru ownerii de clădire nu e așa de important, că își cam scot banii, închiriază clădirea și per total nu e un cost foarte mare, că de-aia tot auzi și de-aia și vedem că există becurile aprinse noaptea în anumite clădiri doar să arate frumos. Nu prea le pasă lor de chestia asta. În schimb, trebuie să se muște chestia asta, sustenabilitatea cu business-ul, pentru că altfel nu o să existe adopție. Deci dacă reușești să vii cu sugestii și cu cum se numesc astea?
Cred că insight e un cuvânt bun.
Insight-uri, da, ok, nu știu în română cum se zice, dar actionable insights le zicem noi, în sensul în care poți să și faci ceva cu insight-ul ăla, nu doar un insight, ok, bun. Deci insight-ul care poți să faci și o acțiune în demersul ăsta pentru a, spre exemplu, reduce consumul de energie electrică, asta e foarte important. Pentru că dacă reduci consumul de energie electrică, evident scazi și CO2 printul și devii mult mai sustenabil ca atare. Dar totul trebuie să plece de la partea economică. Gen, dacă reușim, dacă totul... Adică de dragul sustenabilității, noi n-am văzut încă o afacere ca să zică, da, afacerea mea va fi sustenabilă. Numai câțiva care au principii foarte solide de viață și pentru ei nu sunt așa mult importanți banii decât principiile. Dar în principiu trebuie să se muște sustenabilitatea și business-ul ca și concepte, astfel încât... Și asta facem noi, practic. Oferim soluția asta, SenseX, pentru a oferi insight-uri cu privire la consumul de energie electrică și de la ambientul pe care îl ai în interiorul clădirilor tale, astfel încât, unu, să poți să înțelegi mai bine ce se întâmplă și să poți reduce costurile operaționale și dacă zicem costurile operaționale cu energia, păi e clar zicem și carbon footprint. Pentru că, din păcate, în momentul de față, energia vine din surse nu prea regenerabile, adică în mare parte. O să se schimbe cu siguranță chestia asta. Da, și cam asta ar fi, cumva pe scurt. Probabil că am mers all over the place, dar e un răspuns mult mai complicat.
Mi se pare că chiar ai semnalat un lucru foarte important, pentru că da, până acum sau până de ultimii 5 ani, până să fie partea de presiune publică și până să aducem argumentul acesta pur economic, sustenabilitatea era văzută ca o chestie așa hippie, foarte frumos, sună bine, dar brânza e pe bani la finalul zilei. Și acum, într-adevăr, ce observăm este că are foarte mult sens din punct de vedere economic din mai multe arii. De exemplu, multe companii acum sunt forțate să-și facă aceste rapoarte de sustenabilitate. Nu sunt forțate în sensul că trebuie să le facă pe un standard clar în toată lumea, însă, odată ce au genul acesta de informații, clar le este și mult mai ușor celor responsabili de acele rapoarte să le poată spune, da, uite, acesta e impactul fabricilor noastre și uite cum am putut să-l reducem pentru că am avut informația la îndemână. Și, în același timp, mă gândesc că, într-un fel, așa, odată ce soluția există și încep mai mulți oameni din acel domeniu să spună, uite, noi facem asta, la un moment dat devine ideea asta, băi, nu putem să rămânem în urmă sau să fim mai răi care nu dau 2 bani pe mediu, pentru că deja se ajunge la acea masă critică. Și e foarte bine că veniți cu ideea asta de date clare care se pot măsura și ulterior poți să iei decizii. Că, într-adevăr, poți să spui, hai că facem uite, izolăm anumite părți ale fabricii sau ale locuinței, ale locațiilor de birouri, sunt anumite zone care creează foarte multe risipă și poate schimbăm din politici și asta e un lucru, măcar e un început. Dacă de bine de rău nu este soluția finală, e unul din acele mici soluții incrementale care la finalul zilei creează contextul pentru soluțiile mari care să mențină, să nu fie doar un heirup, să fie o chestie care funcționează lean, ușor, pentru că partea de adopție mi se pare cea mai dificilă. Când vine vorba de politici de sustenabilitate, pare ca un fel de, aoleu, cât avem de muncă și...
Da, dacă ne poziționăm așa, nu avem nicio șansă.
Exact, exact.
Deci noi rezolvăm o problemă de sustenabilitate în esență, dar indirect, cumva, pentru că altfel dacă te poziționezi, noi rezolvăm o problemă de sustenabilitate, hai, vină cu business aici să-ți arăt ce știm noi să-ți oferim ca să poți să fii mult mai sustenabil. Și o să zic ăștia, nu te văd aici. Da. Bun. Dar vreau să adaug ceva la ce ai zis, că e foarte important. Pe lângă consumul de energie electrică, care în esență are o componentă economică, dacă reușești să-l reduci, evident plătești mai puțin bani la sfârșitul lunii, mai e și componenta care iar e cumva, nu e așa de clar, e un pic fuzzy, componenta asta calității aerului indoors. Pentru că, spre exemplu, în clădiri de birouri sau chiar în spații industriale, în fabrici, da? Sunt acei compuși organici volatili, acel CO2 level foarte mare, poate în unele cazuri, și multe alte gaze care n-au ce căuta acolo, posibil, da? Și astea, că vrei, că nu vrei, la un moment dat simți tu ca angajat, ca worker în fabrică sau ca lucrător în clădirea de birouri, începi să simți niște lucruri, începi să te simți un pic amețit, începi să nu mai dai randament, începi să nu mai ai productivitatea pe care ai avea-o dacă avea un aer proaspăt. Și atunci iară devine componenta aia, pentru că nu doar tu ești așa, sunt toți.
Corect.
Bine, știi? Și atunci toți fiind cu o productivitate de 20, să zicem, la sută mai mică în general, pentru că e aerul nu prea bun, atunci, overall, pe toată clădirea cu 7 etaje și 200 de camere, ai un impact economic masiv.
Tocmai.
Și asta ar fi o idee de corelat, mă refer. Și nu știi că doar îs 2-3 mai sensibili. De fapt, exact. Stai, că e așa, îs vreo 60% care simt, sunt 20% care mai și vorbesc despre asta și probabil nici măcar 1% se și plânge de bă, eu nu mă simt prea bine, nu știu, parcă e ceva, nu știu, n-aer, parcă, știi? Și atunci când managerul zice, păi eu sunt 2-3 mai mofturoși care nu știu ce. Și nu se știe, că nu se vede, că mirosul, sau nu simți nivelul de CO2, cam, știi? Dar e clar, e corelat. Peste 200 de părți pe milion de CO2, 2000, pardon, nu 200, deja încep să devii dizzy, amețit, rău.
Am înțeles. Practic aici e o foarte bună aplicare a acelei metafore cu broasca pe care o pui într-o apă care se încălzește ușor. Nu-și dă seama până când e deja prea târziu și ăsta e un adevăr, pentru că mai ales în contextul industrial, am avut, primul meu job a fost în construcții, da, să discuți despre probleme precum calitatea aerului, era foarte ușor luat la mișto, gen, hai mă, dar unde crezi că lucrezi tu aici la... Da.
Corect. Dar dacă stai să te gândești, acel business owner, dacă e un pic mai deschis la minte, ar fi atent la asta, pentru că, într-adevăr, are impact asupra productivității oamenilor de acolo. Mai ales că e un om care face la linie de producție tot felul de chestii repetitive și așa. Păi dacă nu poate să respire un aer corect, în scurt timp o ia razna. În scurt timp nu mai e productiv. În scurt timp are ceva probleme.
Și pe lângă partea de productivitate și faptul că ulterior oamenii s-ar putea trebuiască să-și ia concediu medical și așa mai departe. Exact. Adică sunt multe alte costuri care după aia în timp se adună. Și aici cred că se mulează foarte mult pe genul de business care într-adevăr înțelege că ideea că poți tăia costuri, dar tăierea costurilor nu înseamnă că trebuie să sacrifici experiența oamenilor din companie, pentru că tradiția clasică ar fi, bun, trebuie să tăiem din costuri, bun, nu vă mai dăm salopete noi, nu vă mai dăm măști de protecție noi, vă descurcați cu astea că trebuie să reducem costurile. Și aici, de fapt, ei și-ar da seama că nu, am putea să păstrăm acele costuri, pentru că sunt importante, sunt vitale și dacă facem câteva schimbări în partea asta, de fapt, ne cresc veniturile mult mai mult și e o experiență care e bună pentru toate părțile.
Short term versus long term, cumva.
Exact. Și mai ales acum în perioada în care și România, cei drept și înainte de COVID, cred că suferea de ideea asta de gândire pe termen scurt, e cu atât mai mult relevant și acum să ne scoatem un pic capul din pământ și să vedem dincolo de orizont, pentru că planul nostru este să fim aici pentru mai mult decât 2-3 ani. Planul nostru este să fim aici ca business pentru mult timp și atunci trebuie gândit exact din punctul ăsta de vedere, că costul pe care nu-l văd eu azi nu înseamnă că nu o să-mi vină în factură mâine sau poimine sau peste 2-3 ani. Și genul acesta de filozofie cred că începe să prindă contur, pentru că de bine de rău cred că e un factor inevitabil în orice business. La un moment dat, problema pe care nu o vezi, ea tot te sabotează, indiferent dacă o observi sau nu, și la finalul zilei începi să simți efectul. Uite, pe final, aș vrea să ne spui, uite, dacă avem norocul ca cineva care ne urmărește sau care va vedea înregistrarea mai târziu, lucrează, e administrator de o clădire, de o fabrică și ar fi interesat să lucreze cu voi, ce le recomand să facă, cum să vă abordeze și la ce se aștepte ca proces de colaborare?
Procesul e gândit să fie cât mai simplu posibil. Ne puteți contacta pe website-ul nostru, pe sensix.io, e secțiunea de contact acolo.
Hai că o să dau să vadă site-ul vostru cât ne povestești.
Ok. Și sunt și destul de multe informații ca să înțelegeți ce înseamnă, cum e soluția, ce puteți să vă așteptați de la ea. Deci, drept e în engleză site-ul, dar pentru că ne adresăm unei piețe globale de aia. Dacă e cineva interesat, cel mai bine și ce facem noi e să avem o discuție în prealabil cu ei, să înțelegem nevoile, să înțelegem durerile mai bine zis, și pe urmă să gândim o soluție specifică nevoilor lor. Noi putem măsura ambient și energie în orice cantități, să zicem, și orice tipuri de parametri, doar că cel mai bine și tot timpul este să ne mulăm pe nevoile relevante ale clientului.
Și deci, sunt curios, în momentul de față, planul vostru este foarte mult spre zona industrială. Există o perspectivă în viitor sau crezi că are sens asta și pentru clienții simpli, oameni care stau într-un apartament sau o casă să investească într-un astfel de soluție?
Da și nu. Acum, drept tip, soluții care există competitorii noștri care vând și soluții to customer, deci business to customer. Piața e mult mai sofisticată acolo și în plus nu primește așa de multă valoare din partea soluției noastre cum ar primi o fabrică, spre exemplu. Pentru că dacă îți dai, ok, important, spre exemplu, ai o cameră a copilului, vrei să știi ce calitate are aerul, da, acolo, și nu numai, și pentru tine să știi cum stai la birou, că acum mai ales lucrăm de acasă tot timpul. Deci e important să știm, să aflăm, tot timpul informația e valoroasă. Spre exemplu, dacă deschizi fereastra la momentul potrivit, când primești o notificare, bă, vezi că CO2 prea mare, e bine de știut. E bine să știi să acționezi exact atunci când trebuie și nu după ureche. Asta ar fi un exemplu. Deci, da, nu excludem, doar că momentan noi ne focusăm numai pe companii, pe a vinde soluții la companii.
Pentru că, într-adevăr, și impactul este mult mai mare acolo și e nevoie de acțiune în direcția asta. Cred că ideea voastră ar fi fost relevantă și acum 5 ani, chiar dacă poate încă nu era clară problema, dar cu siguranță ar fi fost relevantă soluția voastră și atunci. Lucian, mulțumesc foarte mult pentru participare și mulțumesc că dezvolți genul acesta de proiect, pentru că cred că asta e interesant în momentul în care lucrăm mai mulți la o problemă, fiecare găsim acea nișă și cred că e o nișă la care poate nici eu și nici mulți nu s-ar fi gândit că poate să însemne foarte mult. Vă invit să intrați pe sensix.io și să vedeți acolo proiectele lor, să aflați mai multe despre ei. Și noi să ne revedem marți cu ultimul startup din campania Soluții Inovatoare pentru Orașe și până atunci vă invit să vedeți și celelalte discuții de până acum, dacă nu le-ați prins, pentru că sunt multe soluții care s-ar putea să ne privească și pe care le putem implementa și e nevoie de noi toți ca aceste schimbări să devină commonplace în viața noastră de zi cu zi. Mulțumesc mult, Lucian, weekend foarte fain și să ne revedem cu bine.
Mulțumesc frumos, numai bine!
The next session is Acceleration of Circular Economy and Energy Solution, Boosting Potential to Pioneer Change in Energy Efficiency inside Danube Microregion.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this session dedicated to energy solutions and circular economy, hosted by Cleantech Bulgaria, the leading business network in Bulgaria with mission to develop sustainable growth through innovation. We work with entrepreneurs, science and technology deliverers, and business administration, cities, and young talents in order to achieve that. My name is Maria Alexandrova, and I'm a project manager at Cleantech Bulgaria, dealing with innovation management, entrepreneurship development, and system change. So today I will present you a very complex topic, and I was thinking during my preparations for this session how to place the context for this topic in order for all of you to relate to it, regardless of the country from which you're watching us today, or regardless of the sector and specialization which you come from. And a piece of news came just 2 days ago, which actually made my task easier, though it is not a positive news.
On 13th of December, this Saturday, United Nations held a global summit to mark the 5th anniversary of the Paris Climate Accord. And on this summit, the Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, urged the world to declare climate emergency. His tone was unprecedented, and he was calling the world leaders to pledge immediate actions in order to cut with almost half the carbon emissions that we commonly produce through our economic activity. Well, there was immediate response, of course, from countries like United Kingdom and the European Union in general, who have placed already concrete targets and pledges with time horizon of 2030. But there are more countries that need to come in front and declare their commitment, such as China, Japan, Russia, Brazil, and with United States of America, which are just coming back to this topic recently. So I think this piece of news is undoubtedly setting which is one of the greatest priorities of our times. And now to the topic of energy. So what is the relations of energy to the climate emergency topic? Actually, the role of energy is fundamental. You see on the graph to the right that every human activity more or less requires energy. There are two major resources, for the gas emissions that create these negative implications on climate. And as you see, one of them is simply electricity generation, while the other is food and land use. But the bad news is that all the segments to the left of the graph are also requiring energy in order to operate. We use energy in our buildings, in the industry, and also in transportation. So energy is a huge, huge topic that we need to address in order to meet this climate emergency agenda. But to transform such a field is really, really complex task, simply because it takes system change. Energy has social implications, social layer. It has technology relations that are really play within certain particularities. And it also has many main layers in many value chains. So we need not only to tackle the generation of energy, the resources from which we together extract energy from, which is now very popular under the term just transition, how to turn to another sources of energy that are restorable and more and not so harmful to the planet. But also it takes new ways of handling energy and as storage and distribution. And when we speak about distribution, it is not only physically delivering energy when it needs to be consumed, but it also concerns the topic of energy poverty and just governance models. Waste to energy is a topic that connects another important question, another important challenge of our economies, what to do with the escalating waste that we produce. But it takes not only technology, it takes regulations, it takes new business models, and probably setting new roles within the value chains. Energy efficiency in infrastructure is, of course, another very important topic. And all these fields that need transformation require solid and adequate policy mix, and not only mix, but measures. And sometimes it takes also communication, close collaboration between the different countries, regions, to implement this policy mix successfully, because energy sectors also at different regions of the world, and especially ours in the Balkans, are characterized by huge segmentation, which is not helping to the, not adding up to the picture. And energy value chains are not easy to disrupt. They need disruption, but they have particularities that make it really a complex and difficult task. For example, many of the core technologies for energy distribution and production are invented 100 years and more ago. And in general, these energy value chains rely on really traditional technologies. Only in the recent years, we see really pressing regulations or rising incentives for this sector to change. Previously, just a couple of years ago, the incentives, the stimuli for change in this sector were not very proclaimed. Just the recent Green Deal of the European Union is such an example of concrete and decisive incentives and regulatory approach towards this sector. And the Green Deal is celebrating 1 year since its announcement, which is really a fresh strategy for the European Union. And on top of that, we should also mention that really disruptive technologies that can replace or produce significant shift are more or less vivid on a large scale just in the recent 10 years. But as one very influential scientist says, in every challenge lies an opportunity. So my graph to the right actually is trying to suggest that we should view these huge challenges as huge opportunities for us. The graph that you see on the right is derived from economy theory, which claims that global economy rises according to cycles. So, and every cycle, a couple of decades, is driven to rise, to achieve new progress because of a certain technological development. For example, 200 years ago, it was the rise of the steel industry and the railways, and and we all witnessed the informational technology revolution happening just at the end of the previous century. And the good news is that many investors and experts in the field of clean tech unite themselves around the scenario that the next rise of the curve, the next economy progress on the global scale, will be driven exactly by technologies related to energy transition towards more sustainable forms of operations, such as the renewable technologies, the smart grids, the cloud computing, blockchain applications, and that sort of solutions. Well, this was the global picture and the global view. How about the Balkans, the region that this event is dedicated to? Well, let's take just the first challenge of the energy transformation, and it is how to cut off the fossil fuel sources of energy, the just transition agenda. On the map that I have presented to you, you can clearly see the regions in Europe with the most employees in this coal and fossil fuel energy industry. And these are the dark red, the more red sectors and countries in the diagram. So obviously, the Balkan and the Danube region are really very, how to say, challenged. The challenge here is greater than in other parts of Europe. How to transform the energy generation topic. To add up to this, our region is not very famous with energy efficiency in general, in terms of building stock, in terms of infrastructure, and in many other fields we need improvements like distribution and liberalization of markets and so on. The markets are still very fragmented, and the level of deployment of new technologies in the energy sector is really low. So I would say that it is even more than relevant for our region that we should tackle and discover and explore new approach to energy management. And this is already happening on the global scale. And we think that the answer for this huge transformation that is needed is partially in supporting entrepreneurship, into accelerating new technologies and fresh way of thinking, alternative approach to this industry and to these value chains. On the graph you see here, a record of the investments attracted by startups in the United States market, which is relatively one of the strongest markets in terms of clean tech investment. So it's a good reference point. And what makes an impression to us is that for the last 15 years, there is one train that really flipped itself, and it is that the most investments were attracted by startups that rely on hardware technologies, on deep tech, and this trend appeared from 2003 to approximately 2011 years. And afterwards, it turned out that the investors focused more on startups in the clean tech field, which develop software-based solutions with more exponential potential. And also, if we take a narrow view on this trend and examine some concrete deals, it turns out that the secret sauce of the most successful startups in this clean tech field is actually the innovation in the business model. It is rarely the technology itself, the software itself. It's more like applying it to a concrete energy value chain or subsector with a very innovative and original approach that could unlock disruption in the value chain. But still, another characteristic of this type of development is that clean tech startups are difficult to scale. It is difficult to scale in this field. Therefore, I would like to draw your attention to a project that we are now implementing in the Danube region, but actually most of the countries in the Balkans that we speak of today are involved in this project. And it is still running, so I invite you to join in and to visit our website and exchange some ideas probably and see how we can join forces. But still, as we reach very successful key milestones in the middle, I'm encouraged here to share these results with you, because we believe that this approach that turned successful in the Danube Energy Plus could be applied in another innovation hubs, in another topics across the Balkans. So we can scale this model and really influence the change. So the Danube Energy Plus is a project focusing on developing entrepreneurs in the Danube region in the field of energy. So energy solutions for sustainable energy management, value chains, and generation and storage. We implemented this project in an international consortium supported by the Interreg program. 9 partners were involved in it. And just for a bit more than 1 year, we managed to scout more than 1,000 young people and talents with interest in the energy field and entrepreneurship. And we selected and worked with more than 100 of them. And they went through an innovative training program and tool, thanks to which they managed to develop above 60 innovative ideas for ventures in the energy field. Some of these ideas turned out to become startups. Now they win competitions, startup awards, and some of them receive funding and continue their path through accelerators all across Europe to develop further their startups and identify a path to scale. We also worked on the other side. We attracted seasoned experts and professionals from all these countries in the Danube regions to work with these young people and to share the industry insights, to try to understand how to help them attach these fresh ideas to these traditional markets, to these traditional technologies, and validate what would be the best path to success. We are very proud that through this experience we managed to touch and intervene to 20 business areas, 20 business sectors and markets, which are now enriched by these entrepreneurial ideas, and more or less this will support the development of the entire ecosystems and hopefully inflict and contribute to the change into the value chains of energy. Well, the lessons learned in this journey, which, by the way, you will further hear more details about how we managed to achieve all these, is I think it's worth mentioning what our consortium managed to validate. So the essence of our experience is that it is not sufficient only to support entrepreneurs, to take their ideas and educate them how to develop them in a structured and disciplined way, how to validate with real customers and with real market cases whether these ideas will survive in reality. Simultaneously, we need to develop the ecosystems that need to absorb these new solutions, but not only to absorb, but to attract all the key stakeholders and help them reach common understanding about their role in support of entrepreneurial ideas, about creating the environment that will make these ideas flourish and these technologies be deployed. And this was a very valuable experience to us, and we are very proud that the project managed to develop not only innovative knowledge tools to support the entrepreneurs. By the way, the tools are still active, so if it's an interesting topic for you, you can try it together with us. But also we worked a lot on the development of the ecosystem, and I'm talking here about the ecosystem on the regional level that goes beyond the country borders and provides this common vision that the region shares common challenges, and for some topics they need to commonly address these challenges in order to be successful. And this was particularly valid for the topic of energy, which faces this fragmented markets difficulty. And now I will pass the floor to my colleague Nicola Kolev, who is going to present you in detail what you managed to achieve, with what kind of stakeholders we worked in the countries, and what are the tools that are still available, and you can even switch in and try them, which will be great pleasure for us. So with this, I will pass the floor to Nicola. Nicola, do you hear me?
Hello everyone, my name is Nicola Kolev and I speak to you on behalf of Cleantech Bulgaria. The transition to a circular economy is of vital importance because we're the first generation to experience the effects of climate change and possibly the last one that can do something to prevent it. Due to this reason, it is my greatest honor to present to you the Danube Energy Plus project. Before we begin, I would like to say that no presentation can possibly give justice to the effects of the project, but I will attempt to provide you with an overall illustration of the components and results of the Danube Energy project. And without further ado, we will now begin the presentation. The entrepreneurship environment in the Danube macro region is less developed in comparison with other EU countries. This is because young innovators and companies often fail to find sufficient funding, resources, people with experience who can guide them, and most importantly, sufficient knowledge on the topic. For that reason, the overall objective of the project is to create an enabling environment that will support young innovators to pioneer change in the energy efficiency area by setting up highly innovative startups in the Danube macro region. The partnership consortium consists of 9 companies in 9 states. These are in Germany, Bulgaria, Slovakia, Slovenia, Croatia, the Czech Republic, Romania, Serbia, and Ukraine. It also consists of 7 associate partners whose goal in the project is to assist us in creating the enabling environment and to further support the innovative startups. The activities of the Danube Energy Plus project are to create a beneficial ecosystem for the sustainable development of the energy sector, to connect key actors in order to maximize the development of energy innovations, to support innovative solutions through an innovative training program, and last but not least, to achieve a trans-regional sustainable cooperation throughout the Danube region. All these activities are to be achieved with the implementation of the Danube Energy Plus ecosystem package. The package is a learning system which purposes to advance the knowledge of key regional innovation ecosystem actors, which include regional public authorities, universities, business support organizations, and industry actors. The package helps create an enabling environment for innovation by guiding ecosystem actors in their identification of young innovators in their ecosystem, the motivation of these young innovators to further develop their disruptive ideas into workable, marketable solutions, the implementation of the Danube Energy Plus tool in order to boost the knowledge of the young innovators so they can scale up their ideas into successful business ventures, and last but not least, to establish a connection of the young innovators with other key stakeholders in the regional ecosystem. The Danube Energy Plus pilot tool was performed in 2 stages during 2020. The first stage is the identification and motivation of young innovators. To reach out to them, each of the partners carried out a number of half-day visits and motivational workshops. Depending on the factors in their environment, the partners applied a variety of approaches, such as networking with the local ecosystem, which included the contacting of the partners' organizations like incubators and accelerators, co-working spaces, and more. Establishing a cooperation with contacts with leading universities. Attracting the lead startups and industrial experts as lectors in motivational workshops. Organizing or attending appropriate events such as fairs and conferences where the target group, the young innovators, was present, and last but not least, active media coverage in the most predominant social media such as LinkedIn, Facebook, and Twitter. The second stage of the implementation of the pilot tool was conducted with the performance of 3 types of events. These are trainings, demo days, and connecting events. In regards to the trainings, the partners have taken pretty much the same approaches for the Corona challenge in the process of the implementation of this step. As we all know, the Corona pandemic struck the world as a surprise, and we all had to adapt to it. This was done by switching from physical to virtual meetings. The conduction of all the trainings was dependent on the level of readiness of the partners' teams for reorganization, transition from physical to virtual, and maybe in some situations postponing the events from 1 to 5 months. The technical tools that were used were Zoom, MS Teams, Miro, Kanbanizer platform, and WhatsApp groups. The demo days were included in the second part of the pilot, and all the new Banerjee Plus young innovators were enabled to get professional feedback by potential investors and business angels, as well as by energy professionals. The connecting events were done in the late summer and early autumn and were organized for all highly motivated and hardworking young innovators, teams with potential investors. Now I will allow myself to present to you the results of the new Banerjee Plus tool in figures. More than 1,000 students covered in the process of identification and motivation. More than 100 young entrepreneurs were trained due to the program. 60 innovative ideas were created, developed, and shared to the world. 46 mentors were engaged in a training program. 20 business areas in the focus of innovative ideas of young entrepreneurs were covered, and more than 230 people attended the demonstration days. More than 85,000 people were familiar with the project. Now, I will allow myself to discuss a little bit about the lessons learned which we managed to acquire from the young innovators' feedback. The creation of a young team of young innovators with different technical expertise is one of the factors of success. This was even more evident this year due to the coronavirus pandemic, which challenged us all, and we were forced to switch our events from physical to virtual ones. The increasing motivation to participate in the program is stimulated by the presentation of successful startups in the motivational workshops. This is very important because in order to transform a startup idea into a successful business venture, it requires a lot of hard work and dedication. And by having successful startups on these motivational workshops, the young innovators can motivate themselves and be inspired to achieve their goals. It was really important to switch from physical to virtual training instead of postponing them or canceling them. This maintained the integrity of the project, and we managed to keep on schedule as much as we were able to. The focus of mentors on participants' motivation and ability to stick to their business idea and grow it, and not lose interest at the first sign of trouble. The mentors are the people to who the participants look upon, and focusing on their motivation was key in order to be able to transform their business idea into a successful venture. And last but not least, there was a huge importance of the pitch desk, which was so it can tell the audience what they should do and possibly give them the motivation to do so. Now we will discuss a little bit more in numbers the young innovators' feedback. As you can see from this graph, they're most satisfied about learning how to build a business model and transform their idea into one. As we mentioned in the introduction, they're least satisfied with the information on how to secure the resources they need. But this was expected because this is possibly the hardest step from transforming your startup into a working business venture. Now I will allow myself to read some quotes from our partners in Romania, Germany, and of course, us in Bulgaria. This is also connected to the effectiveness of the applied methods for reaching out to young innovators. Social media not useful as there are not enough followers as expected by all partners. A social campaign not backed up by other methods is not sufficient enough. It does not provide the necessary credibility to a new program. That said, program is worth signing up for, offering as many opportunities to interact with the organizing team face-to-face or via online webinars and giving them value. Motivation workshops with industry leaders, even before the start, the pre-acceleration program convinced many not only to apply, but also to finish with the new Energy Plus 2. This is from Startup Transylvania Center in Romania. For the German pilot, this was the cooperation with Axel, the Energy Accelerator, and the chance for all young innovators to apply for the team training and later onwards to the one-year team development program of Axel. This was done due to the availability of a well-established ecosystem, and the German team wanted to emphasize on its importance. The interactions with representatives of target groups, students, to motivate the youngest target groups is always intriguing and very demanding. The half-day visits were implemented with representatives of leading universities and innovative communities from our respectful partnership network and were performed in person in the beginning of the year prior to the introduction of the national restrictive measures against the COVID-19 pandemic. Thus, we managed to organize highly productive and efficient visits with the target group. These visits bring significant added value for the establishment of the new Energy Plus hub from Cleantech Bulgaria. It is very important to stay as flexible as possible and to adapt the pilot format in accordance to the circumstances. In Inno Energy case, the fast switch from physical to virtual training due to Corona, Inno Energy, Germany. The lessons learned from the pilot implementation were, first of all, constant communication with participants, constant reminder of where they are in the program and what they still have left to do. This helped them stay on track. From the Startup Transylvania Center in Romania, an initial scanning was performed on the applications jointly between the project team and the mentors. It was seen the applicants were a mix of ideas, teams, and individuals. Based on this knowledge, the exact structure and agendas of the sessions were defined in order to best suit the needs of the applicant. Now I will allow myself to read some messages and feedback from the young innovators regarding the program. What I liked most was the feeling that what I learned made me rethink about what I have done so far in developing my business idea from Airbox. The new Energy Plus gave me the push I needed to start my own company, and it helped me learn how to identify customers' needs from Alexandro Lucian. The possibility to start developing new technologies and innovative ideas on the market that doesn't even exist in our region is my motivation to apply to the new Energy Plus training program. Considering the current situation, we needed to think and act fast. This program provided high value in a short period of time, just 2 weeks. Now I need to expand the team and apply all the tips and tricks I picked up from Semir Puturak Masex. The new Energy is a well-crafted program for early stage ideas. It helps you carve the raw ideas into a solid business design. It is an interesting experience because it broadens your perspective, but at the same time narrows your focus on important aspects of making your idea into reality. Ushan from Kotos, Ephemera, Bulgaria. Now, before we conclude, I would like to briefly discuss the plans of the new Energy Plus project for 2021. This is the creation of the new Energy Plus hubs, and it is going to be performed in 2 stages. The first of all is a strategy for trans-regional the new Energy Plus hubs, the creation of reasonable sustainable structure in regional ecosystems, which would help the guidance, identification, and motivation of young innovators. And secondly, creating a regional action plan of the new Energy Plus hub in Bulgaria, which is the regional policy institutional and financial measures to support the creation of a regional sustainable structure and a favorable environment for young innovators. Now, as we come to the end, I would like to thank you all for your attention. The project continues, and these are a channel for contact. Now we're going to show you a couple of videos so you can witness our work and get you even more excited about the project. Again, thank you all very much.
Thank you, Nicola, for this extensive presentation of the project. I hope it was interesting for our audience. And now, as a closure to this session, I would like to help you dive into the atmosphere of the New Energy Plus. I will now present you a short video material that will get you acquainted with the representative of the coordinator of this project, EIT InnoEnergy. This is the community managed by the European Institute of Technology, which is a body of the European Union, helping innovations in the regions to spur. And EIT InnoEnergy is the knowledge and innovation community that specializes exactly in sustainable energy solutions. We had the pleasure to work with the team in this project, and now I will present you a video from Mr. Dirk Basso, who will present you not only what was our motivation, but will get you acquainted with one of the teams that we worked with that achieved remarkable success throughout the program. Enjoy, and we'll come back in 4 minutes back here.
Told you that you could make a difference in that look. By taking responsibility and having courage to do something difficult, you could potentially change the world.
We see 4 big challenges for the transformation of the energy system. It's first the decarbonization of the whole industry in Europe and the energy sector. The second, the growth of renewables. Perhaps at the end, renewables will be the main basis of the future energy system. The third part is that we have more and more decentralized energy systems. The fourth is digitalization as a basic trend of all industries.
We developed a pre-acceleration program that will help you tackle those challenges.
The idea is to promote a new innovation for the transformation of the energy system in a very, very early stage, where usually private money is not that much available. InnoEnergy is the lead partner of this Danube Energy Plus project, and we are bringing all the expertise and all our experience we have so far with energy startups. I believe that education is important for the whole business life nowadays, but extremely important for young professionals who will be an innovator and entrepreneur at the end. And our idea is to build competences before and really to have the phase before you set up your own company.
Meet Ivan Mrvoš, a young innovator who is striving to make a difference in today's world.
I was still in high school when I started with the company, and only money I had was money for like buying something for breakfast in school or things like that. When I started the company, I don't think that my education, or at least knowledge about how to run a company, was on some high level. At the real beginning, so 5 years ago, it was really hard. Because first of all, my background was mostly technical background. For us, first real advisors were our first investors. Actually, when we were closing first investment round, we met a few lead investors with who we are still in contact even today. It's really something special when you know that something that you were working on for the last 5 years is used by 1 million people every year. That's really cool.
Finding a mentor and education can be tough, especially in today's world of information flowing everywhere. Our program will give you exactly what you need: mentorship, experience, and knowledge to start changing the world. You will be able to validate your idea, iterate, communicate with others, and even find a deeper problem to solve. We are looking for energy innovations. Even if you don't have a revolutionary idea that might change the world, the aim of this program is to advance your knowledge in the development of sustainable energy solutions. a solution that someday might become a business that is changing the world and changing the life of everyone surrounded by the impact of what was sometimes just an idea.
I believe that nobody is a pure-born innovator or entrepreneur. You will come to be an entrepreneur. You will have a way to be an innovator in the future. So, and our program helps people to take this journey from having the first idea to start a project, and at the end there should be the first idea to build a company and to be a really entrepreneur. And so this is quite a new way to have this pre-acceleration at the beginning, and then to be prepared to be a professional young entrepreneur.
You can gain knowledge in some areas that maybe you don't have enough information currently. You can learn from other people that had experience in private sectors or some other sectors who maybe work in some different countries or some different continents. Whatever you have in your head, you need to try to do it, to accomplish it, and it doesn't matter who is telling what to do about that.
Okay, so I would like to close the video with the call that this project is still on. We have more remarkable startups in our cohorts in all the countries that implement it. So if you by any chance have investor interest, contact us. We might be able to provide you really valuable connections to entrepreneurs from across the Danube region. If you want to get inspired from more stories like the one of Ivan and his company include, I would like to also invite you to take a look at the brochure of the project. Brochures of projects are not very interesting reads sometimes, but this one is different because it will present you 12 case studies from the countries that we work in, of live teams that operate, that validated their ideas. They have, some of them have ready-made products, others are progressing with their prototypes. And we have made a selection from every country with some highlights. But if you want to delve deeper, go to the end of the brochure where you're going to find our contact details in every country. So if you have a particular interest in any startup or in any country as a profile or information that you need or contacts, please welcome and use this page. And with this, I would like to close our session. It was a pleasure for me to present you this topic. I hope I evoked your interest, and I hope that you'll get back to us and discuss possibilities to work together, join forces, or exchange ideas about the sustainable future of energy in the Balkans. Thank you very much, and have a lovely, enjoy your stay in the conference.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, everyone. Just to let you know that we are live, and let us just wait for the other speakers, and then you can start.
Excellent.
Thank you.
We can start. You mean someone will introduce us, right?
We just need to wait for the moderator and the other speakers.
Okay, yeah. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Καλησπέρα.
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 Καλησπέρα σε όλους. Good afternoon. We are live on YouTube. So, Professor Tandouri, if we can start when you're ready.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Lydia. It is a true pleasure to be able to present in this conference identifying and highlighting the significant role that circular economy can have on the sustainability transition. Let me share my presentation so that you can follow my points more smoothly. So can you see the presentation now? Okay, I see heads moving, so I guess you can see it. Okay, so I will be talking about the circular economy and its role in leading the sustainability transition, and I will also be making the case for sustainability recovery from COVID-19 pandemic. And in particular, I'll be making the economic case for that. I will be arguing that is not only environmentally sustainable to recover from this pandemic based on the SDGs and the European Green Deal, but it is also economically efficient and socially efficient to do so. So I guess you've all seen this sketch, or were involved in discussions that are consistent with this sketch. We all know that the COVID pandemic has led to a huge recession, unprecedented recession, and also that at the same time of the pandemic and the huge recession, we are facing the effects of climate change. These three big crises have to be dealt with simultaneously, and it is not easy to do so. It is not easy to do so because in order to flatten the inflation curve, you need to steep the macroeconomic recession curve, which means keeping people employed, even if guaranteed, governments channeling financial support to public and private institutions that support the vulnerable, safeguarding SMEs against bankruptcy, create policies to support the financial system as not performing loans mount, and develop fiscal packages comparable to the crisis-related loss of GDP in order to restart the economy. And of course, these fiscal packages need to be financed by national debt, and we all know that we've proven that we are not very efficient in handling debt crisis, because after the resolution of the pandemic-related recession, which we don't know if it's going to come soon or if it's going to take time to recover, we definitely know that we're going to face a debt crisis because all these recovery packages are financed by national debt. And of course, we all know and we are feeling the effects of climate crisis. The increase in global temperature has led to extreme. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, because I had a weird Zoom popping up. Okay, so I continue. We know and we face currently the effects of climate change. There is no country in the world that is not experiencing the drastic effects of climate change. And these effects translate into billions, hundreds of billions of dollars annually of economic losses. And in addition, unfortunately, millions of people's lives being lost. Between 1998 and 2017, 1.3 million people were killed and 4.4 billion were injured in natural disasters related to climate change. So we need a different way of growing. We need a model that will allow sustainable growth, that we will allow meeting human development goals while sustaining the ability of natural systems to provide the natural resources and ecosystem services upon which the economy and society depend. Currently, the major mobilizers for the for the transition to sustainable growth are first, global climate neutrality, which we expect to materialize through the use of renewables and all technologies matured or currently being matured and related to decarbonization, circular economy, the transition to circular economy, and nature-based solutions. And together with climate neutrality transition, the other two mobilizers are, of course, large infrastructural projects on climate adaptation and resilience, and thirdly, sustainable finance. And I'm going to come back to these three later on in my presentation. In order to move towards such a sustainable framework, we need to focus on Agenda 2030, the 17 SDGs, the Climate Paris Agreement, and if located in Europe, the European Green Deal, and the recovery and Resilient Plan, EU Next Generation, which are all based on climate mainstreaming and digital mainstreaming, supporting economic growth and social cohesion. So what do we have already in place as policies in order to enable the sustainability transition? Obviously, the 17 Sustainable Development Goals that cover all that has to do with people, their prosperity, and their interaction with the planet. We have the Paris Climate Agreement. We have the explicit announcement by the Intergovernmental Policy Panel on Climate Change that 2 degrees increase in average temperature is too much. We need to limit the increase in temperature to 1.5 degrees Celsius compared to the pre-industrial era. And in 2019, we as Sustainable Development Solutions Network, we announced during the Climate Week of the UN in New York, the 6 transformations to achieve the SDGs. So the 17 SDGs can be grouped into 6 major transformations that can be efficiently integrated in national programs because they mirror the way governments are structured and administered. So we need sustainable education, health, decarbonization, energy decarbonization, sustainable food production, land, water, and oceans, sustainable communities and cities, and the digital revolution to sustainable development. December 2019, we have the European Green Deal, 4 major axes: climate neutrality by 2050, protection of biodiversity and cancelling out pollution to protect human health, clean tech, leadership of European companies, and the just transition, the inclusive transition that leaves no one behind. And we all know that we have now the 9 different policies of the European Green Deal: biodiversity, from farm to fork, sustainable agriculture, clean energy, sustainable industry, building and renovating, sustainable mobility, eliminating pollution, and climate action. And these 9 policies are governed by horizontal priorities that are circular economy and just transition, leave no one behind. And the European Green Deal is supported by the EU Climate Law and the European Climate Pact with the citizens of the European Union. And of course, the European Green Deal is supported within 1 trillion budget, half of it coming from the EU budget, and the other half coming from to be leveraged from public-private partnership. 2020, we have the coronavirus, as I said before, flattening the infection curve, steepens the macroeconomic recession curve. But the good news is that the recovery and resilience plans are in accordance, are consistent with the European Green Deal, requesting the projects that are going to be financed by EU Next Generation, the 750 billion euros, in addition to the multi-annual financial framework of the European Green Deal, has to be climate mainstream and digital mainstream. So our future needs to be climate, digital, create jobs and growth, and be fully inclusive and just. In order to be able to make this transition, it is crucial to understand that what is happening in Europe is not just happening in Europe. So it's not just the Balkans, it's not just Southern Europe, it's the whole of Europe that has committed to this European Green Deal, but it is also something that seems to be a trend that mobilizes policy throughout the world, or at least has started to do so. We have a pact for a Green New Deal in Panama, South Korea has a Green New Deal, Israel has a commitment to green recovery, the new president of the US has committed to an infrastructure green recovery, and importantly, China has announced in September 2020 that they are committing to climate neutrality by 2060. If you see the map of a national government pledge in place and incoming up in my slide, you will see that there is an acceleration towards top-down mobilization for a green recovery. And this recovery needs to be inclusive. It needs to be based on the principles that I mentioned already, that is the principles of climate neutrality, sustainable finance, and climate adaptation projects. It needs to be inclusive. It needs to be co-designed by all relevant stakeholders. And in redesigning the growth model, we need to be aware of the fact that what we need is to restructure our system in order to function better. We need to reorganize the elements of our system in a way that will function better and produce fundamental transformations in all aspects of the economy, the society, the financial system, in order to enable triggering exponential change towards an inclusive and climate resilient economy and society. If we keep the current system, if we don't re-innovate our system, then the change will only be incremental, and it will not allow us the pace that we need in order to be able to face on time, the challenges of climate change, but also the challenges of the very weak economic growth and very low investments, real investments in the economy that we've been facing the last decade. There are good news, because this transition can be mobilized by the fact that renewables are consistently cheaper than fossil fuels by 2020, energy storage installations increase exponentially, strong energy efficiency improvements are possible. There is a technology for large-scale carbon capture. There is technology for the transition to electric mobility, excuse me. There is knowledge for nature-based solutions. And of course, one big mobilizer is the transition to circular economy. Circular economy, sets a direction for a future way of producing and consuming. And although we will never reach 100% circularity, it is a way to transform our system and to address structural waste in the current systems. Yes? Okay, I'm continuing, although I am hearing my voice. Thank you. So what are the principles of circular economy? I'm sure that in this wonderful conference, you have heard about all this before, and all these concepts have been connected to bygone Piagon project on circular economy, but let me briefly remind you that the first principle is preserving and enhancing natural capital by controlling finite stocks and balancing renewable resource flows. The second principle is optimize the resource yields by circulating products, components, and materials. And the third principle is fostering system effectiveness by revealing and designing out negative externalities. So it is important also to understand how climate a circular economy reduces the environmental and carbon footprint. It designs out waste and pollution and reduces greenhouse gas emissions across the value chain. It keeps products and materials in use to retain the embodied energy in products and materials, and it regenerates natural system to sequester carbon in soil and products. And there is also a very explicit economic case for circular economy. It creates cost savings for businesses. It is relevant for all scales of businesses, small, medium enterprises, and larger enterprises. It has the potential to create more than 500,000 jobs in innovative design, business model, research, recycling, manufacturing, and product development. And these are more than 500,000 jobs in Europe. It has it enables, as I indicated before, reduction in EU carbon emissions, and the estimated number is 450 million tons by 2030. And it also enables the reduction of the greater environmental footprint by optimizing waste management and boosting recycling and reducing landfill. By 2050, on a global scale, on an EU scale first, we've estimated a 56% cut in emissions from heavy industry due to the transition to circular economy, and 45% cut global emissions from steel, cement, plastic, and aluminum products. Another interesting feature of circular economy is that it creates both private financial benefits in terms of profits, but also public benefits in terms of better environmental quality and social benefits in terms of creating jobs. This enables a public-private partnership business model, which is also prioritized by the European Green Deal and the Recovery and Resilience Fund. And it might be also important to understand that the public benefits, the environmental and social benefits of the transition to circular economy can be measured through LCA analysis and can be monetized through total economic valuation analysis. Monetizing them is important in order to showcase the benefits of the transition to circular economy in a monetary cost-benefit analysis framework. This is important, especially for policymakers, because policymakers have one budget and they need to allocate this budget between different ministries and different projects within these ministries. So they need a cost-benefit analysis prioritization. They need to monetize all the costs and benefits of each and every project and select those projects that produce the higher private in terms of profits, environmental and social benefits. And of course, the EU has a circular economy action plan, which is one of the main blocks of the European Green Deal. And this plan announces initiatives along the entire life cycle of products, targeting, for example, their design, promoting circular economy processes, fostering sustainable consumption, and aiming to ensure that resources used are kept in the economy for as long as possible. It also introduces legislative and non-legislative measures targeting areas where action at EU level brings real added value. And the other mobilizers, of course, because I feel the need to refer to them, it is important. Circular economy is crucial, but you also need the other mobilizers in order to make the transition possible. The other mobilizers are decarbonization. We know that the EU has voted for 55% increase in investment, 55% reduction in EU in CO2 emissions, CO2 and greenhouse gas emissions. And in order to achieve that, we need to make additional investments of 315 billion per year. So what we have at the moment in the national and energy climate plans is the investments that are needed for a 50% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. In order to go to the 55 neutral target, we need additional investments of 315 billion. Now, in order to achieve all this, give me one sec, please. In order to achieve this target, of course, we need to be firmly aware of the technological pathways that are explicitly set in the recovery and resilience plans and in the general strategy of the EU Next Generation Instrument. The EU Next Generation Instrument explicitly says that each country should develop their recovery plans based on the following European flagships. And these are all flagships relevant to technology. The technological flagships are Power Up, that is lay the foundation for hydrogen lit markets in Europe and the related investments, Renovate, improve the energy and resource efficiency of buildings, recharge and refuel, promote future-proof clean technologies, Connect, provide universal access to rapid broadband services, modernize EU ID and key digital public services, Scale Up, that is increase cloud capacities and develop powerful, sustainable processor, and importantly, reskilling and upskilling. Focus investments and reforms on digital skills and educational and vocational training for all ages. This is crucial. We are going through the fourth industrial revolution. The pace of technological advancement is very fast, and major reskilling, upskilling, and lifelong training will need to take place in order to achieve and just transition, in order to allow the workforce to take part in a green and digital recovery as explicitly laid out in the European Green Deal and the recovery and resilience plans. And it's important to understand that the energy sector will have to play a big role, because at the moment with the current uncertainty, economic uncertainty that exists, and it's extrapolated and it is even enhanced by the pandemic, it is really very difficult to get private investors to invest in real investments, in investments in the real economy. So what is needed is for the public sector to come in and make the initial investments, mostly infrastructural investments, investments like grid, investments in e-mobility, investments in large climate adaptation and resilience projects. And it is important for the energy sector to be engaged because governments, directly or indirectly, drive more than 70% of global energy investments. So at this time of crisis, their actions matter more than ever. Policy settings can actively steer energy-related investments onto more sustainable pathways. And of course, nature-based solutions are also important in the decarbonization pathway. These are solutions inspired and supported by nature, which are cost-effective, simultaneously provide environmental, social, and economic benefits, and help build resilience. And they can be based on urban wetlands, coastal wetlands, forest vegetation, coral reefs, dunes and beaches, urban green spaces, mangroves, and so on. The UN, and explicitly said by the UN Secretary, estimated that 1/3 of the transition to climate neutrality will derive from nature-based solutions. The other mobilizer, the second mobilizer, in addition to decarbonization, is, of course, climate change adaptation infrastructure. These are adaptation programs like early warning systems, making infrastructure resilience, improving dryland agriculture, and managing water resources. And it is important to understand that they create a triple dividend. They avoid losses due to climate change. They produce economic benefits from the investment programs, and they produce social and environmental benefits. And in order to be able to invest in those, we need to construct and develop and implement vulnerability indices, geographical, regional, sectoral, economic, and social vulnerability. And we need to start thinking about the Just Transition Fund that will be focused both on mitigation and adaptation. One big project that we've just completed and has now transposed itself into an association is the Big Briquette project, which focuses on innovations for climate change adaptation, where we have produced a window with startups on droughts, floods, and other extreme weather events, startups that provide solutions towards these climate-related natural disasters. It is very interesting to look in this. These are startups with high TRLs, readily available for implementation, and they've been selected based on their merit and quality and potential for producing financial, but also social and environmental benefits. The second important mobilizer, the third important mobilizer, because as we said, is climate neutrality. A big part of it is circular economy, it's climate adaptation projects, and of course, it's sustainable finance and economic instruments. The European Investment Bank was the first one to announce the end of financing fossil fuel energy projects, and also accelerating and also announcing financing that will accelerate clean energy innovation, energy efficiency, and renewables. This movement was followed by the European Central Bank. It was followed by many national banks, and it is slowly being integrated into the financial structure of commercial banks.
One crucial instrument here is the green bond instrument, alternatively called transition bonds or sustainability bonds. These have the same financial characteristics as conventional bonds, but they have a special commitment that the proceeds from the bond will be used to finance green projects that deliver environmental benefits. And 80% of issuance to date is allocated to energy, buildings, and transportation, but there are interesting cases where the issuance is also allocated in accordance to specific SDGs, which enables a very clear interlink between Agenda 2030 and the Green Bonds instrument. One important background document that supports sustainable financing, at least in Europe, is EU taxonomy. This EU taxonomy has been issued by the European Commission at the end of 2019, and it is a classification system for sustainable economic activities, which creates a common language for investors and lenders and allows scaling up of private and public investments to finance the transition to climate neutral and green economy. In addition to sustainable finance, there are other economic instruments such as taxes and tradable permits and sustainable insurance principles and instruments that allow behavioral change. It is important when you try to construct instruments to be aware of the following. First, that people need to be taxed on choices for which they have options that are affordable and readily accessible. So there is no point taxing carbon if you do not have the alternative technologies available at an affordable price. It is also important for the receipts of these taxes to be earmarked to green investments and to be returned in a transparent way back to those who pay the taxes. It is interesting to know that there exist 51 carbon pricing schemes at the moment in place, 25 of them in terms of emissions trading systems and 26 of them in terms of carbon taxes. And among the countries that have already submitted their nationally determined contributions for the Paris Agreement, for the implementation of the Paris Agreement, you can see the graph here. 88 of these countries have stated their intent to implement carbon pricing as part of their national climate policies. It is also important to understand and integrate in the economic case for the transition to sustainability and sustainable recovery that this transition has beneficial effects on job creation. These are indicators. I don't expect you to go through all this all the detail in these tables, but they are indicating employment multipliers. This is direct and indirect jobs created per million of investment in green technologies in the sector of electricity, hydrogen production, carbon capture utilization, reductions in methane emissions, transport, buildings, and industrial efficiency. And it is also important to understand that there is documented evidence that investments in line with the European Green Deal can lead to approximately 1 million new jobs in energy and energy-related markets. In the short term, jobs to be concentrated in existing programs that can mobilize money quickly, that is energy efficiency, retrofits, and sustainable development. In the longer term, higher investments will be possible in power sector projects and manufacturing on new efficient and low carbon vehicles. And most jobs created in Europe will be highly skilled positions requiring substantial training, and about 1/3 of new jobs will require moderate and retraining, which is needed for transitioning workers within the same industry or within the same occupation. Very few opportunities, unfortunately, for low-skilled jobs, and this will be a problem for Europe. And these are not just results from the International Energy Agency. These are results from various studies, including the study that I lead with Professor Jeff Sachs on the sustainable transformation of Europe, sustainable recovery of Europe based on SDGs and the European Green Deal. So the International Labour Organizations identifies that sustainable energy can create 4 times more jobs than those lost. The International Renewable Energy Agency estimates that energy transition related investment will yield net job gains in all regions of the world, and the International Monetary Fund and the European Commission shows that green recovery policies are superior for economic output and employment than business as usual stimulus. And ILO says that circular economy, organic agriculture, and nature-based solutions are significant employment generators in Europe. They produce growth in services, waste management, land restoration, afforestation, offsets job losses elsewhere. And finally, there are various national studies that confirm that investments in clean energy and energy efficiency create up to 3 jobs for each job lost in the fossil fuel sector. And in this whole recovery, we need to be very careful in order to care for equality and equity considerations. And we need measures to counterbalance the regressive effects of decarbonization policies. Lump sum transfers, reduction in income taxes, targeted energy efficiency measures, job retraining programs, and so on. Finally, if I had to give a few key messages to policymakers, a return to normal economic stimulus is environmentally unsustainable and economically inferior to a green stimulus. We need immediate interventions to focus on energy efficiency, retrofit, small-scale renewable, sustainable urban mobility. In the medium and longer run, we need to mobilize higher levels of investment for capital intensive projects to accelerate green energy transition. Apart from clean energy, other green interventions are also important: circular economy, nature-based solutions, organic agriculture, and we need to pay attention to the trade-offs. Programs with large short-term employment benefits may have weaker effects for long-run growth, and the green transition requires commitments to public spending and pricing reforms over a longer period of 5 to 10 years. Having said all that, let me take 3 minutes to introduce our team that works on many European and global projects that try to mobilize this sustainability transition. We work as a cluster of institutions. My research lab on socioeconomic and environmental sustainability at the Athens University of Economics and Business, the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network of Greece and Europe, and EIT Climate Kick Hub of Greece. We have projects in all 5 continents, most of them, of course, in Europe, as you can see the many small dots, but there are projects in all 5 continents. We work in 3 layers: research and innovation, acceleration and deep demonstration, and education and training awareness. We provide academic programs, the undergraduate, postgraduate, and research PhD level, but also professional training programs and many events, public events. Our thematic priorities are projects in circular economy, green digital just recovery, climate change mitigation and adaptation. And in this respect, all the slides that you see moving are individual projects. That in this respect, we also lead the European, as I said, United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network report on a green and digital recovery in Europe. And I'm also leading as co-chair of the task force on jobs-based green recovery of the new LASTEC Commission on COVID-19, the pathway towards the global recovery from COVID, the pathway that needs to be focused on the SDGs, the Paris Agreement, that it needs to focus on public investments that are oriented towards sustainable industries and digital economy, that should spread private investments, and the need for a big investment in an unprecedented commitment to upskilling and reskilling. Within this framework, we have this PIAGON project, which is the reason for today's conference. This is the Western Balkan Circular and Climate Innovation project, who has the goal of building an ecosystem for circular climate-related innovation that catalyzes systems transition in sequences from experiment through collaboration to implementation. And these are the initiatives of the project: design and test the new co-creator circular economy implementation framework, connect actors in implementing and co-creation processes, define PIAGON sharing and exchange processes, establish first business buy-in, drafting first revenue models for PIAGONs, map gaps, tackle to industries and financial services, establish local governments, and co-design a concept and conduct feasibility study. Our second thematic priority is blue growth. We have one EuroAsia initiative for blue growth in the Mediterranean, Black Sea, Caspian Sea, and the Aral Sea. We have a global initiative for sustainable shipping and ports, and we have many Horizon and Interreg projects on coastal and marine blue growth. Our third theme is water, food, energy nexus, smart agriculture, and smart earth and water systems. And in addition to the many Horizon projects, we also lately received a big ERC award of 10 million to develop the and design the next generation of earth and drinking water system using water system analysis, control theory, economics, and artificial intelligence. Finally, our third layer of work is the Climate Kick. This is the biggest public-private partnership for accelerating the transition to climate neutral economy. And within this, we run an accelerator. We run professional programs, professional training programs, and many awareness events, one which is the Climathon, which is a global event. I will stop here in order to introduce the rest of the panel and share with you the very lively ecosystem of people that are working for this sustainability transition within Europe, within Greece, but also across the Atlantic. These are people that we work with, and we are very honored to work with, because we think that they are crucial mobilizers towards the correct pathway for a resilient, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth. An economic growth that will support the well-being of people, will bring prosperity to businesses, will safeguard the environment, and will allow everybody to be part of the transition. Thank you very much. And at this point, I would like to introduce the first next speaker of our panel. And I'm extremely happy to have with us Yannis Gerakottelis. Yanni, your surname is complicated, and because I always call you Yannis, I make an effort to.
I'm used to it since my childhood, so don't bother.
So you had a whole lifetime to get used to
yeah.
difficulties of people pronouncing your name. Yanni,
yes. Thank you,
I just wanted to say to people that you are the CEO and founder of Kino, and a company that is focused on energy innovation and energy education and training, and also serving as the hub of Energy KIC. So you should know that the European Institute of Innovation and Development has different knowledge and information communities that we call KICs, and one of the most important ones is the Energy KIC. So we represent the Climate KIC, and Yannis represents the Energy KIC, and also today we have the representative of Health KIC. I believe Yorgos Megas, but firstly we are gonna focus on the Energy KIC. Yanni, the floor is yours. I'm so happy that you are with us.
Okay, thank you, Phoebe. Thanks for the kind introduction, and thanks to the organizers. I will try to be brief. Can I share my screen, because I see you have your slide? And try also to meet the deadline of 6, where as we have just been informed, we need to move into a different address. So please let me know if you share my screen.
Yes, we can see your
okay screen. All right, so thanks. I'm going to give you a practitioner perspective. I've been working a lot, quite a few years in the innovation arena, and set up innovation consultancy Kino, and so I have the perspective. I'm wearing both hats, which I'm going to use. Tell you a few words about Kino and InnoEnergy, some challenges that I see during the innovation deployment phase, and a framework for the circular economy, and conclude with some ideas about circularity and our role as Kino as InnoEnergy. In principle, as I told you, we're an innovation consultancy bringing together various projects and expertise on technology transfer, open innovation, and we also represent InnoEnergy in other organizations in Greece. What we actually do is that we're bridging the gaps. We facilitate the interaction between the various stakeholders of public and private sector. And we've been working in a number of initiatives, clusters, and setup of innovation structures, mainly in agro-food, energy, and blue growth sectors. The key services are relevant to promotion and deployment of innovation, for the policy measures for the public sector, and supporting researchers, startups, and SMEs. I'm going a bit fast. When it comes to innovation and services to SMEs, we help them identify the market, develop business models, and be able to work with bigger guys, either SMEs or corporates, or identify investors. Now, InnoEnergy is one of the leading EIT accelerators focusing on sustainable energy. Has been founded since 2010. We have offices all over Europe. We are the hub of Greece and Cyprus here in Greece. And we have, as InnoEnergy, invested in more than 300 assets, a couple of them based in Greece. The key areas of expertise and investments are relevant to energy for circular economy, energy from renewables, IoT and smart technologies, energy storage, energy efficiency, and e-mobility. This is where our portfolio ranges, and our investment opportunities are targeted. And these type of projects and SMEs gave us some highlights, which I'm going to share with you. Depending on the nature of the SME and the technology providers, from startup to scale up and bigger projects. Now, we also have been active in attracting several investments in Greece from all over the Balkan region and the Southeast and Central Europe, initiatives with the National Bank of Greece to attract investments in Greece. And now, regarding let's go to the main. What I would like to share with the team here is that the last 20-25 years, I think it's now I'm working in the sector, it has been apparent that the key stakeholders which are involved in the deployment of innovation are actually coming from both private and public sector. Initially, the notion and the concept, the so-called linear model, was that pumping money from the public sector to SMEs would trigger innovation, market deployment, etc., which proved to be quite an unrealistic hypothesis. So it's been more than 25 years that we are talking now about the so-called systemic approach and need to integrate the innovation deployment with other actors. And this has been the case in Greece, especially the last years, with not only investors, but financing departments getting into the play, and corporates, which sort of engage themselves in innovation capacities. The emphasis is being given the last year a lot of startups, which to my understanding is sort of let's say, a misleading approach, nevertheless, towards the good direction. I'm going to argue that SMEs are actually the engine of innovation, and they need the capacity and muscle to develop innovations. So the challenge is for startups to easily grow into scale-ups. And the thing is that, especially in Greece, and I believe the same in Balkan to the degree that I have this know-how, this is sort of a fragmented landscape with one-on-one relationship, for example, between public and SMEs, between investors and startups, between corporates that are looking to expand their knowledge base and SMEs. Nevertheless, it looks like the overall approach lacks a systemic approach, lacks an integration of all the different players. In order for example, for the startups and SMEs in their innovation phase to proactively engage, identify rightly the market and engage end users or potential customers, and or for example, for the public good, when it comes to transition to be taken into account, something which of course is not priority for SMEs or corporates. So there has to be let's say, a systemic approach towards that. I believe that the energy transition and circularity offer an excellent opportunity for that, and I'm going to argue in my next slides about an appropriate systemic solution approach and a framework for that, which is the case for the circular economy. I'm arguing that, for example, when it comes to the deployment of circular economy solutions, we need to take into account the various value chains, the so-called systemic solution where you engage a lot of sectors across the value chains. You need to address them by a number of technologies, not only energy or environmental, but digital and key-enabled technologies. Engage a number of partners from public and private sector and focus on the sustainability of the technology and solution, something which is being proved through the relevant demonstration projects. And this is an example for a Greek case study, which I would not go into the details now, but it's just an example of a circular project that we are working on, covering the whole value chain. And to cut the long story short, I would like to claim that apart from the previous players, when it comes to the transition scene, and particularly the circularity, the innovation deployment also needs to respect the citizens and the need for demonstration and pilot projects. This is, to my understanding, the key issue which needs to be addressed and needs to be transferred to the policymakers, right? From the aspect of technologies, system and solutions, I'm arguing that we need to move into challenges and opportunities which will trigger both the technology development, the investments, and the multiplier economic effects out of this transition. And that's what we do with InnoEnergy in Greece, developing a number of new technologies in where it's not only the technology matters. These are two cases where we try to deploy power plants and desalination solutions in the Greek islands. And we understand the complexity of the approach and the need for systemic integration of the technology, the operators, the public sector, and definitely the need for financing small-scale pilot projects. I cannot argue enough about that. All the cases we are discussing now with six or seven cases from InnoEnergy that are interested in to enter the Greek market. In all the cases, it is the demonstration phase which needs to be strengthened, and it's actually what is missing from the prototype to the full deployment. Actually, this is the good thing is that in the next programming period, these remarks are being addressed effectively through the Green Deal, through the various funds like Innovation Fund, which scale-ups projects, and acceleration funds. So these are quite useful tools for deployment of new technologies. I think that I'm about to expire, at least at Zoom phase. That's what we do. I
wanted to ask you something. This is an amazing presentation, very coherent and inclusive. Do you, what is your feeling in terms of the understanding of the public sector and in general, the government with regards to the need for systemic innovation, for a transformative change? I mean, are they still working in silos and linear models?
Yeah, I believe that there is not a challenge or need-based approach. I believe that the approach is still more on the push side rather than the pull side. This is one observation. The second one is that we try somehow with all the various financing tools to cover a lot of sectors where, while I believe that the country and the size of the country and the economy should rather focus on a specific and selected number of sectors, where Greece has a leading role and has some significant advantages. And I would argue that when it comes to energy transition, both energy efficiency and circularity, the geography of the country and the resources they possess is an excellent asset for such technologies, not only to be developed, but also to be deployed. This is the second. And thirdly, I would argue that when it comes to energy and perhaps in circularity, I don't have such a big experience, so excuse me if I make any sort of wrong assumption. I believe that the policymakers should fund not only the development of the technology, but also the deployment. It is in a number of cases, the various operators from municipalities to energy companies or ports are looking for funds to absorb the new technologies and deploy them in full scale. And I haven't seen so far initiatives and financing tools to effectively address that. Just a few remarks and I can elaborate.
This is crucial, and it's not about developing the technology. It's not about accelerating the technology to a mature phase. It's about supporting the actual use of the technology in large scale. And that is something that should create public-private partnership. It is the new model. It's been happening around Europe. It's not yet happening in Greece. Okay.
Yeah, that's indeed.
Thank you very much, Yanni.
You're welcome.
I'm gonna move to our next speaker, is Dr. Alexis Papaharalambopoulos. Alexis, we are very happy to have you again with us. Alexis is a PhD in engineering at the Department of Mechanical Engineering and Aeronautics at the University of Patras, and represents here EIT Manufacturing Greece, an EIT that we worked with at the European scale through Cross-KIC projects. Please, Alexei, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you for the introduction. I will start sharing my screen. I believe by now you should be able to see it, and as a matter of fact, in full screen, right?
Yes, perfect.
So let's see what the questions of circular economy and sustainability in manufacturing. I will begin with describing the laboratory itself. A laboratory for manufacturing systems and automation is located in the University of Patras in Greece. And it is organized in 3 different scientific groups, which can help everyone understand what the manufacturing activities in general can be classified into. Specifically manufacturing processes, robots and automation, and manufacturing systems, which you can also see here briefly structured. The processes have to do with machine level interactions of the tools and the parts that are being produced. Then there are the robots that are integrated in manufacturing. For example, collaborative robotics is very relevant these days. And of course, there are the systems which deals with a line level approach, factories, even manufacturing networks. There is a 4th group that is not shown here, which is kind of horizontal and has to do with manufacturing and industrial informatics, which can be considered to be the backbone for the activities. But this can be used as a map towards understanding how circularity and sustainability can intervene in the manufacturing sector, because each one of the activities has its own workflow with respect to optimization. And by optimization, I mean, I take it as granted that we can include circularity and sustainability criteria. And this has been proved to be accelerated accelerated this procedure by the so-called fourth industrial revolution, which has begun in the recent few years. So let's see how specific concepts, like, for instance, the sustainability, the energy efficiency, and the circularity can be taken into account in manufacturing. And then we can see some more theoretical concepts such as dematerialization, which are very interesting and related. Each one of these works that are going to be presented more or less has been derived out of a project, but we'll keep it in the concept phase due to consistency here. So the first performance indicators in terms of attributes that have been introduced to manufacturing can be seen here in this slide, and they could be summarized down to cost, quality, flexibility, and time. But then there has been in the past some need for expansion. And for example, energy efficiency or other sustainability related aspects have been integrated in the criteria list. Now with the Green Deal, with the European Green Deal, there are 8 thematic areas that could affect the way we think in the integration of the performance indicators themselves. For example, there are other climate-related indicators we have to take into account. For example, emissions could be one example. The way that energy is produced, if I may use the term, has to be taken into account. Circularity workflows. Energy and resource efficiency is a very relevant concept, and of course, when dealing with supply chains, then the whole resources optimization has to be taken into account, either with respect to the resources themselves or the repercussions to the environment. And we can move on to the concept of sustainability, which can be considered in the triple P sense: people, planet, profit. So there are economic indicators like cost itself, there are environmental indicators like the emissions, and then there are social indicators like absenteeism. Professor Koundouri mentioned that they can all be monetized somehow, and this is not useful in terms of understanding their impact, but it's also useful in the technical sense that they can be easier taken into consideration when it comes to optimization, and it can be either process level optimization or line level optimization when considering the whole production line on its own. Then there's the concept of circularity. For example, what you see here is the workflow that has to do with disassembly scenario, and the goal is to be able to reuse and remanufacture parts of the part that is being disassembled. So there are circularity criteria that can be characterized as low level. For example, when it comes to technical analysis that involves stress analysis, these have to be taken into consideration because the strength of the part is very crucial for its use. And then there are more higher level criteria like the recyclability index, which is not a very established index. And of course, the cost itself. The term of cost and the concept of investment have slightly changed with the introduction of circular economy. So it is not that intuitive to discuss cost in a plain way. So we have to take into account the whole life cycle of the product, which is now, of course, circular. And then there is the energy efficiency concept, which can be considered in a non-linear approach because there are the processes, then there are machines, and then there are the factories and the networks. And of course, we have to minimize the use of resources and energy itself, keeping the result, the outcome of the manufacturing procedure the same. Professor Koundouri also mentioned the use of LCA, which is very useful in comparison of the product. So, for example, you can compare the use phase and the manufacturing phase of vehicles when it comes to gasoline, diesel, or electric vehicles, for example. You can see separately its life cycle phase and its impact on environment or other aspects. Manufacturing is a pretty crucial case in the automotive industry. And then finally, we come to the concept of dematerialization, which has to do with minimizing the material, the resources that are embedded into the content. And by this, what you can see in the diagram on the right is two indicators over time, and time refers to the generations of a product. And we can think of a way to define both knowledge and material that are embedded into the product, and they seem to change over time from generation to generation. And as a matter of fact, the material is reduced, which is good in terms of environmental impact, and the knowledge is increased, of course, because of innovation introduced and technology integration in the production. Then there is the issue of addressing sustainability through digitalization, because there are digital tools, the so-called digital twins, that can help directly or indirectly optimize the sustainability of a product or a manufacturing procedure. And now a few words, I think I have a few moments yet, about the EIT Manufacturing Greece Hub in Greece, which is an opportunity for the Balkan area and the broader area of southern Greece, southern Europe. It has been the first year of operation of this hub, and it has been involved in technical activities, meaning innovation activities, business creation activities, and education, which is a very important case also for the circular economy aspect, because we can take advantage of the concepts of teaching and learning factories. So I will skip the intermediate slides for reasons of simplicity, and I will go directly to the opportunities for knowledge transfer and funding. There are, of course, proposal opportunities for direct funding, and companies can contribute in terms of technology as the end users or as testbed providers. And then there are training opportunities. There are two concepts, the teaching factory concept and the learning factory concept. The first one has to do with industry setting a problem, a real life problem, an industrial size and scale problem. And academia tries to provide a solution to it using technologies that industry does not or cannot integrate at the moment. So it's a two-way communication in the sense that academia learns about the feasibility of technology and of its integration in the production line, and industry gains in know-how in terms of technology, and this is a great opportunity for circular economy, because one could integrate concepts like circular scenarios and sustainability. And the other concept is of that of learning factory, where academia usually sets a test bed, which has to do with hands-on experience, and industry sends out their people in order for them to be trained in a specific technology. And of course, there is access to digital nuggets. You can think of them as learning material. So that is more or less
Thank you very much,
from my
Alex.
side.
Very, very interesting and very important that we all work together, because my manufacturing is a sector that needs to move quickly towards the carbon neutral, decarbonization era. I wanted to ask you, KICs are public-private partnerships, and obviously we all receive generous funding from the European Commission. But what kind of private partnerships are you bringing in? And how easy has it been for KIC manufacturing to attract private funding?
Well, there is the co-funding side, at least for the first year. So it has to be quite interesting in terms of added value to the industry for them to join such activities. But the flagships, there are 4 flagships in AIT manufacturing related to state-of-the-art challenges. For example, customization, zero-defect manufacturing. Zero-defect manufacturing, by the way, is highly related to circular economy and sustainability because the repercussions, the financial repercussions in terms of resources are very relevant. So this has been quite attractive to them, and the first year seems to be quite successful in terms of participation and in terms of results. So far, reviewing the KPIs, it has been quite good in terms of results of technical activities. And for all 3 aspects, business creation, innovation, and education, of course.
Okay, and do you think that it seems you are optimistic? Are you optimistic with regards to government involvement as well, in addition to the EIT funding and private funding?
That's a good question. There is an opportunity with the RIS framework, because besides the 3 main sections, there is also financing dedicated to RIS countries, and Greece is considered to be a modest innovator, so there is additional attractive investment material there. And I think that is very attractive to the public sector as well, because they would like to see that this brings results in terms of integration in the production sector, because it's not just about producing. For example, there are risks priorities related to informatics, for example. These are of high value to manufacturing as well. It does not have to be pure production, because not all regions can offer that. So personally, I think it's very attractive to the public sector as well.
Excellent, excellent. Let's stay hopeful that these partnerships will materialize at the large scale. Thank you very much, Alex.
Thank you.
Now I have the pleasure to introduce another good friend, George Megas. George is coordinator of EIT Health Greece, and he's also the national contact point for Horizon 2020. George,
hello, Phoebe. Let me share my presentation first, and thank you for inviting me in this Sea Beacons project meeting, which is very interesting. Here's you can see it, of course. Well, I will say a few things about health care and circularity, but I will focus more on my role as a national contact point for Horizon 2020 and Horizon Europe. And I will link all the things that you said before with the European Commission's funding programs. And you will see that the digital transition is everywhere. It's digital transformation with a green aspect, and especially the digital cluster of Horizon Europe program is full also of circular economy, sharing economy, circular green aspects that you will understand. First of all, I have to tell you that I don't know if I've told you so far that I'm actually an environmental engineer. It doesn't matter that I'm working now in the health sector or information communication technologies. Here you can see me collecting water samples in the mountains of Epirus. And continuing, I don't know if you can see me properly. You can, just to be sure. Okay.
Yes, I can see.
Yes. Continuing, I will jump into Horizon Europe and tell you that, of course, when you see a program focusing again, starting the first slide saying that their focus is to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals and mitigate the climate change by and allocate 35% of the budget there, you understand that the importance the Commission has put on these matters. Of course, also the goal is to have a prosperous future for people and the planet and increase the boost the union's competitiveness and growth. Of course, probably you've seen the 3 pillars of the Horizon Europe program. The first pillar remains similar to the Horizon 2020 with the European Research Council, Marie Curie actions, etc. The second pillar used to be called industrial leadership, and now it's global challenges and European industrial competitiveness. And it's divided in 6 clusters: the health cluster, the culture creativity cluster, civil security for society cluster, digital industry and space cluster, climate, energy and mobility, those 3 are together, and food, bioeconomy, natural resources, agriculture and the environment. Pillar number 3 is Innovative Europe, and it has the European Innovation Council, which includes the EIC Accelerator, the EIC Pathfinder, Fast Track to Innovation and prizes. The European Innovation Ecosystem, which is a sub-program that's quite new and aims to connect the regional stakeholders, clusters, hubs with international initiatives and also with other kind of support from local or international. And the EIT, the European Institute of Innovation and Technology. You can see here what the clusters will be comprised of, and you can see that, for example, the climate, energy and mobility cluster will focus on climate science solutions, energy systems and grids, industrial competitiveness in transport, smart mobility, buildings and industrial facilities in energy transition. Well, the cluster that I'm the national point for will also focus on circular industries, advanced materials, low carbon and clean industry, advanced computing and big data. I'm talking about the digital industry and space cluster. So what other novelties has the Commission introduced? The biggest novelty is the research and innovation missions, what is a mission? It's a portfolio of actions across a variety of disciplines that intends to achieve bold and inspirational and measurable goals, like what was, for example, it was inspired by the Apollo mission. You will see the missions here, and you can see that the first mission is the adaptation to climate change, including societal transformation, fight against cancer, soil, health and food, which we talked about desertification, deforestation, and all these aspects, climate neutral and smart cities, healthy oceans, seas, coastal and inland waters. Those missions, for example, you will have a consortium and you will apply to a specific topic in a call in the digital cluster, but maybe this is a call that is contributing to a mission. There you will be, let's say, you will have deliverables and KPIs for your project and the specific goals, but also you probably be audited for your contribution to the mission. It will be dual. Now we said at the beginning that the Commission also focuses on this time a little bit more on taking the research to the market. So it has the European Innovation Council at place. The most, let's say, interesting for me at least, the instrument is the accelerator there that allows for SMEs, not consortia. A single SME can apply, which has a fantastic idea beyond state of the art in all sectors. And if it has a technology readiness level of 6, 0 is an idea, 10 is in the market, 6 is close to pilot, if your SME can apply and receive up to 2.5 million as a grant with a funding rate of 70%. For your innovative solution to go to the market. If you have a technology readiness level of 8, meaning closer to the market, you can request for additional funding up to 15 million. And you will have to give equity to the fund created by the European Commission because it's equity funding above 2.5 million. For example, this is a company from Greece that has received funding from the SME instrument, as it was formerly known, the EIC Accelerator. The Bright Solar produces photovoltaic panels that allow ultraviolet radiation to come in and visual and light, and also generates electricity. And well, we want smart cities, we want digital transformation, and we want it to govern by the Green Deal, and the Commission also wants to take SMEs to the next level of digitalization and digital transformation and digital skills. So we also have the Digital Europe program that will be funding digital innovation hubs. Well, you will learn a lot more if you attend the conference by Dignity EU and Lux Innovation and the European Commission on the 26th and 27th of January 2021. Well, actually, one of the hubs that were actually the European Digital Innovation Hub that EKT, my organization, and Athena Research Center is participating, led by Democritus, is focusing on smart cities. How to say that, and the goal is to support SMEs and the public sector to test technologies before investing, to access to funding, networking, and also connect all these hubs together and to use enabling technologies such as artificial intelligence, hypercomputing, and cybersecurity and digital skills. Now, what is open for you at this moment is the European Green Deal. I won't say the goals because you spoke about them a lot of times. And at this moment, Horizon 2020, I think, has its last calls, and those are the calls, so the Green Deal calls, like those you can see here, and the cutoff dates are on the 26th of January, if I'm not wrong, 2021. Like calls like preventing and fighting extreme wildfires, building and renovating in energy in resource-efficient way, green airports, and other topics and calls you can apply with your consortium, but you have to focus on a higher technology readiness level of outcomes around 7. And now this is a surprise of a bit. It's a draft work program. You shouldn't share it and you shouldn't take it for granted. But you can take a first glance on the digital industry and space cluster in Horizon Europe. It's divided in 6 destinations. The first 2 destinations are closely related to manufacturing or industry. And you can see that they're quite green: climate neutral, circular, and digitized production. And destination 2, a digitized, resource efficient, and resilient industry. Continue, we have other more focused to digital technologies destinations, but also circular, digital and emerging technologies for competitiveness and fit for the Green Deal is destination number 4. Destination number 5 is about space. And just a quick view of the destination number 1. You can see that the destination number 1 is divided in another 6 sections, but all of the sections are green and circular. Green, flexible, and advanced manufacturing, for example. Advanced digital technologies for manufacturing, new way to build accelerated disruptive change in construction. Hubs for circularity, a stepping stone towards climate neutrality and circularity in industry. And for example, here we can see a specific topic that we can apply. Those may change though. Integration of pandemic waste node hubs for circularity. I searched what waste node means, although probably you have heard the term. And you can see that this program is governed by sustainable development and green issues. Same goes for the next calls, but okay, when we go to the digital, I won't speak a lot about it. It's mostly focused to what we knew as an information and communication technologies program. Now, very few things about the health sector. It's amongst the dirtiest sectors regarding energy consumption, water consumption, and waste production. Well, by study of Johnson & Johnson, we're seeing that the growing importance of more sustainable products in the global healthcare industry, and those that need those products are mostly the purchasing, material management, the nurses, the C-suite executives. This will create a more sustainable hospital, the focus on green materials and circularity. We see here that 85% of hospitals rate that being free of heavy metals and latex and end-of-life solutions and energy efficiency as important attributes. 54% of hospitals say green attributes are very important in their purchasing decisions. And 35% of hospitals switch suppliers due to additional green sustainable product offerings. So we can see this also happening. Some nice new well-being and health-related products that are reusable and actually ready to be remade, like these Adidas shoes that you can take back and they will create again shoes with your waste. Philips is also focusing on refurbishing and upgrading equipment and sell it back again, which helps also the hospital and Philips. And also Roche Pharmaceuticals has received a lot of awards about how circular it is. Thank you. You can continue, and you can call it.
Thank you, George. It has been very, very exciting to see this presentation of Horizon Europe, especially for me, because in an hour I give a speech on that exactly. But I think for our audience, just to identify the various opportunities that you can find within Europe, as long as you have a very strong research technological basis. The European innovation and research agenda is strong, although it has the budget has been reduced compared to what we were expecting in the new MFF. It is still strong, and it provides a lot of opportunities for researchers, for SMEs, for deep demonstration projects, for upscaling. And we should all collaborate in order to absorb this money. These are big projects. Now European Green Deal Horizon projects vary from 10 billion to 45 million per proposal. So it's basically building on collaboration and also focusing on upscaling of technologies with high TRL. So it was extremely informative. With regards to the health sector, what is happening in Greece? Do we have any vision, long-run vision, in terms of transforming the health sector into a circular, clean sector that is, of course, socially efficient, but it is also with lower environmental footprint? Are there any initiatives toward that?
We were mostly focusing on the digital transformation of the healthcare system. All efforts are for creating electronic medical records and utilizing the public procurement for innovation if possible. But regarding the circularity of the healthcare sector, this is not up in the discussions yet so much. At least I haven't heard a lot about it. But there are solutions that can help. Who knows? Maybe hybrid solutions, like we can see later on. Solmega could also support such sectors. Who knows regarding their CO2 emissions, or who knows? There need to be more discussions. So far, what the hospitals do, for example, they go to the procurement system or to international procurements, and they ask for those that offer technology or those that can manage their waste. And this is a very difficult. These are very difficult operations. You need to have 100 different certifications to be able to play a role in this circle of procurement. And it's a few companies only that do that.
That's why I'm thinking that we need to rethink the system there. It needs to be a system that is obviously very closely monitored with regards to quality, but it needs to allow more flexible structures if we are going to revive our hospitals and the whole health sector. And we've seen how important they are, especially in these days of pandemic. And I mean, by casual observation, you can understand how much cost saving and saving in terms of environmental footprint can be achieved by transition to circularity of a hospital. Just a unit, one unit, it could have major benefits in terms of cost and environment, and also create lots of jobs.
We hope to see pilot projects first, like maybe through Horizon Europe in the health sector or in the environment sector, or the environment cluster. You can see probably some, maybe even PCP and PPI actions, like those requesting innovation from SMEs to be tested in these environments or in a consortium of hospitals and other partners. We can see that first, and this is also a place that in Horizon 2020 we didn't do so well. We didn't have so many applications in the area of PCT and PVI. Yes, and another thing is that maybe if we see digital transformation, we'll have better monitoring and we'll identify critical points easier and measure easier the waste that is produced. That can be an easier way to transform the hospitals.
Exactly, I fully agree. Thank you, George. Very informative.
Thank you very much for inviting me.
It's always a pleasure to have you. Now I am moving to Alicia Helmi. She's chairman of Earth Fund Global. She's an amazing woman that has been active and very successful in the energy transition, private investment area. And she will talk to us about her new endeavor. Alicia, the floor is yours. Thank you very much for being with us. Alicia is connecting with us from California, and I do thank her for making the time to share with us her insights. Thank you very much, Phoebe, and thank you for inviting me here. I'm going to go ahead and set my presentation up. I'm actually in the mountains, the Rocky Mountains right now, so it's Wyoming and Idaho right on the border in the United States. So I'm enjoying nature. How about that? All right. That sounds very, very nice. It is. We envy you, Alicia. There's a real Christmas tree right here. This is not a background. Okay, so just a word about me. I love the health theme because I have asthma and pollution is always on my mind. So I was like, I know how to tie everything into why I'm here, or why I'm helping clean energy, etc. My own story is I started the first wind farm company with my husband in Kansas 20 years ago. And that company, Tradewind Energy, became the largest in the United States at one point. And then at the end of last year, it was sold to Enel Green Power. And now it's a major contributor to the world for wind and solar. So I feel very proud of that legacy. On top of that, I've started a biofuels plant in my garage and also a solar company. So I wanted to talk a little bit about what I'm doing now, which is called Earth Fund. So as I mentioned, I'm a pioneer in renewable energy and sustainability. We're also partnered with Global Green, which is it's a celebrity-based backed influencer here in the United States, and they're part of Green Cross International. My invention, though, in contribution to this entire thing, all started with Earth Index. Sorry, I'm going to get some water. It's very early in the morning here, so I'm catching my breath. So all of this started with all of the lessons that I've learned through the years, and Earth Index is the culmination of all those lessons that I've learned. Basically, Earth Fund is a nonprofit vehicle that sits around a technology platform. Actually, could I have a moment? I'm sorry. I need a moment, just really quick. Sure. Yeah, sure. Okay. So what do you want me to do? Do you want me to wait for a couple of minutes, or do you want me to go to the next speaker and come back to you? Just 1 minute, if you would, if that's okay. Okay, so let me just tell the audience while we are waiting for you to come back, Alicia, that Alicia is the CEO of Earth Index, and this is an idea that we currently try to put forward to the green government, but also green energy companies. I am part of the board of Earth Fund and involved in Earth Index, and the idea is to have a platform that serves the entire country with which enables through GIS multi-layer mapping to identify all the opportunities for renewable energy at different locations and at different combinations. This is a bird's eye view of the existing situation and possible interventions at a large scale, but also smaller scale. And it is something that will be very efficient and useful, not just for the energy companies and the energy sector, but also for governance and for the Ministry of Energy and Development, so that all opportunities are understood, assessed, and the choice of intervention, the choice of investment is really based on a very coherent cost-benefit analysis of the different options. So one location is good for wind energy, another is very good for solar energy, another location is very good in a combination of producing energy of both the solar and wind. Maybe there are opportunities offshore, like a very big project that we have, a 20 million project that we had on multi-use offshore platforms, where energy production was done through wind, solar, wave energy, and at the same time, these platforms were used for managing fisheries and maritime transport and aquaculture. So all this opportunity needs to be visible and assessed in a very robust way in order to identify the opportunities that are really those that are going to be producing financial private benefits. They are going to producing public benefits in terms of job creation, in terms of growth multipliers, and in terms of reducing the environmental footprint. And Alicia, you are back, so the floor is yours again. Thank you, Alicia. Okay, thank you very much. Sorry about that. I have some things going here. So a big part of what I learned from the EU in witnessing what I think is amazing there is the consortium effort. And we've heard over and over again how we need to connect. We need to connect all the different stakeholders. And so this technology was also born out of the idea that we could bring some of these Silicon Valley giants, these giant technology companies together and utilize them in one platform. So our advisors include Google, for instance, and Esri, and we're working with Microsoft and Amazon on our cloud features of this. So we're bringing everybody together as much as possible. We also want to bring together all the different stakeholders. So including what I heard Giannis say earlier was that we need to bring all the stakeholders together to make a solution. So this platform is a way of bringing all of those stakeholders together, and we're creating a blueprint. We're starting in Greece and in California. So if you think about this, the birthplace of ancient innovation was Greece, right? The birthplace of modern innovation is California. So why not? Why not these two places? It's perfect. And they're almost exactly across the world from each other. The things that we looked at, though, we looked at what's going on in these places that enables a technology like this to work. So for instance, the way it works is we're using maps. We're layering maps of data, 100 plus layers of data. And then we have a bird's eye view, like you see here, a bird's eye view of where all the wind and solar and different types of renewables are best sited. And it's an instant look. And it's using predictive learning. So it's machine learning with our Earth intelligence is what we're calling it, which then predicts which each user needs, such as a project developer or a utility or a government. Whoever you are, it's thinking ahead of what your needs are and predicting where the best sites are for the entire country. And then from there, you can zoom into a site and you can see all the specific opportunities for that site. So what we love about Greece, for instance, is with COVID, I mean, COVID's been horrible, but one great thing is that there's been a lot of digitizing. So the digital efforts from the government around renewables recently is amazing. There's land registry work, there's permitting, licensing efforts that are going on, and all those things will help this effort. So this picture here is what I really wanted to say at the beginning, and I was trying to say, is that what we do is we bring together, we have an engine in the middle, that is the technology that we're talking about here. And then around that are all the different platforms that we offer. And these are all different teams, by the way, that have come together. And each of them interacts in a different way with the platform and enables it. In the middle here, you see all the different nonprofit organizations. And these, many of them which we already know, for instance, EID Climate Kick, these are all amazing organizations that are part of the effort that we're putting together. We have an education program. We have Earth Pledge, which is where a country can stand up and say, here's what we're doing. And we find a monumental building, for instance, and we install solar on the roof. And then we also work with communities. This is on the nonprofit side. Lastly, we're focused on the power grid, because if you think about Greece specifically, and this is one thing I love about Greece, the issues with the islands, for instance. So I see that there's some issues sometimes where there's a cultural issue, or there's an economic impact, for instance, on an island, where they want to put a big wind farm in, or they want to put in, solar or something like that. The interconnection of islands to the mainland, if it can be done more efficiently, in maybe different ways with proper planning and smartness with the grid, then we can change the way renewables are seen for the entire country and implemented. I think that's the end of my presentation, but I would love to talk more if you'd lead me to. Thank you so much, Alicia. You are so efficient and you're so inspiring. I can document that through personal experience. Indeed, what you do is really providing capacity building to a country that has huge potential but needs further capacity building. And this is very much appreciated. And I hope the whole project will be very successful. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Alex Karidis. Alex is a partner in Sporos Platform, another inspiring virtual initiative that tries to mobilize the transition to circular economy in a very, very clever structure. Alex, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, dear Phoebe and all. Just a second to share my presentation. I guess it's visible now.
Yes.
There's been a lot of great discussion till now. I will start by the so-called third pillar, sustainable finance, which proves to be a game changer in actually materializing all these great initiatives and innovative systemic changes that we are discussing about. So sustainable finance is a prerequisite and can really make the change in order to see this transition not only towards a greener future, but also towards a more inclusive and climate resilient future. Sporos Platform, we like to call it the new approach to materialize the circular economy. It's not just about finance, as you will see during the presentation, but the main idea starts from from the shortfalls that we need to address in order to materialize the circular transition, mostly of the SMEs. Phoebe presented before in a very coherent and inclusive way all the major developments happening right now. It was stressing that the European Green Deal, allow me to say, has three pillars. This is circularity, climate resilience, and inclusivity. And one, of course, helps the other. The total funding is more than $1 trillion if combined with the Resilience Fund. And I would like to stress the important developments in China, as China undertook a commitment towards becoming climate neutral by 2060. If we think what amount of products is being designed and produced in China, of course, you can realize that they mean business when they're about to make this transition. The Paris Agreement was the cornerstone, regulatory speaking, and the circular economy story in the European Union starts back to 2015 in terms of an action plan and regulatory initiatives towards achieving specific goals. We already have the new circular economy action plan, but it was highlighting the fact that circular economy agenda was not something taken for granted in the very beginning. In order to move from the short idea of waste management and let's say operational efficiency to the systemic transitional agenda of circular economy, there was a huge discussion between industry, business and financial sector. The industry was the one taking lead, but now the financial sector needs to actually follow the developments and find the important financing tools to support this transition. We use the definition of the European Commission, which exactly reflects the systemic approach. A circular economy is not just about the waste, it's how you maintain the value of products, materials, and resources in the economy for as long as possible. The circular financing is taking off, especially in 2020, and particularly after the pandemic crisis kickstart. Here you can see some very interesting data from a recent survey of Ellen MacArthur Foundation, which is one of the global leaders in circular economy. As you can see, from 2016 to 2020, the number of private market funds focusing on circular economy has increased by 10 times. This is a number talking on its own, but the next number I'm going to present is even more important and shows clearly the trend. We have more than 6 times increase from the early 2020 till today in the number of public equity funds focusing on circular economy. They started with 0.3 billion, and right now we are in more than 2 billion being invested by really big players. You can see here that BlackRock, BNP Paribas, Goldman Sachs, Rabobank, Henkel, and Philips from the industrial side, and other really huge players are endorsing the circular transition agenda and put the resources in order to make it a big, also commercial and business success. Also, the European Union has taken major initiatives, particularly focused on the circular transition. As the largest national promotional banks and institutions of the European Union, along with the European Investment Bank, decided to launch a 10 billion joint initiative on circular economy. This is a phenomenal public investment support scheme towards circularity, and it already pays off, as we have tens of companies already getting more access to funds. Greece hasn't showcased the determination of Western and Central European countries, but I think that important decisions have been taken and are already on the way in order to cover the distance and really manage to become a regional circular economy hub. And Professor Koudoury, as far as I know, and of course the rest of our prominent speakers today, play a personal leadership role towards that direction. So when we start...
Alex will try to be brief because we have one other speaker, and it's Vasilis Benos. Thank you.
Of course. When we started, just a few words about what we do as Poros Platform. When we started designing the financial and consultancy tools, we realized that in the market we have 3 major shortfalls. Lack of awareness, what to do, lack of expertise, how to do it, and lack of funding, how to pay for it. This is why we designed the Poros approach in a triangular way. We have an impact investment fund of 30 million that is about to start in early 2021. We're in the last stage of fundraising. combined with a knowledge and expertise platform through the circular economy consultancy called Spore Circular Solutions, and an awareness-raising NGO, Symbiosis, that has already organized the first Athens Circular Forum. In order to structure our tools, we performed a market study in more than 201 firms nationwide, and the results of this market study enabled us exactly to design the proper tools to materialize the transition of SMEs. So
Alexa, I really have to have Vasily say two.
Okay, I will leave the rest for the discussion. What I want to emphasize, since we want to focus on Balkans, is the recent report of the SDSM, where we can see that Greece, Cyprus, Romania, and Bulgaria are really lacking behind. There is a great room to improve several aspects, focusing mostly on decent economic growth, industry, innovation, and infrastructure, as well as circular economy and responsible consumption and production. And in order to materialize that, the answer, in my opinion, is really devote the necessary commitment towards the just transition. Because as you can see here in the metrics, leave no one behind is one of the worst scores for all Balkan countries right now. And in Greece, at least in the Western Macedonia, Peloponnese, and the islands, we're going to invest more than 5 billion. 50% of the local population needs reskilling or upskilling in order to come to grips with a new reality. And of course, this is not an easy challenge, and we need synergies between all the major stakeholders, from WAED, Manpower Organization, to local universities, to the business sector, private and public investments. And exactly in that transition, Spore's platform is ready to put both funds and consultancy, identifying the SMEs and making them exportable success stories. Thank you very much, and I leave the rest to the discussion.
And the important thing is that Spore's platform is not just giving money for circular transition, it's also supporting with capacity building throughout the investment.
And if I may say, business don't want just money. This is the main finding of our market research. Business need mostly support and capacity building.
Exactly. Thank God Vasilis is a friend, is the CEO and founder of an amazing startup we accelerated in EIT Climate Kick. He has attracted lots of interest from from many investors. Vasily, please go ahead. You are muted. Please unmute. Thank you, Vasily.
Thank you very much for having me, Phoebe. Congrats, Alex, on your presentation. Thank you very much, George, for your mentioning me. Likewise, Yanni. So I have to keep it as fast as possible. So Solmega is pretty much an impact investment, climate positive venture, pretty much producing proteins by utilizing certain volumes of CO2. Vertically, we were lucky having been supported by you and EIT Climate Kick Accelerator Program. So we utilize the CO2, the sunlight, and of course the aqua side streams, and through vertical microalgae cultivation for optimal utilization of our resources, we are producing food, feed, pharma, and biodegradable bioplastic solutions. Why now? Because of the climate change, and we produce, as aforementioned, food, feed, pharma, cosmetics, fertilizers, and we do this by meeting 9 out of 17 SDGs. Same thing like Bill Gates and also the Bloomberg Green Finance individuals have mentioned. Protein from microalgae is a niche but promising market where we could also focus. We may produce food, pets, or feed products, likewise biodegradable bioplastic packaging solutions. Those are a bunch of our competitive advantages that I'm not willing to further share as of now, given the limited time, obviously. So thank you all very much, especially Climate Kick for the support and Tino Energy for prior collaboration with them. Thank you.
You're just amazing and as flexible as it can get. Thank you very much, all of you. Thank you for the spirit of collaboration
And thank you for the enthusiasm to make this transition a reality. We owe it to ourselves and to the future generations, our children. Thank you very much all. Thank you for being here.
Good afternoon. Thank you.
We should now move, thank you, Yanis. We should now move to the link that Maria Ledudi has shared with us for the closing session of the conference. So those of you that have time to do that, please join us in using this link. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll see you on the other link.